650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. We had a text message the other day saying, hey, who's that guy in the intro that says, give me some juice, baby? That is D'Amico Ryans. Head coach head coach of your Houston Texans. Yeah,
we got to maybe explain that more often.
Yeah.
Well, some people, there's also people, a lot of people, like John Harris didn't know who the pew, 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 pew
Really?
was. Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals.
You know, it's a common affliction amongst people in our society today, Sean. We have to remember this. Everybody thinks that everybody else has been on your exact same little corner of the internet, and a lot of times people will you assume everybody knows everything you know and has seen it online, and then you realize like, oh wait, no, that's just my little niche. We get Shoo is Jonathan Gannon, and Give Me Some Juice Baby is D'Amico Ryans.
D'Amico Ryans, who is the better of those two head coaches, I would say, thus far in their careers. So yeah, I would say so.
I'd say D'Amico's in a better situation.
Yeah, maybe.
Although independent observers would not have said as much, just several months ago.
Independent observers would say that the Texans are contributing to how amazing Jonathan Gannon's situation is going to be by giving them the first or second overall pick in the draft for Will Anderson. That's what they were saying back then.
You know what it is? When you try to say, oh, well, the Texans are in a better situation than the Cardinals, it's kind of like, it'd be like if you were to say, like, well, yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger is huge, but it's only because he's got all those muscles.
He's got a better body, yeah.
Well, yeah, all right, like he created that himself, you know? He had to do that.
Yep. Texans getting a lot of love out there in the marketplace, man. Like I can't go on YouTube these days without finding segments on NFL Live and Cowherd and all sorts of podcasts and whatnot. Everybody's in on the Texans right now. It's fun. It's very easy to go find stuff these days if you're a Texans fan.
It's I was trying to figure out whether or not do we have a right to act like we discovered this band first, and now you guys are acting like you guys know the Shins. I was listening to the Shins before it was in that movie.
We have a right to do whatever we want. I'm just glad people are back on the Texans. You know what I mean? Like this is fun having the national media focused on them. They're headed to New York this weekend, the largest city in the free world. This one's getting a ton of attention, mostly because of the Jets and their quarterback situation, which we will do a deep dive on in the next segment.
There's a little bit part of me that's I get angry over the fact that so many people wanted to just so easily jump on and act like it was some kind of a moral stand to be anti-Texans, and hey, look at me. Look at how virtuous I am. I think the Texans are evil. And then those people now, with not a single word of ever how they came by their changed opinion or anything, all of a sudden the Texans aren't evil anymore.
Yeah.
It's amazing the way that works.
Yeah, I know. It's you're right. Like, there's part of me that wants to tell all these people to go screw themselves. But welcome back on the bandwagon. It's fun to root for this team. It's super fun to watch for this team, or to watch this team. I was thinking about that this morning. I was reading Connor Orr's article on SI.com that you and I were talking about yesterday when we were doing the power rankings.
He's one of the human writers for SI.
He is one of the few human beings that write for SI, yes. But he's got a piece on Stingley and Will Anderson and how the Texans, it's not just that they found their quarterback, it's they've got cornerstones defensively now, too, at the two most important positions, shutdown corner and edge rusher, that are appear to be players here, and I was thinking about that. I'm like, man, this is probably as good as I've felt about the Texans, like long term, as in any time rooting for that, like long term, like having a quarterback who's going to be here for the next, like even Deshaun was here. You look around and you go, okay, well, Deshaun is really he's saving a lot of guys every weekend here. Like the roster wasn't great with Deshaun here.
Well, they never had a good offense.
Right.
They still weren't. They weren't a good offense.
Right.
So there was a lot that was promising. You just didn't feel like there was a lot of substance. And they had a really good defense at times when Bill O'Brien was here too.
Yeah.
It just still never felt like it was tied together in any kind of meaningful way.
No. And I guess the other era of Texans football that you go, okay, well, what about this, Sean? And people would say, well, what about 2011 and 2012? that was great, but that was a super veteran team. Like, that was an older team, and that played itself out in 2013 when they fell off the map. So that, like, this is one where you go, man, I feel like they've got like 3, 4, 5 guys where these are going to be your foundational guys, including the quarterback for the next 10 years.
The big part, remember Andre Johnson talking about 2011, 2012, and Andre said that in 2012 he knew that there might be trouble coming up. Yeah. Part of it, which because the problem there was it was such a top-heavy roster, and not just like, okay, yeah, there was age there too, but Andre pointed to the fact that so many older guys and starters were playing special teams. Like, okay, where's the blue collar and the middle class on this team? Mm-hmm. It didn't seem to be there, and that's where I feel like, just by the way Caserio and D'Amico operate, I'm not going to worry about that. Special teams has been very solid for this team over the past couple of years. Even before D'Amico got here, the special teams was the foundation of the team in a lot of ways. Probably the reason they won 3 or 4 games the last couple of years was because of special teams. So I feel a lot better in that regard. Yeah,
no doubt. The Texans signed Adrian Amos yesterday, safety who was ironically released by the Jets last week, cleared waivers. So he's here now, a little safety depth, because that's a position that's been ravaged by injuries this year. Are they also, Seth, taking Adrian Amos into a closet somewhere at NRG Stadium and pumping him for information on the Jets this week, do you think?
I would say whenever there is a signing like this, I think it's maybe 20% of the time the team feels like they could get meaningful information out of the guy, and I feel like this might be one of those moments. Just in that, obviously, there's going to be a lot of crossover between Robert Saleh, D'Amico's coaching mentor from the last couple of years. There's going to be some crossover in what they do philosophically, terminology, all those things. So I think there might be a little bit of picking Adrian Amos's brains. But then there's a natural scheme fit. Like the guy's going to be able to step in and do a lot of the same things without him to relearn a whole bunch of new concepts and jargon. But also Amos he's a guy that in his career has been credited as being more solid than flashy. Like he's where he's supposed to be. He understands the definition of the word safety. Like, oh yeah, you're supposed to make the defense safer. You're supposed to be a backstop. You're supposed to be where you're supposed to be, cover up other guys' issues, all of that. And he's not necessarily been a guy who racks up stats. So a lot of Texans defense that has let up huge chunk plays in the last few weeks, they probably look at Adrian Amos as, this is the kind of stability we need. I don't know how many snaps per game. Obviously, it's anybody's guess. He's been getting a diminishing number of snaps with the Jets, and they let him go. So, but he could be a factor. He could hopefully stabilize things a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. Like, Jimmy Ward has dealt with injuries twice already this year. Yeah. At the beginning of the season, and then he had a hamstring that missed 3 weeks. Like, I do feel like this signing, independent of the Jets and whatever intel he can provide this weekend and however many snaps he gets while Petrie and Ward are both healthy, this is a really nice insurance policy where you're not going from Jimmy Ward to a younger, DeAndre Houston-Carson's made some plays this year and he's been okay, but Adrian Amos is a vet. Like you said, he's a vet who knows where he's supposed to be. That's a big thing with D'Amico. I was watching D'Amico's interview with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, and he was talking like deep dive style about the Jimmy Ward interception and really that game in general against Russell Wilson and the Broncos. And over again, D'Amico kept saying like how guys in that game, like they were on their assignments, they were where they were supposed to be, they were playing with discipline. Like that's a big deal with any coach. But he was going. He was mentioning that heavy about that game against Denver.
The other thing, too, is, D'Amico likes to disguise coverages as much as possible. Like most defensive coordinators would like to be able to disguise coverages. The hard part of that is getting guys to disguise coverages while also performing the actual coverage properly. And it's one of those things where it seems like it should be simple on paper, putting parts into a very compressed time situation. Yeah. And a lot of times you're asking – there's times in that game you can see it on the TV copy, where Jimmy Ward is like up near the line of scrimmage and then bailing out hardcore at the snap. That kind of stuff is tough to do and still perform your responsibilities. Well, Adrian Amos and other veteran players tend to be better at that type of stuff.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Texans Super Bowl odds down to 50-1. Hope you got in on it when it was 250-1, Seth, because they're winning.
They were 500-1 at one point.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think after they were 0-2, I'm guessing
they're
they were 500-1.
Yeah, 50-1.
So, yeah.
How about
they are? I was thinking about this morning. You know, perhaps we're still being too timid, too meek. I think that in this era, as long as you have a quarterback who you feel could carry a team, I feel like you're in your Super Bowl window. And, like, obviously, the Texans don't have nearly as good a chance as some of the more stacked rosters. Yet, they do have a quarterback who I think should put the Texans in a Super Bowl window. It would be improbable, but, like, I feel like it's very easy to envision, okay, yeah, I could see this team making a run.
I'll say this. If I'm one of those division leaders right now, if I'm Baltimore, Kansas City, Miami, and Jacksonville, those 4 teams, and I'm looking at the pool of teams that are wildcard teams right now, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Indy, Houston, Buffalo, Denver is still in that mix, Cincinnati. The Texans might be the one I least want to play in a wildcard round matchup. Because of, like, if I'm Kansas City or I'm Jacksonville and I'm looking at the seedings and whatnot, like, I don't care what the seedings are. I would much rather play Pittsburgh with Kenny Pickett or Cleveland with whoever they've got than go against the possibility of C.J. Stroud throwing for 350 yards and getting me into a game in the fourth quarter where, by the way, the Texans are going to be very comfortable playing that type of game because they played 8 of them in the last 8. So that's a great point. Like, I feel like if you were to give some truth serum to those division leaders and say, which of these teams do you least want to play in a first-round playoff game, the Texans would be I don't care that they're the 8 seed. They would be very high up that list because of C.J. Stroud.
Oh, man, if you do that, I love your test of looking at the head coach and the quarterback.
Yeah.
Just looking at a picture of those two before a head-to-head matchup.
Yeah.
And, Gardner Minshew and Shane Steichen.
Yeah, man.
Or C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans.
DeMeco alone. Like, I look at DeMeco.
Leave it at the coaches.
I do not want to go against that guy.
There was a mic'd up of Shane Steichen, and I listened to it with my eyes closed to see if it would be good for radio or not, and I don't think it would be.
Yeah.
But there's a whole bunch of, oh, golly shucks, oh, God, what in the Sam Hill?
Dude.
Yeah.
He fits perfect in Indianapolis then. That's positively Indy right
Stuck
there.
in the 1950s, both with their attitudes and their social policies.
Yes, there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain will join us in a couple hours in the 8 o'clock hour. We got a lot of stuff to get to. We had Nick Caserio on yesterday. We'll have some of the audio from that interview. Up next, though, the Texans' opponent this weekend is the New York Jets. There is drama swirling around their quarterback position right now. And we're going to go through the 2 big conflicts going on in New York right now, relevant for this weekend. That is next.
Your big conflict, if you are looking to build a custom home, is who am I going to get to build this custom home for me? It's kind of a big deal, and you've heard all the nightmare stories.
988.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So it looks like Zach Wilson is going to start for the Jets on Sunday against the Texans. They cut Tim Boyle, who started the last 2 games for them. They signed Brett Rippon off of Seattle's practice squad. I mean, they are rubbing 2 sticks together in New York right now to find a solution at quarterback. It looks like Zach Wilson is going to start. So let's get into this here, Seth. There's a couple of conflicts going on right now up in New York.
Yeah.
One is a very funny radio conflict that we will get to. The other one is more front and center for this matchup because it involves Zach Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, and Diana Rossini of The Athletic, formerly of ESPN.com. Diana Rossini reported earlier this week that the Jets wanted to go back to Zach Wilson as their starting quarterback. But Zach Wilson was, quote, reluctant to take the job back. Like he didn't want to play for them. And it led to all sorts of, well, that's it for this guy's career. He's done. No one's going to sign him again. Robert Saleh denied it, said that Zach Wilson came in on Monday. He denied it. He came into me today and said he wanted to start. Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show yesterday for his weekly visit and said that Zach Wilson's character is getting assassinated by Diana Rossini.
When you use sources and, whether intentional or unintentional, try to assassinate someone's character like that report does for Zach, I have a real hard time with that.
Okay,
really
so you're saying that effort maybe makes Zach look like a worse human than potential people already view him.
I think that was, how can he not read it any other way? I mean, you're basically saying that this kid is quitting on the team and doesn't want to play and has given the middle finger to the organization. Now, listen, I don't want to speak for him because he's going to get a chance this week to speak, and I'm going to let him speak. I'll tell you that I love the kid, and I've spent a lot of time with him, and I think he's an amazing young man.
Okay, so that was Aaron Rodgers.
Amazing.
Pat McAfee.
I think he's amazing, too.
Just
look at him.
In many ways.
I think he'll speak today.
Yeah, he'll speak today. Well, we're going to hear from Rossini. Rossini went on the Michael Kay show in New York and responded to Aaron Rodgers, which we'll get to in a second. But I guess before we get to that, when I first heard Aaron Rodgers, I'm like, all right, what motivation would Diana Rossini have to assassinate? Rodgers and McAfee both seem to imply that it's personal, like that she's going after Zach Wilson.
Right. There's one thing if you're reporting something that reflects poorly on something. Where at first I thought that's what Aaron Rodgers meant, but then up to McAdoo there basically said so somebody's trying to destroy him.
Yeah.
And Rodgers went right along with it. So I don't know. That could either be Rossini. They're accusing Rossini herself of trying to destroy Zach Wilson, or her sources are trying to destroy Zach Wilson.
Yep. So Diana Rossini was on the Michael Kay show yesterday afternoon after Rodgers said what he said there, and she doubled down on her.
With multiple people that are very aware, because the entire building has been aware of this for over a week now, that Zach Wilson has had reluctance to wanting to go back in there. He's expressed it openly to people. And from his side of it, I think you guys have, I'm sure, discussed it about how, maybe he has a right to stand up for himself because of the fear of being injured. He knows he's not going to be with the New York Jets once he was benched. Once he was benched, it was over for Zach Wilson in New York.
Okay. So she's saying what I said was true, basically.
And we live in an era where guys like Derek Carr or Marcus Mariota get benched and get sad and ask, can I go home for the rest of the season?
I'm just pissed off.
It's a really, really soft and pathetic era, full of mental weaklings. So am I to believe that Zach Wilson is not part of that? The guy who looks like the softest example, the most damn Wonder Bread looking, soft ass, full of preservatives. Yeah.
Can we go back to
I totally believe he would have begged out.
Can we go back to the face test that we talked about in the opening segment of the show? Tell me which quarterback out of the 32 starting quarterbacks, if you could pick a face of a quarterback that would go home because he doesn't want to start for his team.
I'd like to have a mental health quarter of the season. If I could have the last 4 or 5 weeks off just for mental health. Yeah. Go cry in your mama's arms, Caleb Williams, future dude that's going to ask out after you get benched. Yeah. I 100% believe that Zach Wilson could be that guy.
One more from Rossini. Rossini goes on to say that Aaron Rodgers was actually asked by the coaching staff and management to talk to Zach Wilson.
The Jets wanted Aaron Rodgers to talk to him, coach him up a little bit about why you need to, make the right decision here for the team because they need him. In their opinion, Zach Wilson is the best quarterback in that building at this moment, and they want to put him back in there.
Now, Diana, that's the one thing he did refute, though. He says he never spoke to Zach or that he was ever told to speak to Zach. So I guess that's the one thing that he did say that you were misleading at.
Yeah, that's okay. He doesn't want to share that he has that much influence and power. Then it also confirms my report. But he was told to speak with him last Wednesday, and he spoke with him yesterday. About changing his mind, and I was actually even told that it didn't even work initially, that Zach said thanks, but no thanks.
Wow.
Ooh, boy.
She's very, very specific in her reporting on this thing.
Yeah, and that they 100% that she's not backing down from it one bit.
No.
I'd be really, really surprised. So somebody's lying. Yeah. So either Aaron Rodgers or Diana Rossini is flat out lying.
Yeah. I just wonder, or someone is lying to Diana Rossini. I believe.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, I believe that Diana Rossini was told these things, 100%.
Yeah.
Like she's not going to put her reputation on the line by reporting stuff like this and going on radio in New York and doubling down on it if somebody's not telling her that. I believe that.
Third party B. Probably somebody we don't even know the name of, some shady character some shiftless and shady character within the Jets.
Yeah.
It's Woody Johnson himself.
Yeah, maybe.
He's got nothing to do all day.
Some mole. So just some team security guy who's a mole who's giving out information.
Joe Douglas? You think it might be Joe Douglas? Has Joe Douglas weighed in on this?
I've not heard anything from Joe Douglas on this thing. Joe Douglas is the GM, for those who don't know. I'm just glad two things I'm glad about after listening to that. And we're going to get to the other conflict in New York, which is pretty hilarious in just a second. One, I'm glad this is the team the Texans play on Sunday. This is a mess right now up in New York. And two, I'm glad the Texans got the second overall pick in 2023 and not 2021. Because these are, the two quarterbacks that are going to be battling on Sunday in this game are both former second overall picks in the draft, C.J. Stroud and Zach Wilson.
Boy, the thing about Zach Wilson, too, is that some of the reservations about Zach Wilson may have had a direct effect on some of the reports about C.J. Stroud, which is that, Zach Wilson played behind this awesome offensive line, and sure, there were examples of him scrambling and everything, but he got to operate from a clean pocket so much of the time. How much could you really tell about him? I think he may have scared some people off of C.J. Stroud because, likewise, you're wondering just, all right, he just didn't have that much adversity because he's behind this awesome offensive line. My God, I can't think of two different people. Can you imagine? Just even think of that when that linebacker Singleton was badgering C.J. Stroud the other day. Zach Wilson done in that same situation.
Dude.
You're threatening it. My uncle is rich. He's going to sue your butt. Do you know who my uncle is? He founded JetBlue. You're in trouble, Buster.
Take my mom.
He throws his wallet at him.
Keys. Take the car. All right.
I'll give you the
the other thing going on up in New York.
Oh, I hope they bash in his pretty little face, Sean.
Yeah, me too.
His weirdly pretty yet not pretty face.
Me too. Think of back-to-back weeks. Russell Wilson and Zach Wilson. As far as just punchable quarterbacks.
Cringe factor.
Yeah, big time. Will Levis next week. That's 3 in a row right there that you're like, oh, God, I just want them to murder this guy on the field.
Characters out of 80s movies.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, so our sister station, WFAN, is right now the platform for a major dust-up between Jets head coach Robert Saleh and former host, current podcast host of an Odyssey podcast up there, Joe Benigno, who is an older guy up in the New York market, and he's a retired host, does a Jets podcast, and he has a relationship with Robert Saleh to the extent that they have each other's cell phone numbers, and they text back and forth. Benigno went on the afternoon show on WFAN on Monday and revealed a couple things here. Literally took texts that Robert Saleh had sent to him, I'm assuming in confidence, and revealed them on the air. The first one was a reveal that Saleh recently sent him a list of head coaches in the NFL and what their records are with their backup quarterbacks, i.e., hey, man, we were supposed to have Aaron Rodgers, but I'm playing with backups here. So here's Benigno revealing that.
I'm going to say this because, it's out there. I text the coach. He texted me the other day and gave me a litany of head coaches and what their record is without their quarterback and with their quarterback. Okay? And like going, like Zach Taylor, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay. We go right on down the line, okay? By the way, Mike Tomlin's the only one that has a winning record when he doesn't have Roethlisberger. Yeah. Okay? All right?
But who's his guy? Aaron Rodgers? Because for the first 2 years he was here, his guy was Zach Wilson. Well, so we don't count that as his record?
Right. I mean, I hate to bring this up, but this is I got. I'm telling you, I got like a 2-page litany of all these coaches and what their record is without their real quarterback.
This is a really good point by Evan. They're like, dude, Zach Wilson was your starting quarterback for the first 2 years that you were there in New York.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what. Yeah, which part of that is the record that he cited.
Yeah, so that was. But I mean, I guess the message there is like Saleh's making excuses.
Well, but also the biggest thing there though too is that, man, like usually if a coach texts you or something, you have like kind of interpersonal dialogue. Like, okay, by strict journalistic standards, which none of us, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Joe Benigno, like none of us are actual journalists. Right. But like when a coach or somebody like that is texting you back and forth, it's generally considered, man, this isn't anything I would use against him specifically.
100%.
Like I'm not gonna cite this thing because the guys like even if we're having an argument, the guy's trying to like make a point or something. It's like you got to use your discretion, and when you divulge that stuff, and you certainly don't do it to make it look like, oh wow, yeah, this coach and I were texting back and forth, and he's just making excuses.
You don't do it on the afternoon show on WFAN. Like that's
no.
I'm guessing Saleh's sending that to him with the idea he's not going to really be sharing that with anybody, like even privately off the air. He's sharing it on the air on WFAN. One more here, and this was the one that got everybody worked up. Benigno completely botches the interpretation of a Saleh text about Zach Wilson.
I can tell you right now he don't like Zach. He don't like Zach because I'll tell you this. So when I did this 6-part thing that I put out there today, okay, and one of them, I listed them too, like by number, okay? And one of number 2 was him getting involved in a play calling.
Right.
I did put that. Number 3, I said you got to go back to Zach. So he texts me back. And I mean, he might get mad at me for this, but I don't care. He texts me back and he says, Joe, about number 3 Wilson. Right. Are you kidding me?
So Zach Wilson, so Robert Saleh texted back in response to Joe's contention that he should go back to Zach Wilson.
Right. So, and this
Are
is
you
where
kidding
it gets,
me?
This is where it gets interesting because "Are you kidding me?" could be interpreted multiple ways.
Right.
Benigno interpreted it one way and went public with it.
He interpreted it as like Zach Wilson sucks. Why would I ever do that? That's what Saleh. What Saleh, the reason he texted, "Are you kidding me?" was more directed to Benigno because Benigno had been a Zach Wilson hater for the entire season, and now all of a sudden he wants to go back to him, and Saleh sent back like, "Are you kidding?" Basically, like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah. So, but the big issue here is that Benigno reported it as like that Saleh doesn't want Zach Wilson.
You got it wrong.
It's stupid and a stupid idea, and he's still presenting it like this right now with Boomer, even though he knows it's wrong.
No, well, okay. So here, so he goes on Boomer and Gio yesterday morning, and he admits that he was wrong. Seth, he admitted he was wrong. Benigno goes on Boomer and Gio Tuesday morning and admits, "I got this wrong," and they crushed him.
Rob Saleh.
Well, I don't know if I blowtorched.
You blowtorched him. No, you 100% blowtorched him.
Okay, if that's what you want to say. All right.
That's what I believe.
First of all, total misinterpretation by me of what he said. Okay, I was wrong about that. What basically he was saying was, all this time you've been killing Zach, and then you want him benched, and now you want me to play him?
I think the blowtorching that Boomer is referring to is the fact that you're sharing text messages that you've had with Rob Saleh when they're at the lowest point of the season on the air at WFAN. That's one. And two, you're now giving out an opinion that you thought Rob Saleh had that he didn't have. Like, if you're Rob Saleh, you're like, what in the effing hell is going on here?
Well, look, I was wrong. I admit it. I mean, I'm on here talking to you now telling you that. So, I mean, I don't know, I don't know what else you want me to say about it.
So, to Benigno's credit, he admitted he was wrong. He went on the afternoon show again yesterday, too, and admitted he was doing the whole car wash yesterday.
But he just, even when he started in on his explanation, anyway, there's like 29 different interviews about this. Things are ugly up in New York right now.
Yep.
It's not a good time for Jets fans, the Jets organization. I think that the Texans who have had 8 straight games of final minute decisions, it really would be a nice time for them to go up and emphatically slam the door shut on something.
Yeah.
It would be really, really nice.
Yeah.
I'm not taking the Jets lightly whatsoever, but I am pointing out that, man, this would be a great opportunity to say, okay, if you're definitively a genuinely good team, go ahead and just beat them into the turf.
Yeah,
into that awful, awful patella tendon snapping turf.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they're a bad team right now, and they're in a bad way behind the scenes. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, our friends at Bud Light, tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings, I-45 on Ritchie Road, or I-45 at Ritchie Road. Thirsty Thursday, wings, cold Bud Light. Enter to win some awesome prizes. It's going to be a good time out there at Buffalo Wild Wings, I-45 and Ritchie for a Thirsty Thursday. Next, we've got some Texans. We got some Astros. Little updates from the winter meetings, and Dana Brown, the GM, that we've got for you in headlines as well. Stay there. But first, I want to tell you about Yellow Rose. I want to tell you, circle this.
Headlines.
All right, let's start with headlines for the Houston Texans. They, of course, play the Jets on Sunday, noon kick, here on Sports Radio 610, 9 a.m. Texans Countdown. Kind Couple news items. They signed safety Adrian Amos yesterday. A little depth at safety. He's been a productive player in the NFL, but he is, I guess this is most noteworthy, Seth, because he was most recently a New York Jet. He was let go by the Jets last week, and the Texans are bringing him in, and you say that it's, you feel it's, what did you say, a 20% chance that it's for Intel or the...
I say 20% of the time when there's a signing like this, they are hoping to get actual information out. A lot of times it's just coincidence, I think, and they might ask a couple of questions, but they're not looking for a deep dive. I wouldn't be surprised if, because Adrian Amos has been in a defense under Robert Saleh, and Robert Saleh is D'Amico's direct mentor when it comes to coaching, that they're looking to get some information out of it, but I also think that Adrian Amos fits the bill for what the Texans need right now, which is a veteran who knows where he's supposed to be. Adrian Amos has always been a guy that is he's the kind of classic guy that's more valued by coaches than personnel guys because he doesn't make a lot of flash plays, but he's very sound, he's very steady. He's probably the kind of guy you're looking for if you, say, recently let up 4 40-plus yard plays in a game.
There you go.
And you're trying to avoid huge chunk plays. You want somebody who can bat in the hatches a little bit. Adrian Amos is that type of guy.
Yeah, I think it's also maybe probably a little Jimmy Ward insurance, too. Jimmy Ward's had injuries a couple times this year, and you go to a vet back there in Adrian Amos if something happens. So they signed him yesterday. John Weeks, Walter Payton Man of the Year Award nominee for the Texans, so congratulations to the longest-tenured Houston Texan. 222 consecutive games, John Weeks, but congrats to him. That's very cool. Good guy.
He was doing something nice for charity yesterday.
Target. He was at Target over by the stadium doing the shopping spree. He does an annual shopping spree for
25 kids.
25 kids, yeah, man.
Good job, John Weeks. And he was doing that back before he was making the big time.
Before he's making the long snapper cheddar. Yeah, the veteran long snapper cheddar. Yeah. So good job, him.
Yeah. I have no idea if the cheddar for long snappers is any different than it was 30 years ago. It's other than it's a minimum salary. So, yeah, it's better, but not necessarily that much better.
It's better. If you do it long enough, that's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. No, it's all,
It pays really
It's
well.
all good money.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Astros.
Don't cry for John Weeks.
Don't cry for John Weeks.
But it's nice that he's doing that for those kids.
Very nice. On the same day that he's nominated for the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award, John Weeks taking kids shopping. So that's very cool. Congrats to John Weeks. Dana Brown, Astros GM, the winter meetings ongoing. Biggest story at the winter meetings, everybody waiting to see what happens with Shohei Ohtani and his free agency. Meanwhile, the Astros far less active this year than they were this time a year ago. If it feels very quiet for the Astros, that may be part of the reason why. Dana Brown said he's working on some trades and some free agency stuff. Sounds like free agency is more promising at this point, he said. The big thing that got everybody going yesterday, Seth, is that...
I don't know, man. That sounds a lot like when my wife's away for the weekend and she asks what I've been up to, and I try to make it sound like I've had a productive day around the house.
Oh, you think he's just like, I'm working on something here.
Yeah, it's been. I've watched Better Off Dead 3 times. Is what I'm on.
Like the thing. Dana
Brown's up watching Weekend at Bernie's or whatever it was. Yeah,
binging Netflix in his room. I got some free agency stuff that's cooking. I think that got everybody worked up yesterday. I don't say worked up. There's a lot of Jake Myers fans out there. I'm personally not one of them. He seems like a swell guy. It sounds like they're going to give him a shot at the starting center field position this year. And that Chaz will play every day, but it's going to be a combo of left field and center field. So I think most Astro fans were disappointed last year when Dusty would just sort of randomly yank Chaz.
Randomly, it just seemed like he hated Chaz.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not saying he did hate Chaz.
No.
He operated in such a way that it seemed like he hated Chaz.
Chaz is going to play every day, at least to start out. And Jake Myers is going to get a shot at the starting center field position. I hope it works out, man. I feel like Jake Myers has been around for a few years now, getting various shots from time to time, and it's never really worked out. I know injuries have factored in. He got injured in the playoffs a couple years ago, and that shoulder has been, it was an issue for a long time. I hope it works out.
He was injured, which meant that you had to, give World Series hero Chaz McCormick the day off on opening day last year because poor Chaz was still recovering from his never-ending injury.
Yeah. So it's safe to say, like, if you're somebody looking for them to make a move in the outfield, doesn't sound like that's going to be the case. They're not making many moves overall, the Astros, this offseason. Other news, back to football. Trevor Lawrence's injury appears to be a high ankle sprain. Here was Jaguars head coach Doug Peterson.
So starting with Trevor, obviously, it's just a right high ankle sprain. Everything looks good, and we'll see where he is here in a couple of days.
All right, so there you go. High ankle sprain. No timetable for his return. They aren't ruling out that he plays this Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. They play at Cleveland on Sunday.
Yeah. The high ankle sprain is what makes it dicey. Remember, we were talking with Ross Tucker yesterday, and I guess Dr. Chow had said he didn't think it was going to be a high ankle sprain. This would be bad news for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
High ankle sprains are just notoriously finicky. Sure, he could come back fast, but it could end up taking way, way longer than anybody would want, except for us here in Houston. So it's a damn shame, Sean. A damn shame that Trevor Lawrence might end up being out for the rest of the year. I don't know.
Their two hardest games, whether it's the rest of the year or just a couple of games, their two hardest games the rest of the year in terms of just on paper are this Sunday and next Sunday. They play at Cleveland, and then they host the Baltimore Ravens the following Sunday. So if you're getting, at best, a hobbled Trevor Lawrence, that's good news for Texan fans. I'm rooting for Cleveland on Sunday. For the first time in 2 years, I am rooting for the Cleveland Browns because I feel like the door is open now to get back in this division race here for the Texans.
Yeah, every team that can possibly help out the Texans versus the Jaguars will be the hero. That's really the only thing that matters right this moment. It's your one chance at a home playoff game is to get that divisional championship. And I would say that's the big one. I was just thinking about the playoff prospects and the wild card race and all of that. I'd like a home playoff game. I really like a home playoff game.
I am, and some people who are rooting for Cleveland, John McClain, may say that, or I'm rooting against Cleveland. They're rooting for John McClain. We talked about this on our podcast yesterday, on the Utopia podcast. John's rooting for Jacksonville because of the draft pick and because Cleveland's in the wild card hunt. Texans aren't winning the division.
The draft pick. Okay, you're talking one or two slots. All right.
I agree with you.
Later in the first round.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree with you. I just feel like right now, especially when it's these teams that have major issues at quarterback in that wild card hunt right now, Cleveland and Pittsburgh specifically, I just feel like the Texans are going to take care of their business these next several games. They're going to win enough games to get into the playoffs. I feel confident about that. Now that they've got Denver in the rear, that was the one game I was really worried about.
Yeah.
I hope my lack of concern over the upcoming schedule I hope the Texans are more concerned about it than I am, obviously. But I think they're going to take care of their business. And now I do feel like with Trevor Lawrence hurt, and more importantly, the Jags actually losing that game on Monday against the Bengals, the division's back in play now, man. It's very much back in play. Let's go win it.
Sean, just before we finish headlines, I just got to say, because it's been weighing on my subconscious ever since you just mentioned casually that Jake Myers could be starting every day or for most days in center field. No, they got to make a move. No, that can't be. Okay. No, that can't be the plan, though, right?
They don't have a lot of money to spend. Like if this were a year ago, I would say, well, yeah, they're going to go find a center fielder. But they're up against.
So this is Yiner. There's just a lot of pressure on Yiner now. Okay, Yiner, do you hear me? Yiner, this has to be the very best, the rookie of the year season that never was, that was robbed from you. You need to go ahead and hit like an awesome center field. You need to be Biggio, basically, as both a catcher and a center fielder.
Because as a texter points out, Jake Myers is like having Maldonado in the lineup. Yeah, so you got to get productivity out of your catcher spot. All right, heading into the 7 o'clock hour here, those are your headlines. We'll do that again at 8 o'clock on the show today. A lot of Texans chopping it up on the national show about national shows about their teammates. Who does C.J. Stroud say is the most talented Houston Texan? That is next.
.610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
To be with you on a Wednesday, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you, Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. He's
Put some respect on his name, Sean. Were you about to call him Derek Barnett?
No, I was. I actually kind of revealed the subject of the tease here because I had Derek Stingley on the brain. But CJ Stroud was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and he revealed who he said he thinks is the most talented Houston Texan.
I told him after the game, and I'm proud of you, bro. Like,
oh, wait, hang on, back up. Derek Stingley, by the way, is who he's talking about right here.
I told him after the game, and I'm proud of you, bro. Like, he's special, man. He's a generational talent. He's definitely, like, I don't know if I've ever told him this, but he's the most talented dude on the team by far. Like, just pure, like, athleticism, ball skills, getting in and out of breaks, like, offense, defense, whatever you want to say. He's the most talented dude on the team, and he's been working his tail off at it, so I'm super proud of that dude. I know it's going to continue to happen, so just really proud of him.
Stingley, most talented Houston Texan.
I would say that's fair. I think this is the biggest thing with Stingley is still just, staying healthy. I don't think there was ever any doubt about his athleticism or his skill, his man coverage skills. For me, there's been questions as to how good is he going to get in zone coverage. I think we've started to see some really, really big benefits there. That second interception that was in zone, and he's starting to get a good feeling when the ball is going to come out, which routes he can jump, all of that when he's in zone. So that part's really good. But his ability to go up after the football, and contort his body and do all those things that usually people will say, well, he's a defensive back for a reason, in a negative way, right? Because guys can't do stuff like that. That's why they're defensive backs and not receivers. He does all the receiver stuff as a defensive back. So that part's really cool.
Well, I was joking around yesterday when we had Nick Caserio on. I jokingly said to him, like, hey, man, if you need somebody to take Tank Dell's snaps, and we're going to hear from Stroud and Caserio on Tank in just a second here, have Stingley go both ways, looking at it, the way he catches the ball in these interceptions. Nick actually gave a really thoughtful answer about how they scout that aspect of defensive backs. Like there's some that knock balls down. There's other guys that actually are able to go catch balls. Those guys are more valuable.
Well, I know the most frustrating thing for fans a lot of times is the defensive back who will have a guy covered but just not look back for the ball. And the question is always, why? Why don't you just look back for the ball? And the answer is always, it's actually really, really hard. Yeah. It's really hard to run, go pace for pace with somebody that runs a 4.40 while also timing when the ball is going to come down and everything else. So it's one of those things that Stingley works at it a lot, but also has that innate sense for it. So, again, it's just whether or not he can stay healthy. That's been the biggest thing holding him back and separating him from Sauce Gardner is that he hasn't been on the field enough to really get a good feel for it. Now he's on a good defense. Hopefully he's figured out what may have ailed him for 4 straight years. But let's just keep it this way.
Are you seeing a lot of the same things I am now from people, like after these last 3 games by Stingley, that now all of a sudden the Sauce-Stingley argument, there was such a landslide last year when Sauce was first-team All-Pro and Stingley was hurt all year and playing in Lovey's defense and not really being impactful. There's a lot of people out there, man, where this thing is flipped all of a sudden. Like, now this is the Derek Stingley, man. And, boy, Sauce doesn't really like to tackle as much as Stingley. And, Sauce only has 2 interceptions. Stingley's got 4 in the last 3 weeks.
I'll tell you what the frustrating thing has been about all of that was 2 things, really. One is that Sauce Gardner has played on a really good defense. So you're gonna get your best look out of your defensive backs when you're on a really, really good defense.
Yeah.
So there's that, but also that, I mean, Sauce Gardner plays a particularly physical brand of football that I give guys like that credit for knowing what they can and can't get away with. But, man, some of the stuff that the Texans have gotten called for in the last couple of weeks is like nothing like the stuff that Sauce Gardner gets away with on the regular. So at the very least, what I'm looking forward to this week is, all right, if the refs are going to call it clean, then, or consistent from team to team, then the Texans shouldn't have to worry about some of these ticky-tack defensive holding and interference calls.
I hope you're right. Here is C.J. Stroud on the Pat McAfee show yesterday on Tank Dell's injury.
Hard to like really speak about it still. In those type of moments, you want to go back and really just like, dang, the play before that, we should have just did this or did that to not let that happen. And so that's really part of my best friend on the team, and we hang out all the time. And I've been in constant communication with him, just helping him out, trying to keep his mental right. So I mean, that's just a sad situation.
So a couple things about the Tank Dell play, which is interesting. That I guess this is where I am on people that are irate that Tank Dell was in there. Where were your objections in the previous 11 games? Because he's been doing this type of stuff the entire season. I brag about it every week. I brag about it every single week about how much he's blocking. The other part is, when you want to blame Bobby Slowick for it, lots of receivers in that situation were kind of, Tank Dell is either the first target he was supposed to block, or even if it wasn't, he got caught up, everything got caught up in the muck, and there are a lot of receivers that would have just begged out at that point. They would have just been like, okay, cool. I'm just going to kind of stand here around the periphery and see what happens. Tank Dell's just not wired that way. I don't know at what point the Texans would be able to convince Tank Dell, hey, you're just a little fella.
Yeah.
Okay, Tank? So act like a little fella and don't go in there.
Yeah. We asked Nick Caserio yesterday about this because there were a lot of people, as you point out, Seth, a lot of people why is Tank even in there? Why is he in that massive humanity in there being such a small guy? We asked Nick Caserio about it yesterday, and we asked him, is this just football?
I mean, look, I think it's a little bit of revisionist history. I mean, go back and watch our first 12 games and see how many plays that Tank was involved at the point of attack from a blocking standpoint. So, I mean, this isn't some isolated situation. And I'd say he's one of the toughest mentally and physically players we have on our football team. I'd say he plays bigger than his size. I mean, every play is not going to be a pass play, but we love everything about Tank. Everything Tank is about and everything Tank stands for is what the Houston Texans are about. He's a great football player. We're lucky to have him on the team. We love having him on the team. The way his teammates respond to him, and he goes out there and he's made plays and he's helped us win and he's helped us get to this point. So those things are unfortunate. I mean, this is part of football. It's unfortunate, and to paint a picture, I mean, I would say go back and watch our first 12 games and see how many players. There's been a lot of plays way worse than that, where he's had to go in there and block Rayshon Jenkins and, talking about guys 220, 230 pounds in a running game. So where he's involved in the point of attack, and it just speaks to his willingness to do, whatever it takes to help the team. So
I do think that I hope what maybe happens with Tank Dell in the offseason is that, look, he's never going to be a huge receiver, obviously, but between a bunch of calcium and vitamin D, for one, and then maybe an entire offseason of working out and putting on mass, 5 to 6 pounds, I think he could end up looking like a little bit of a different dude. He could have a little bit more of a Tyreek Hill physique by the end of it without sacrificing, and he doesn't have to sacrifice any speed, but even if he did, he's still got so much more speed and snapback, as they call it, as Bobby Slowick calls it, that he could sacrifice 1% and for the sake of having some extra mass and be just fine.
Well, and here's the thing about that injury too, and I saw a video, DJ Bieneme, who covers the Texans for ESPN.com, a video dropped yesterday of him talking about this, and it was something I kind of felt in the post game too, is that the nature, it's not like Tank's injury, it's not like he got taken off the field, carted off the field because the injury was because he was too small. Someone rolled over his leg. If somebody else, if let's say Robert Woods is lined up outside and coming in motion inside and goes to block that safety so that Dameon Pierce can get into the end zone, and a 300-pound guy rolls over Robert Woods' leg like that, Robert Woods' leg is going to break.
Would Joe Theismann's leg have not broken if he had been 378 pounds, like a quarterback should be? Right. He wasn't so damn tiny.
Right. It's exactly right. If Joe Theismann or Drew Bledsoe, would his leg have snapped?
I'll take you one further, Sean. I think this is where, obviously, you never know exactly, okay, in that exact situation, what it would be like. I would say when it comes to broken bones, medical professionals tell me whether I'm right or wrong here. I think it's fair to say that the smaller the frame, the more likely you're going to break a bone is. But I would rather have I'd rather have him break his bone than tear a ligament.
Yeah.
So be it. Yeah. They're almost like a little safety valve. That's like a fuse almost. Like instead of before the ligament can tear, his bird-like bones will snap in two.
Yes.
That's just, if you put a cast on it, you come back as good as ever, if not stronger. More calcification.
Very glass half full of you.
Yes.
I like that. As we're going through some Texans chopping it up about their teammates on national shows. Will Anderson was on the Zach Gelb show yesterday, and he could not find enough nice things to say about his teammate, C.J. Stroud.
I don't even know if it's a word to describe the amazing things that C.J. is doing. Like, Coach had showed a highlight of him yesterday. He did like a back shoulder throw, I want to say to Nico, or it was Nico or Brevin. And I know it was crazy thing to see. I've never seen nothing like it, but to be so different at this stage where he's at right now is just unbelievable, man. And then just the man that CJ is, man, he's just a great high character guy. Everybody loves him in the building. Great personality, always cracking jokes, always being himself. And I think that's what makes him so special. He's just CJ. He doesn't try to be anybody else. It's not a facade. We get the same exact CJ every single day. And I think that's what makes CJ so special.
I think that I'm guessing there Will Anderson said back shoulder where he meant across his body.
Yeah.
Because the Brevin Jordan, I think you and I both figure he's talking about that Brevin Jordan throw.
For sure.
Where he's rolling out to his left. There's a guy in his face. And he winds up and releases it out of nowhere, like 3 beats before it looks like it would be possible. And he delivers it to Brevin Jordan. I call that the ankle holster play because it felt like in a movie when somebody's got a pistol hidden on their ankle.
Dead to
and
rights.
The villain doesn't realize it, and then just all of a sudden,
Yep.
Yeah. There's a lady with a stiletto in his garter.
That's right.
He probably prefers the ankle holster.
Probably so. That play has gotten a ton of attention. For a play that just shows up on the box score as probably like a 10-yard pass to Brevin Jordan or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That play, Orlovsky did a breakdown on it. Cowherd does a podcast with John Middlecoff on Sundays after the games are over. I saw a video of that. They were gushing about it. That play. I think, Seth, that may be the most surprising thing to me, I guess. Maybe surprising is overstating it a little bit. Of the whole C.J. Stroud experience, the one thing that I've seen with him that I did not know we were getting was the ability to make really special kind of running away from his throwing out, to make the Mahomes kind of throws where you're whoa,
there's a throw,
sidearm,
The throw that he made over the middle to Nico Collins when he scrambled forward in the pocket, Charles Davis didn't really have enough time to break it down afterwards. He highlighted it and showed the end zone copy. The thing about that play was it amounted to really a 20-yard no-look throw.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't technically no-look, but CJ was scrambling forward in his pocket to his right. Nico, at the point that CJ starts scrambling, Nico is all the way over on the right boundary with somebody that looked like was in zone demand, that was going to carry Nico across. The defensive back that's on Nico ends up stopping in his tracks because when CJ starts his motion, he's staring, but Nico continues his route, and CJ throws across his body to a wide open Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And it was 20 yards. In my mind, after the game, I thought it was maybe 10 yards or something. And you look at it no, it's 20 yards in the air with Nico on the move, and it's being thrown to a spot that that there's no reason that CJ should have known he was going to be wide open there, except he looked off that defensive back. It was really cool. And that one, almost because it was so nonchalant, I don't think necessarily got a whole lot of attention.
I thought that was going to be an incomplete pass. Like, Nico came out of nowhere to catch that thing, the one you're talking about. And I guess that's the part that I'm talking about with CJ, like the magical aspect of him. The touchdown he had to Tank Dell, I think in the Arizona game, where he's rolling to his left and he finds Tank right there on the goal line, and he just flips the ball, like sidearm running away from his body. The play to Brevin Jordan that Will Anderson was just talking about. Like, I thought with CJ Stroud, what I thought we were getting was a guy supremely accurate, smart kid, would definitely make sure the trains run on time. Honestly, like, probably not to go cowherd here, but probably like Jared Goff kind of thing. And there is a much more magical quality to him, to his right arm, than I thought we were getting with C.J. Stroud. All right.
Somebody points out, I noticed a lot of Texans fans ignoring the 2 layups that Stroud missed that completely alter the game. The one to Tank Dell, to overthrow.
Yep.
What was the other layup?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I'd say. And I had this conversation with somebody. This is one thing that I think sometimes people don't realize.
Probably to Beck, the little in the second series of the game.
You know what? Okay, I put that on Slowick and Beck. Catch that back. Landry and I disagreed on that play because Landry said it wasn't a bad play call, it was a bad throw. Like, no, it wasn't a bad play call if it was to anybody other than Beck. Yeah. Beck had to tip that, but then it hit him in the hands again.
Yeah.
Like, he just flat out dropped that. Yeah. And it's not a layup when there's somebody in your face. So, no, that's not a layup. The other thing, though, too, is, look, the Texans take more deep shots than anybody else in the league, or at least in the top 3. You miss on a lot of deep shots. You just flat out do. They're not layups. It's never a layup when you're throwing deep. Right. So I wholeheartedly reject the notion that he missed on a couple layups that would have completely altered the game.
Rejection noted. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Houston's biggest annual. Well, first let me tell you what's coming up next. If this game is going to be close on Sunday, as the last 8 have been for the Texans, what does that look like going against this version of the Jets? And we'll dig into the Jets QB drama as well. They've got it going on right now up in New York. The biggest annual college football event returns to primetime, NRG Stadium, Wednesday, December 27th. Aggies, Oklahoma State Cowboys. Tickets on sale now at taxacttexasbowl.com for the best seats and suites on game day. And they've got all the events going on, too. Carbach Kickoff Concert presented by HEB. That's on the day before, December 26th. And then the Carbach Love Street outside of NRG Stadium the day of the game. For more information and to get your tickets, head to taxacttexasbowl.com.
The Texans 22.
Has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you on a Wednesday. About an hour from now, John McClain will join us on the show for his weekly visit. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Text message 7949. Hopefully this game on Sunday against the Jets doesn't come down to the last minute. Can we just blow out the Jets, please?
Yeah.
No, that would be nice. You mentioned that earlier, Seth, but let's play make-believe here for a second and pretend that for the 9th straight game that the Texans are playing down to the final 30 seconds, if not the final 5 seconds of this game on Sunday. If this is a close game in the fourth quarter, if this is a close game in the last minute, like what do you think this game looks like? What does a close game look like between the Jets and the Texans, knowing that the Texans are a very heavy favorite in this game on Sunday?
What I would like it to look like, if it has to do that, is I would like it to be a defensive battle of some sort. I really don't want to think about the prospect of Zach Wilson or Brett Rippon or somebody else hanging 37 on the Texans. That would be very disappointing. So it would be a lot easier to stomach, all right, you know what? This is a really good Jets defense. Tank Dell's not here for the first week, and it looks like the Jets made it really, really difficult on what is projected to be be 60 degrees rain and somewhat windy, kind of a sloppy day, then maybe it was just really hard for the Texans to get their pass game going. So it's tied 10-10 going into the final minute.
Yeah.
At which point the Texans might have to be kicking a field goal in blustery conditions and rain. That's a nerve-wracking part of it.
We along those lines, I would imagine we're going to start getting some clarity here today. Obviously, we're going to get an injury report today. I'm assuming, I haven't seen anything yet about Kaimi Fairbairn being activated, but that seemed to be the conjecture last week, that last week was going to be Matt Amendola's last game with the Texans, that Kaimi Fairbairn's coming back. That's important if this is a close game, that you have your starting kicker back. I'm with you on what I would want to see. If this game has to be close, I'd rather it be a defensive struggle, because I could see us coming in on Monday, and if they win a close game, but it's like 34-31, I come in with way more concerns on Monday after that Zach Wilson and the New York Jets were able to crank up 4 touchdowns against you.
I think the other side of it, though, too, is that if it were that low-scoring game, you're going to be reminded of pretty dramatically that, man, the Texans just cannot run the football.
Agreed.
And they've got to figure out some way to do it. If you look at the Bills, who have disappointed in the playoffs in a lot of respects over the past few years, who they can play defense, they can pass the ball, but their rushing attack is all Josh Allen. The Texans don't have that luxury of allowing C.J. Stroud to at least replicate a rushing attack. Mm-hmm. They just have no rushing attack. I would love to. Honestly, there's a part of me that wants them to run more zone read, and by that I mean any zone read at all, with C.J. Stroud, because he's athletic enough to do it, but he's also getting the snot beat out of him lately, and he's limping around on the field, so probably not the best time to try to simulate a rushing attack by running a bunch of zone read with C.J. Stroud.
It's funny you say that, because the other text that I had here that I wanted to read, 8780, this is from earlier in the show. The hits are starting to add up on C.J. Stroud. The next 2 games are against really good defenses. What do you think the odds are that C.J. starts and finishes both games? I'd bet against it. The beating Stroud is taking is unsustainable. Well, I would bet that he's going to start and finish both games, because most of the time that's what happens with quarterbacks. But the overall point, I think, is a valid one. We had an email to the podcast yesterday, Seth. John McClain and I did our mailbag episode, and someone asked about Stroud. This is going to be the 13th game for the Texans. Stroud never played 13 games or more than 13 games collegiately. Could he be getting ready to hit a rookie wall? And I think the rookie wall in the NFL is I think it's more of a narrative than an actuality, especially these days when guys play more games in college than they used to. Back in the day, you played 11 games and that was it, or maybe 11 games plus a bowl game. Guys like C.J. Stroud now play a conference title game, a playoff game, this and that. I don't think it's a rookie wall. I think it's C.J. getting his head handed to him. It doesn't have anything to do with him being a rookie. It has to do with him being a human being taking a bunch of hits right now.
Yeah, and I guess as far as it being unsustainable, I think that just comes down to which example do you want to use. If you want to use Jimmy Garoppolo, for one, that kid has a reputation of not being tough enough to hang in there when he's injured, at least according to Julian Edelman. Part of that just comes down to, A, is the quarterback physically durable, and B, is he tough enough to play through the times that he's not 100% physically durable. And I think CJ's already demonstrated that. So taking a beating, if you're Ben Roethlisberger or whomever else, those guys play through a lot of injuries. And CJ's wired that way, that he's going to play through a lot of injuries. So I reject that it's not sustainable. It's not ideal that he's taking these hits that he's taking. Some of them are because of he's pretty good at avoiding contact when it's just flat out, okay, somebody's getting beat or the pocket's getting muddy or what have you. It's when there's breakdowns in pass protection that he's getting blindsided at times. That's the stuff that's got to get fixed and got to get changed. I like that they want to use a fullback, and I am 100% wholeheartedly a fan of using fullbacks when it actually makes sense to do it. Right now, every time they go out there with a fullback in the game, it's just an open door to ask the defense to just tee off on C.J. Stroud and any running back that's in there. Beck's not a good enough blocker, nor is he a threat as a receiver out of the backfield to offset all the things that come with playing fullback. Singletary's not all that awesome in pass protection.
He had a rough one on
so
Sunday.
That's another hole issue, right? So a lot of it starts with the backs themselves and how you're using them. They got to quit this fantasy that they're going to line up and get into rugby scrums with people. They're not that team. They just flat out aren't. And no amount of rolling heavy personnel out there or regular personnel is going to turn them into that. They just get their butts handed to them regularly. So I would say, abandon whatever fantasies you have about that.
Yeah.
That's what's going to get CJ or your running backs killed.
Yes, running plays that they're not good at and that you don't have the personnel for. That's how – I said this earlier in the week. Like, the Texans are it's kind of a weird dynamic where they have a rookie quarterback, and normally when you have a rookie quarterback, you'd go, okay, let's tailor things to what he does well, to what he grasps, to what he understands. These are the plays he's comfortable running. I think the Texans are at a stage, like, I'm comfortable with CJ doing anything. I think they need to take a look and go, okay, what does our offensive line do well? What do we have the personnel to actually run well and run safely for C.J. Stroud? Like, that's where I think they're at right now, and run more of that stuff.
Yeah, well, one thing they were trying to do with Scruggs at left guard there is they were pulling him a good amount on Sunday, because I think he's going to be a more naturally better puller than Titus Howard. But part of the problem was, everybody else on the line was getting knocked back so quickly and dramatically that he was having a hard time pulling. Scruggs was having a hard time even getting to where he needed to go. And again, when you're lining up, I think the Texans at this point, it's not play calling tendencies, it's more probably multiple different things that defenses are picking up on with stances or CJ Stroud himself or what have you, that, man, when they try to run the ball, when they try to do anything power running, guys are just teeing off and just absolutely destroying those offensive linemen. And then the offensive linemen themselves they're not very good at all at getting up to the second level on backers. They got an issue right now. They got an offensive line run blocking issue.
Big time. Yeah, and I don't know that it gets fixed in week 14. Would Steve Smith's text message, would Steve Smith be a good comp for Tank Dell? Steve Smith, Tank Dell. Steve Smith is
thicker.
He's
I
thicker.
think,
Yeah, that's the exact word I was
short,
going to use.
but he wasn't he was short but not tiny.
Yeah. He was angrier, too, than Tank Dell. Tank Dell seems
Tank's pretty angry. No, Tank plays just as angry as Steve Smith.
Does he?
He just doesn't talk about it all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not.
And he's not actually angry when you sit with him in person either. Like, Steve Smith walks around angry all the time.
I don't think he has as much of a chip on his shoulder, but he's still Steve Smith was 5'9", 195.
Yeah.
So he was short, but he was pretty stout physically. I don't think he was he wasn't as electrically fast. He wasn't as much of a water bug as Tank Dell. So I don't know. He's a good comp from a height perspective, but I don't think from a total package perspective.
I still have our Charlotte sister station in my rotation of stations that I listen to for at least 10 or 15 minutes a day while I'm just kind of hanging out. Cleveland's on there. Whoever the Texans are playing, I've been listening to some WFAN this week as well up in New York, but listening to Charlotte earlier this week. Steve Smith is on that station once a week, so I like to listen in on that conversation. He's like a weekly guest, and you can just sense the disappointment in his voice over the whole Bryce Young experience, because remember Bryce Young's pro day, and Steve Smith was basically like drafting him for the Panthers that day.
Oh, yeah, it was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It was almost like he was just
like putting his hand on his leg or something. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was like when you have that uncomfortable situation where you're talking to
is why you should be the first pick in my NFL draft. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yes.
I gotta go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, Mr. Smith.
I gotta go. my dad said I should avoid people like you.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Texans have been in a ton of these close games. Let's go back and look. If the game is close again this Sunday, I think that's going to be a big problem. But let's relive. There's 5 of them that they've won. 5 fantastic finishes for the Texans. Going to power rank these and relive the magic. Headlines at the top of the hour next.
It's good to get back in the win column. CJ Stroud and the resilient.
Goodbye.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hell yeah, the market's spoken. Take a listen to this. This is one of these BetQL little vignettes that run on the station here earlier this morning. The gambling experts are climbing on the Texans bandwagon.
I'm PJ Glasser with BetQL. The Houston Texans are plus 400 to win the AFC South Division over at BetMGM, and I think they are worth a bet. They'll be favored in their final 5 games of the season and have a chance to finish the year with 11 or 12 wins. Meanwhile, the Jags are dealing with injuries to Trevor Lawrence and Christian Kirk, and the Colts have some tough games upcoming. This division is coming down to the wire. Take Houston at 4-1.
Hell yeah.
Boy, it's awesome that sophomores in high school are now acknowledging the Texans.
That was Bryce Young. That was Bryce Young's prediction on the Houston Texans.
I wish that kid were old.
Everyone good?
Wish that kid were old enough to listen to our show. If he wasn't in school, during most of our show hours.
That's funny. Yeah, man.
So, how old's that kid, you think?
Play it again, Ben. Let's see. Let's do a voice.
I'm PJ Glasser with BetQL. The Houston Texans are plus 400 to win the AFC South.
15, probably.
I think there are a lot of people in their low 20s now that I'm realizing. I assume they're 15.
Yeah.
And then I realize, like, oh, no, I've just gotten old.
Yeah.
That 27-year-old is actually a full-blown adult.
That's right. That's right. I saw plus 700 for the Texans to win the division, so I don't think plus 400 is the best value you're going to get out there. But I think they're back in the mix, man. That loss on Monday and Trevor Lawrence's injury, it's made things very, very interesting over the next 5
being officially a high ankle sprain is a big deal.
You like
that?
that?
You never can't tell with a high ankle sprain, man. And it's the worst. High ankle sprains, having one, it feels like you feel like you're making progress, and all of a sudden you try to run or jog or something, and it feels like somebody went Jeff Gillooly on you, or Tanya Harding. Yeah,
Gillooly was the mastermind. We went through this last week. Gillooly was the mastermind. Shane Stant was the one who hit her.
And he didn't hit Tanya Harding.
He hit Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah.
I mean, he may have hit Tanya Harding at some point down the road, but like in that specific incident, he hit Nancy Kerrigan.
Who's a prettier female skater, Nancy Kerrigan or Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence for sure.
There was a guy wearing a Trevor Lawrence jersey and a Trevor Lawrence wig at the game. I don't know if you noticed him as he walked past our booth, and he stopped. And it was kind of unsettling because at first, I thought it was, I was trying to be very open-minded. I was like, oh, hey, but I was trying to figure out I didn't know what gender the person wanted to be addressed as.
Yeah.
And then I realized, like, oh, no, this is just a dude wearing a Trevor Lawrence wig.
Wearing a Lawrence wig, yeah.
It wasn't anything else at all, but it was kind of, he was a big guy.
Yes.
He was a big guy.
I remember him.
And the key was he wasn't doing it for comedic effect or anything. I still don't. I was very careful. Like, I didn't want to get canceled in any part of my interaction with this person. I didn't know exactly what they were going for.
He was supporting the team, as it turns out, supporting his quarterback. All right.
Very polite.
Yeah,
very polite.
for sure.
But it kind of unsettling. I didn't know what. I just needed to know. I needed clarity. Yeah.
I remember that guy. So the Texans have been down to the final seconds in the last 8 games. On average, the game has been decided in the last 8 games with 11 seconds to go. That's incredible. A 2-month period is coming down to the last play. 5 of those games they've won, which is awesome. You're 5-3 in those games. That's the difference right now. They're 7-5 on the season. So I went and found Seth. I went and found the deciding play on those 5 games. We're going to listen to Mark Vandermeer. We're going to go back and relive the magic of these 5 games. I have power ranked these 5 games in my mind as to their significance, importance, and aesthetic pleasure that we got out of these 5 last-second wins for the Texans. I'm going to count these down 5-1 and relive them through Mark Vandermeer. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do this. Number 5 for me of the 5 is the very first one. The Week 6 game against the Saints. Texans 20, Saints 13. Derek Carr with the football. 30 seconds thereabouts to go in the game. And Steven Nelson sealed the deal.
Houston leads 20-13. It's 4th and 10 at the Houston 24. Carr in the gun, leg down. Here's the snap. Here's pressure. Carr throwing left side of the field, downfield, and it's intercepted. Houston has the rock. 15 seconds to go. They can kill the clock.
I'm just pissed off.
Steven Nelson with the interception there. The reason why that one's 5, first of all, let me say, these are all amazing. So it's no shame to be the 5th one on the Pendergast power rankings of these. I just never felt like Derek Carr was going to get the job done. I was Of all these 5 games, that's the one I was least nervous about. I just thought, watching Derek Carr all afternoon, I just didn't think he was going to be the guy that was going to punch it in for a tying touchdown in that game. Yeah. So that's why that's 5 for me on this.
Steven Nelson, you know what? Like, Steven Nelson has had, is quiet a fair word to use? Not in a bad way. I think that this part of the way the Texans played defensively this year is that when Steven Nelson is doing his job, you're not necessarily going to hear a whole lot about him, and he remains one of those kind of steady and stabilizing types of players that's probably underappreciated because that's just what happens with cornerbacks. They don't necessarily. It's not like he's a lockdown, shutdown corner or what have you, but there's easier areas of opportunity most of the time on the field.
How big a priority is he this offseason, do you think, for Nick Caserio?
I think probably pretty big. That's going to be a dicey one, though, just because Nelson, as we know from this last offseason, right. I think he's got a high opinion of himself. Yeah. But he's also getting up there in years. He's starting to get up there in years, and it's not like he's a ultra high performer.
Right.
So can they come to a contract that he feels good about? I don't know if pessimistic is the right word. I would just hope that if he does go to test free agency, that he doesn't feel jilted or jaded and he's willing to come back, because I do like having him there.
I do too. All right, number 4, we power rank the 5 last-second wins by the Texans this season. Number 4, Texans 21, Cardinals 16. This, too, involves Steven Nelson at the end of the game. Steven Nelson batting down a pass on a 4th and 8.
4th and 8. At the Houston 27, Murray in the gun. Murray throwing downfield to his left hand. Knocked away, Steven Nelson, and the Texans take over on downs. 21-16, they have the ball with 30 seconds to go.
All right, that one's 4th for me, Seth, because, one, it's the Cardinals, so that, like, empirically it's not a super important game, like, for tiebreakers and stuff. And 2, it was a pass batted down at the end of the game as opposed to like a game-winning field goal or a touchdown or an interception. Like it was a 4th down stop, which is awesome. And I did like the fact that Will Anderson was heavily involved in that play as well, pressuring Kyler Murray. But that one's 4 for me on the list.
Yeah, and I guess, you know what? Even just as we're playing these highlights, maybe Steven Nelson has been appropriately highlighted enough in these key and critical moments.
Absolutely. That's 2 of them right there. He's 2 for 2 on this segment. All right, number 3. We count them down. The 5 late Texan wins. Texans 30, Bengals 27, Matt Amendola game-winning field goal.
38-yard field goal attempt from the left hash mark for the victory for Matt Amendola. Here's the snap, here's the spot, here's the kick, plenty of leg, and it's good! The Texans walk off with a win in Cincinnati. They take it 30-27. Matt Amendola at the buzzer.
That's probably the best opponent that they've beaten in all these last-second wins. But the Bengals in Cincinnati with Joe Burrow, 4-game winning streak the Bengals were on at that point. So that's probably the best opponent that they played. The reason why it's 3rd on the list and not 1st for me, it never should have gotten. The Texans had the ball with less than 4 minutes to go, up 10. And CJ throws that near pick 6, and they let up a touchdown, and it never should have come to that, but it was still really cool for Matt Amendola.
Yeah, that was, that close game was a little bit like we were discussing hypotheticals for the Jets game. I can envision a situation in which maybe the Texans win, but they get a scare by some of the things the Jets defense does to CJ Stroud and the Texans offense, where it's an opportunity for growth. That's how I felt about that Bengals win. Like, man, it's awesome that you beat a good team. Both Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud probably got the appropriate scare they needed.
Yeah.
In terms of, and this is continuing a work in progress for both Slowick and CJ Stroud at the ends of games. There are times where you've created your own hardships, and those are some areas for growth there for both those guys.
Yeah, and that you do them when you win. You still win the game. It's huge. Like, it's most of the time when you go, well, it was a learning experience, you go, okay, how much did you lose by? But these are learning experiences, and they're actually winning the football game. It's a great point. Number 2, counting down the 5 Texan last-second wins this season. The one that took place just a few days ago. Texans 22, Broncos 17. Jimmy Ward with the big return to action.
Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack, throws left side of the end zone.
Yes!
It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go.
Welcome back, Jimmy Ward.
Turn back Denver. Point blank range. And they say no.
Yep, they said no. Russell Wilson being involved in this makes the floor on this one number 2. Like, there's no way this thing was getting past number 2 in these power rankings any lower than that when Russell Wilson is the one who is failing miserably at the end of games. That alone makes it
Especially when Russell
top 2.
Wilson was getting so much praise for being so careful in the red zone.
Yes.
And so careful with the football in general. The fact that the Texans picked him off 3 times in 16 minutes of game time, that was cool. The part about this that the single play doesn't tell you is the build-up to that single play. How many, just the 2 first down conversions, the multiple snaps in the red zone there that led to that final play. There was going to be max 2 plays left. You didn't know that this was going to be the final play. You thought there was probably going to be 2 more, including this one. That one was, this is as tense as I've been at the end of a game in a long time.
Well, there in 2 of these games, Seth, this game and I would say the Cardinals game, the opposition was clearly trying to do 2 things at the same time at the end of games. 1, score, obviously, but 2, try to score with no time left for C.J. Stroud to go down the field and get points. Like, there's got to be something to that you're trying to be so particular in your play calling and in how you're going about scoring the football that you don't want to leave time for the opposing quarterback that throws things off kilter for you a little bit. You know what I mean? You're not just managing that drive. You're trying to manage the time for C.J. Stroud.
Sean, and the Broncos were doing an incredibly effective job at it. They took that, they got the ball with 4 minutes, 27 seconds remaining. Do you remember how many plays there were in that Broncos drive?
Well, there were 2 fourth-down conversions, so there had to be at least 12 plays.
14 plays in that drive. That's how tense it was.
Yeah.
And that's how good a job they were doing of methodically soaking up time while still moving down the field. Like, you talk about bend, don't break. This was the absolute prime example of bend but don't break by the Texans defense. It was 4th and 2 with a timeout. Then it was 4th and 2 with a timeout by Houston. Then it was 4th and 2 at the Houston 13. Russell Wilson converts. 1st and goal, timeout. First and 8, Russell Wilson incomplete. 2nd and 8, Russell Wilson incomplete. 3rd and goal, interception.
Yeah.
Those are just the
Limited.
Yeah, it was the timeouts. The timeouts made it were just as bad as every single play run after that.
Absolutely.
It was so much going on.
All right, number 1, we power rank the 5 last-second wins for the Texans. This one was number 1 for me, and it was an easy choice, and I'll lay out why in just a second. But Texans 39, Buccaneers 37.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead.
Yes!
Down with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. What a comeback. Go Cougs.
Okay, part of it makes me sad because Tank Dell was so heavily involved in that because he had the play also position to get the touchdown the play before, the 26-yard catch that put him in striking distance. The reason why this was number 1 for me, Seth, even though it's an NFC opponent and empirically it's less important for tiebreakers and things like that, this was the game that I thought really, really put C.J. Stroud on the map as an MVP-level candidate. People have been gushing about Stroud after the Pittsburgh game and the throw to Nico and the Jacksonville game and such. This was the game that really put C.J. Stroud into that. We're not treating him like a rookie anymore. Like, he is one of the best quarterbacks in football. Plus, you were 3-4 coming off of the Carolina loss in that game. If C.J. Stroud doesn't drive down and get that touchdown, you're now 3-5 on the season. And you could argue, I know that mathematically you're 3-5, everything's still available to you, margin for error diminishes, etc. I don't know, man. A young team like that, and you're 3-5, and you lose back-to-back weeks to NFC South teams, you could argue that drive right there kind of saved the season a little bit for the Texans. That they're 4-4 coming out of that game, they were able to go down. And that was the game, too, where you realize, like, okay, we have one of those guys that you can't leave enough time. You don't leave this guy any time on the clock because he's going to make you pay for it. And we saw it in the Cardinals game. I just mentioned it, the Cardinals and the Broncos game. I thought those two teams managed those games very, very cautiously because they didn't want to give the ball back to Stroud.
Well, and that's that's a situation, too, where you talk about complementary football. As soon as the other team has to start thinking in those regards, then all of a sudden they're not their best.
Right.
In a different world, if the Broncos had been more aggressive and just simply trying to score, they were having their way with the Texans defense in a lot of ways at that point. They probably could have scored if they weren't trying to be so careful about exactly how they were going about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, in a way, that's a great point. Like, in a way, C.J. Stroud takes away the other team's trust in their defense at the end of games. Because you're right. How did they were attacking downfield in the second half of that game. Like, it's almost like C.J. Stroud took the downfield shots to Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy out of the mix because they didn't want to score too quickly, the Broncos. Yeah. So good stuff. All right. I love reliving stuff like that. Good job, Vandy, on those calls, too.
Texans are back to their 12th in scoring defense right now, where they'd been the best bend but don't break example for a long time because they were like horrible in yards per game, but they were top 10 in scoring defense. Then they slipped back down to like below average. Now after these last couple games, they're working their way back up, hopefully into the top third.
Well, I mean, it should stay there with the quarterbacks they're going against these next 5 games. We'll see.
I need a shutout, damn it.
Yeah, that would be fun. That could happen. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2. An Odyssey station. Let's get to the 8 at 8 o'clock, the 8 stories to get your day started.
One.
All right, Dana Brown is at the winter meetings for Major League Baseball. You guys are not going to have Martin Maldonado to kick around anymore. The Astros signed a backup catcher last night. His name is Victor Caratini, and I think what most people are excited about, Astro fans, is that he's not Martin Maldonado. And I feel this, because Martin Maldonado should be a folk hero in this town, and yet I feel like Dusty's proclivity to use him so much last year has diminished Maldy's popularity through no fault of Maldy.
Yeah, and I know I'm getting more and more annoyed about people wringing their hands over who's going to catch for Verlander. He loves Maldonado and all this. Listen, you don't pay Verlander or anybody like that the money you're paying them so that they have to have their special little catcher.
Right.
All right? They'll figure it out. Yainer will grow, and he'll get better at doing all those other things. You know, it's also nice for a pitcher to have run support.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Nice to have some run support for a pitcher.
Well put, Seth. Absolutely, yeah. By the way, Dana Brown did say yesterday at the winter meetings, Yainer has earned the right to be the everyday guy, and I think Yainer proved to us he can handle a staff even though he's a young guy.
Now, also, they had pointed out before that they were open to having Maldonado back, and I think that Maldonado, the reports were that Maldonado was cool with understanding that he'd be the backup. Problem is that there's other teams out there that are probably willing to pay pretty good money for Maldonado right now. For all those things that Dusty and everybody, like in the very good things that Maldonado does bring to the table, there's teams out there that want to pay more than the Astros are willing to.
Yeah, there's Astro fans that don't want to believe that, but yeah, there's probably is a Maldonado market out there for sure.
2.
All right, more from the winter meetings. Dana Brown says that Jake Myers is going to get a shot at center field. So if you're wondering what the opening day lineup is going to look like, we'll see, after spring training. But for now, Astros GM Dana Brown said the team is committed to Jake Myers, so much so that he'll get the bulk of time in center field to start the season. They love his elite defense and want to see where his offense is. Before you get all worried that Chaz is getting squeezed out, Chaz McCormick will play every day, splitting time between left field and center field. I do wonder if this means way more of Yordan Alvarez just DHing, Seth. If Chaz is going to be in the lineup every day at either left field or center field, and Jake Myers seems like, I don't know if he's going to be an everyday guy, but he's going to be the frontline center fielder. I wonder if this means that we get closer to having Yordan Alvarez be a DH almost exclusively.
Right. And where does Dubon fit in all of this? I don't think that the Astros are sitting there feeling super comfortable with Jake Myers as their everyday center fielder.
Yep.
Jake Myers still, I feel like Dusty. Myers must have reminded Dusty of some Marine that he served with in 1968 or something. He's got that look about him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like a 1968 Marine recruit or something. This is just residual holdover from that. I'm going to be really surprised if Myers ends up getting more than a third of the starts at center field for the Astros this year.
Yeah, I think the key phrase in the Brian McTaggart tweet about this is to start the season. Like, Jake Myers to start the season, and we'll see where it goes. I mean, if he doesn't hit, you can't have him in the lineup. Like he was not. Other than that one Yankee game where he had like 7 RBIs because he hit a couple home. Else was not great for Jake Myers offensively last year.
3.
All right, one more from the winter meetings. Alex Bregman is a huge topic of conversation with Astro fans right now after multiple reports out there during the offseason that it was going to be awfully tough to sign Alex Bregman to a contract extension, which was one of Dana Brown's stated goals of the offseason, to get Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman locked up. The Bregman deal looks like it's going to be really tough to get secured. Alex Bregman wants, it's reported he wants a long-term deal, the type of deal that Jim Crane has not been inclined to give out. Dana Brown actually spoke on this because there's people going, well, maybe you need to look at trading Bregman and get some stuff for him since you only have him probably for one more year. Here was Dana Brown.
As I said before, Alex Bregman, he's had a great career here. We're not interested in trading him. I think Alex knows that and understands it based on our conversations. And so I'm not worried one bit about, the articles and the rumors, and I'm not sure where it's coming from. But at the end of the day, Alex is a pillar here. You can't replace that type of defense and that type of bat, so we're not interested in that. We're trying to win here.
Yeah.
I think that you've got at least 1 year left with the guy who at some point is going to be making a top 5 third baseman contract on a long-term deal. Look, that's the kind of guy that you sign when you're trying to win a World Series. So by trading him away, it's almost an admission that you're not trying to win a World Series. And I think the Astros are trying to win a World Series.
Yeah.
Anybody that would sign Alex Bregman specifically or trade for Alex Bregman is thinking, yeah, this is how we win a World Series.
Right.
So if you're bringing it, unless you get some kind of active player trade that's absurd or crazy, that doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense. It's unlikely. Yeah, you're basically conceding the season. That's where I don't believe that's where the Astros are right now.
I have a hard time envisioning the trade involving Alex Bregman that makes you better in 2024. Like you said, Seth, unless there's current guys who are maybe under team control for a couple more years that you're getting in return. But even then, he's such a part of the fabric of the clubhouse and everything else. It's you take Alex Bregman out of there voluntarily. At least in free agency, that's one thing. We've seen Springer leave and Correa leave and others. You voluntarily rip Alex Bregman out of that clubhouse, you're kind of ripping a big part of the soul of your team for 2024 out of the clubhouse also, I think.
Yeah, this is now in season's a whole nother deal if things go south or something.
For sure.
And he's on an expiring contract, then we'll have that uncomfortable conversation then.
Yeah, then then things are really bad. Like if the Astros are a seller at the deadline.
Right. Yeah, and again, that's all about okay, are you trying to win a World Series or not? Then the likelihood of that is increasingly less because everybody makes the playoffs these days.
Yeah.
There's only there's 3 teams that don't make the playoffs in any given year. That's the new format.
Someone's going to hear you say that, and they're going to walk into the office today and say, yeah, but baseball, 27 teams make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. That's false. Yeah, that was a joke. They start with a runner on second, damn it, every single inning.
That they do. Yeah, every single inning, yes. 4. Yes, Texans. Adrian, he is the newest Houston Texan. I just saw Aaron Wilson tweet a short time ago. The physical has been passed. The papers have been signed. He is Adrian Amos, veteran safety, most recently of the New York Jets. So his purpose this week is twofold. Get up to speed on becoming a backup safety on the Houston Texans and divulge as much information as you can about the Texans' opponent this weekend, the New York Jets. Adrian Amos.
He's, Amos, maybe he has some kind of knowledge of the way the Jets are operating this year that can help out a little bit. Whichever information the Texans are trying to get out of Adrian Amos about the Jets, I don't think it has a thing to do with Zach Wilson. Or maybe it does, the drama behind the scenes. Maybe they just want him to dish.
That would be great.
What's really going on, man? You got to tell us.
Who told Rossini? Who told
Zach
Rossini?
Wilson did he actually beg out? So there's that. I think that he could probably tell him some things about the way the defense is operating this year and exactly what their rules are. But I also think that the crossover is also that Amos is a veteran safety who's always been more solid than flashy. He doesn't make a ton of plays, but he's like the classic. He is where he's supposed to be. All those things that you want a safety for, theoretically, to make the defense safer. He does that stuff well. The Texans have had some issues allowing big plays at times, so I think he's probably a good added veteran presence with a little bit of intel on the side. I feel like coaches they love to downplay this like it never happens or anything. Bogus. It's just the difference is some players are better at, but some players are smarter than others.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some players I think come in and they just aren't paying all that much attention and don't know that much, where other guys maybe can give you a whole lot of little tidbits. Hopefully Amos is that guy that can give tidbits.
5.
John Weeks, Texans long snapper, longest tenured Texan, 222 straight games. He is the team's nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year award. All 32 teams nominate a player for that. Probably most famously here in Houston, it would be J.J. Watt actually taking home the award in 2017 after all the fundraising for Hurricane Harvey. That was a cool moment. John Weeks does a lot of things in the community, including, Seth, as you pointed out, yesterday. Over at the Target, over by the stadium there, he took 25 kids shopping for Christmas because that's just what John Weeks does. He does good things for people. So Walter Payton Man of the Year award nominee. I am making a prediction now, Seth, that we'll find out in a few hours who the players of the week are for the AFC and the NFC, offense, defense, special teams. I'm going to predict the Texans are getting at least one of those awards. Either Nico Collins, AFC Offensive Player of the Week, or Derek Stingley Jr., Defensive Player of the Week.
Ooh, yeah, the 2 interceptions.
That pops.
Yeah. If you had to handicap 190 yards, I bet they get both. I don't know. You know what? I wasn't paying enough attention.
I wasn't either. It's a prediction that is based with very little data on the other, 15 games that went on around the league or however many there were. McClain asked me this on the podcast yesterday. Okay, who had the better game? If you had to give Defensive Player of the Week to Derek Stingley or Will Anderson Jr., who would you give it to?
Will Anderson Jr. because Derek Stingley's first interception was a direct result of a tipped ball by Will Anderson. So it wasn't about coverage or anything like that. It was about his ball skills. It wasn't like that was an easy pick to make. That's a lot of having to come back across your body and catch that and scoop it up the way Stingley did. That was impressive. But I would put it at Will Anderson by sheer volume of number of times he affected the offense, the number of pressures, the deflected punt, the tipped interception for an interception, or what the deflected pass.
Yeah.
Tipped pass for an interception, the deflected punt. Will Anderson.
Yeah. I said Stingley only because the interception. First of all, I think Stingley might have picked that one off that Will Anderson deflected anyways. Like Stingley was stepping into that passing lane. Those interceptions were just so massive in that game. Like both times those interceptions took place, Denver had the ball with a chance to take the lead. It was 16-10 on the first one and 22-17 on the second one.
That play, it's interesting. I know some people feel like on the second interception, what the Texans were looking is that they're in quarters coverage, or at least it looked like quarters. If you just imagine each defensive back has a quarter of the field. And Jalen Petrie aggressively jumped the route underneath him, which may have just been Jalen Petrie jumping that route. That would have been at the sticks. People would think maybe that was by design and that Stingley knew exactly what was coming. By Petrie jumping that route, it was going to that Russ's read was going to be to Sutton. He covered an awful lot of ground for that to be the plan. I don't know if that was for that to be the actual plan. That's putting a whole lot of faith in Russell Wilson not being quite quick enough to pull the trigger fast enough on that. I think it was a combination of Russell being a little slow to recognize and pull the trigger with Derek Stingley also just understanding that, hey, his quarter was empty. He didn't have a threat, and he could go over and play aggressively on Sutton there, and also probably could feel or see Jalen Petrie jumping. I don't know. Credit to Jalen Petrie if it was by design. Credit to Derek Stingley regardless of whether it was by design or not. It was a tough play to make. That was a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, a lot of ground to cover and a tough catch to make, and he made it, and it was great to see.
6.
Trevor Lawrence, update on his injury. High ankle sprain. No timetable for his return. They are leaving open the possibility, Seth, that he plays this Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. But as you've expressed multiple times today on the show, it's not just the ankle sprain. The key in terms of his availability was adding the word high in front of the ankle sprain. That is especially for a guy who relies on his mobility somewhat. I mean, Trevor Lawrence isn't Lamar Jackson, but he relies quite a bit on his athleticism to be peak Trevor Lawrence. Like, this is
yeah. Well, peak Trevor Lawrence has still been a whole lot of first read stuff, and if the first read's not there, pull the ball down and run or try to make something happen. So does he become the dullard hillbilly from South Carolina that he is? I don't know. Maybe.
He's from Georgia.
Maybe. He's from South Carolina.
As far as you're concerned.
I'm looking at Brett Rippon, and he's called a Canadian American. So
is that even a thing?
I guess so. I don't know.
Canadian American.
I've never heard of that before. Because usually it's like no, I'm not buying Canadian American. Like, is Michael J. Fox a Canadian American?
I don't know. Look up his wiki page. We got to see. Let's see what he's listed as. In the meantime,
okay.
In the meantime, speaking of Canadian Americans, the Toronto Blue Jays now find themselves in the mix for Shohei Ohtani, outfielder, most recently outfielder/pitcher, but probably mostly a DH, actually, his first year wherever he goes. Toronto Blue Jays in the mix. Seth, the teams that seem to be most mentioned for Shohei Ohtani are now the Blue Jays, but San Francisco and the 2 Los Angeles teams. The Cubs seem to be out of it. They were mentioned for a while. Do you have a preference from an Astros perspective as to where Shohei Ohtani ends up? Do you want him? I think it's kind of fun having him in the division on the Angels because the Angels will never threaten for anything because they're the Angels, but we get to see Ohtani 13 times a year, which is entertaining and fun. But I know there's probably a bunch of people that are like, yeah, just send him over to the National League, then we don't have to deal with him at all.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference?
I don't know. I mean, the Astros never really necessarily had all that many issues with Shohei Ohtani.
That's true, too.
Kind of owned Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
So I'm not that worried about it. I think he's got if he don't want to come play for us for the minimum, like somebody who cares about the game,
good point,
then I would say no. I don't. I'm not worried about Shohei Ohtani.
He should want to take a veteran minimum deal so he can finally win a ring and stop being such a loser, Ohtani.
Yeah.
8.
All right, last one here. This probably deserves a deeper dive than the couple of minutes we have, but Sam Amick did a deep dive interview with James Harden on his journey to become a Los Angeles Clipper. And there's some interesting stuff in here. Probably the most interesting thing in here, Seth, was Harden's reps met with Ime Udoka when he was going through free agency, or when he was, prior to him having to opt into the last year of his deal in Philadelphia.
Harden and his reps met with him.
Is it both? Okay.
Yeah, Harden was in the room. I thought that's the way I read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, there was a meeting with Ime Udoka, and Ime seems to be the one who shut down the whole Harden thing here in Houston. Harden, and I don't think a big surprise.
I read it wrong. He said, because they said who was in the meeting, and Harden answered representation, head coach.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yep.
I saw, because they put in parentheses after that, Ime Udoka, and I read it as and me. So I thought it was head coach and me.
Name.
Because they put it in parentheses and separated it. So, it was just representation and Ime Udoka.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so Ime, it looks like, shut down the whole Harden thing. Ime Udoka, the hero we need.
Was it that clear from the reading other than just...
no, I'm just reading tea leaves right now.
Okay.
Because Harden sure did seem like coming back here was a very distinct possibility. And I would, I don't know. I would look at Harden and say that's probably not an Ime Udoka kind of guy.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. I don't think it was. Amick had said, now the meeting was had and those conversations about style of play, or this is Harden saying, the meeting was had and those conversations about style of play, how I've been playing and things like that took place. But the idea of me going out there and averaging 30-something points a game, who wants to do that? who was in the meeting, representation, head coach. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's possible where Harden could say all the right things, or, I'm cool with averaging 23 a game and making sure all these young guys get the ball.
My favorite part about this whole interview was the different times that Harden both wants credit for the sacrifice that he made, the money he gave up, while also pointing out that he got screwed by not getting the max contract he was promised by sacrificing. Well, wait a second. Were you sacrificing, or was it just a wink-wink deal? The NBA investigated and said they didn't find anything out of source because the quid pro quo would have been technically against the rules.
Yeah.
But he's both claiming that he didn't get the money he was owed for quote-unquote sacrificing, but that also, hey, I was sacrificing.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not a sacrifice. That's like saying you sacrificed by investing in Apple in the 1990s or something.
That's right.
You didn't sacrifice, you invested.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us next. We'll get John's thoughts. The window seems to be open for the AFC South. What's John with Jacksonville and Cleveland? We will get that from the General, talk a little Texans football. That is next.
The Texans win.
today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, collectively, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Nice to be with you. It's 8:25 on a Wednesday. That can mean only one thing here. That means that we are joined right now by the Hall of Famer. He's our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com. John McClain joining us. John, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
So, John, how big is this Trevor Lawrence injury as it relates to the Houston Texans in 2023 here?
I think even though Doug Peterson hasn't ruled him out Sunday, and he has come back quickly when he's had other injuries, including his ankle rolled last year, I don't think any of us who saw him being walked off the field would think he's coming back in the first game. So assume he's going to miss this one, maybe the next one, both big games. And as we talked about on our Utopia Football podcast, because of tiebreakers, the Texans better finish ahead of the Jaguars. And if Lawrence is out at all, it certainly is to the Texans' benefit. He helps you hate seeing players get hurt. Doesn't matter who or what the position, but there's no way that's not to the Texans' advantage if indeed he is out for even one game.
So, John, I'll ask you this. I know the answer to this already because we talked about it on the podcast, but the Browns play the Jaguars this weekend in Cleveland. We know that Texans are competing with a wild card spot for a wild card spot with the Browns, and they have the Browns' first-round pick. Yet the division is now kind of back in play here with the Trevor Lawrence injury, so it creates a conflict here. Who are you rooting for, the Jags to beat the Browns this weekend or the Browns to beat the Jags and bring them a game closer to the Houston Texans?
I'm rooting for the draft choice because I wanted Texans that the pick everybody said was going to be second overall, that they traded for Will Anderson Jr., and I wanted to be lower than the pick the Texans get from Cleveland to complete the trade for Deshaun Watson, also including a fourth-round pick. And I think if the Texans keep winning, they'll be able to overtake the Jaguars, and they shouldn't need any help.
Yeah, I guess the only part about that is that you're at this point, if it's a late first-round pick or in the 20s or what have you, there's not really much of a difference between those. You've already dunked on anybody that thought that the Texans draft pick was obviously going to be so pathetic and awful. That's immaterial to me at this point.
Yeah, I'm still all for the draft choice.
Okay.
Yeah. What as far as other quarterbacks in the division, Will Levis, I know you follow Tennessee very closely. Are people in Tennessee convinced that Will Levis might actually possibly be the guy, or do they hate him as much as like Broncos fans hate Russell Wilson?
No, they think they know because he's a rookie, he's going to have ups and downs. He debuted with 4 touchdown passes, and there was only one way for him to go. In their loss that they had against Indy, they gave up 10 points on special teams and fired the special teams coach, and a punter got hurt, so they had to have Ryan Tannehill holding for the first time since high school, and Nick Folk, their kicker, had to punt, so they just flat blew that game. And he didn't throw an interception. And, a lot of times you're looking for rookies just not to turn it over, which Bryce Young has done a lot. So they know the jury's still out on him, but they're still excited about the possibilities.
John, this game coming up this weekend against the Jets, if this is a game that's like the last 8 Texans games where it's close late in the fourth quarter, it comes down to the last minute, what do you think that looks like? Like, what do you think a close game between these two teams looks like on Sunday?
I think it would be low scoring and boring. The Texans can't run the ball. The Jets can't run the ball either. C.J. Stroud's going to be under incessant pressure from the defensive line that the Jets have that's outstanding, led by tackle Quentin Williams. And I don't know why we would think it wouldn't come down to the end since the last 8 in the last 30 seconds. And Zach Wilson, he's got a lot to prove. You talk about motivation, but, man, if he throws an interception or they go 3 and out, the fans are going to be down on him. No matter how much Robert Saleh says no, he's always wanted to play, wants to start. Nobody's going to believe it, and he's going to have them turn on him. Best thing could happen for the Texans is for somebody like Derek Stingley Jr. to intercept him on the first series. The first pass would be even better.
What's your take on all of this drama where Diana Rossini has claimed that Zach Wilson didn't want to play? Aaron Rodgers has basically denied almost everything Diana Rossini has said, including her reports about Aaron Rodgers. Who's lying here, John?
Rich Cimini, who's covered that team forever, who I've known for about 20 years, I heard him on NFL radio, and he said, based on what he's been able to determine, and he said the reporting in The Athletic was correct, but it didn't spell out. He didn't go to Saleh and say, I don't want to play. They think he mentioned to a player or a coach that, well, if I play and I get hurt, I'm going to get screwed in the offseason, something like that. And then it mushroomed, got reported. Of course, it's a humongous story. And then Aaron Rodgers goes on Pat McAfee and just torches the Jets organization, saying that they leaked it and just killed them. He said, and that's not the first time. You know, it's amazing how much controversy they give a guy that's only played 4 plays, who's not running their defense, but he's running their offense with all those 4 players he wanted signed. Everybody knows Nathaniel Hackett is a terrible play caller, but they keep him because of Rodgers wants him. It's not the way you run an organization. Then you got him going on national TV and blasting you. So they got all kind of issues. The Texans are favored. The Texans should win. But, man, when you don't run the ball any better than the Texans have the last 2 games, and you could be playing in inclement weather, you know, that's not good. At some point, that's going to bite them in the butt before the season's over if they continue this slump against the run.
I like this.
Running the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is where, okay, let's say, just for the sake of playing this out in our brains, let's say that the reports are true that Zach Wilson didn't want to play because of the fear of getting injured or what have you. Is there any justification for Zach Wilson thinking, oh, yeah, there's a big payday out there for me? So what's he worried about? What is he missing out on if he gets injured? I feel like the only thing that could happen is that he plays better than expected, and people look at that as a positive. There's nobody out there right now, is there? Or maybe I'm wrong, John, that thinks like, well, boy, if we could just get him outside of that Jets organization, this is our guy.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's talking about money or being a starter, just getting a new zip code, because he knows he's going to be cut, and they know he's going to be cut. I think he's just talking about getting a job with another team, period. He'll go in somewhere as a back, and then if somebody gets hurt, which happens all the time, maybe the greener pasture will work out better for him. It's amazing, isn't it? He was a 2nd overall pick. C.J. Stroud was a 2nd overall pick. And, man, the Texans hit a grand slam, and the Jets struck out on 3 pitches.
Hey, John, have you been seeing a lot of the same things that we've been seeing, like, over the last week or so? Like, now all of a sudden, that 1.5-year-long narrative, boy, the Texans really screwed up taking Derek Stingley Jr. over Sauce Gardner. I've seen so many places where that's been flipped on its head now over the last 3 weeks because Stingley's picked off 4 passes. Are you seeing the same things, and where are you on that right now?
Oh, yeah, it starts locally because we were all blasting Nick Caserio for taking an injured plagued corner, 3rd overall. And, you know, the fact is he's got to stay healthy, because now that he showed that he can be great when healthy, he's got to stay healthy. But he's been injured every year since his freshman year at LSU, and you hope he stays healthy for the rest of the season and it doesn't have the hamstring issues that have hampered him the first 2 years. There was never any doubt that he was talented. It's just, could he stay on the field? And he's getting a lot of great recognition for not just intercepting 4 passes in 3 games, but making some great plays on the ball.
John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, how do the Texans make up for the absence of Tank Dell?
Well, use the example of Sunday. Tank didn't catch a pass, neither did Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, or Robert Woods. and he still earned 74 yards. I think those guys won't get shut out again. I'm guessing Schultz won't play since it's a hamstring injury. Brevin Jordan stepped up. Nico Collins is going to get a lot of attention from the Jets. I'd love to see him just put Sauce Gardner on him and say, here, you handle him, and see how Nico and Sauce go at it. That'd be a fun matchup. And I think that Noah Brown, who dropped a pass over the middle but had been great in his two previous games before he was hurt, he needs to step up. Robert Woods played a lot, but he didn't even get targeted. So I think these guys that did not contribute as far as receiving, that we're going to see them get more balls thrown. But the Texans, to me, man, if Stroud going up against a great defense like the Jets and the Browns have, if they know you're going to pass, and we know Bobby Slowick is not going to throw the ball every time, even if Pez plays a 1 yard run, maybe a long one like 2 or 3 yards would be better because they don't want everybody teeing off on Stroud. But I think as long as Stroud's healthy, he's helping a lot of receivers look really good. And in the case of Nico Collins, pad that bank account when he gets that big extension from Caserio after the season.
John, what are the chances that the Texans, between now and the playoffs, develop some semblance of a rushing attack?
Well, wouldn't it be great? We saw it for 2 games. We'd seen it once earlier in the season against the Steelers of all teams. They were able to run the ball, but the running game just seems out of sync again. Blame it all on Dameon Pierce. Those guys get hit when they're at the line of scrimmage. And but Pierce had a 22-yard run. You take it away, and he averaged 1 yard on his other carries. And I don't know what the answer is. You can't wave a magic wand and get better run blocking, but teams, they see what other teams are doing. Something that I think that is a major issue is the way blitzing players run free to Stroud and drill him. And either somebody is making a mistake there, not picking their guy up, or one time in the case of Singletary just gets obliterated. But they have to keep Stroud from getting hit so much. And especially when guys are running free, it's one thing if you block them and you get beat, but it's another one when somebody goes brain dead on what they're supposed to be doing and your most valuable asset gets creamed.
John McClain joins us every Wednesday on the show. John, what do you got going on the website this week?
Well, I'm writing a column tomorrow. I'll have one posted about Robert Saleh. D'Amico wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Robert Saleh, a 6-year assistant under Gary Kubiak. And right now I'm headed to the Royal Sonesta to host the Lombardi finalists in an interview session with the Lombardi former winners who've come back for the 50th anniversary event, which will be announced tonight. I'm really excited about that.
Oh, that's cool. Are a lot of guys coming back for it that have won the award before?
Yep, and 2 of them are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Orlando Pace and Warren Sapp. Last night they had a great reception at the Royal Sonesta, and then the luncheon is today, where I've been doing my research on these 4 finalists. Brock Bowers, finalist twice. I got to ask him what he thinks about the final 4. You know what he thinks. Joe Alt's dad and Jonah Ellis' dad, Luther, they played double-digit years in the NFL and went to the Pro Bowls. And then Liaku Letu from UCLA is one of the top pass rushers. So we're going to see these guys in the first round.
Okay. Send Joe Alt my regards. He has no idea who I am. Yeah, but
I'll tell him. He'll say, tell Sean I'm glad he's a fan.
I thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you.
It's a fancy hotel. I want to say we stayed there. That used to be the Intercontinental. We used to stay, I think the first year of the franchise, we stayed there and before they moved to where they are at the downtown, before games and everything. That was one of those, I always felt like a fancy person staying there.
Oh, yeah.
It felt like, oh, yeah, this is the NFL. This is.
There's a robe in the closet. Yes.
Yeah.
Robe in the closet, baby. Houston's biggest annual college football event returns to primetime, NRG Stadium, Wednesday, December the 27th. It is the Tax Act Texas Bowl between the Oklahoma State Cowboys, Texas A&M Aggies. You want to get your tickets, taxacttexasbowl.com. All the free events during the week of the bowl game, Carbach Kickoff Concert presented by HEB on the 26th of December, Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside the stadium, day of the game. For more information and to get your tickets, go to taxacttexasbowl.com. Are the Tech dangerous of all the wild card contenders right now? That is next.
Here's the danger you need to be alert to.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. John McClain is such a pessimist. He should just move to Nashville to be close to his girlfriend, Amy, and cover his favorite team. John, I don't think John is biased towards the Tennessee Titans. I just thought that text was funny because it was like, that's like the most sixth grade insult that you can throw at somebody. Oh, is that your girlfriend? Is that your girlfriend, Amy?
I do have I don't know with Amy Adams Strunk. If I ever meet her in person, I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know if we'll end up screaming at each other or end up embroiled in a passionate affair. It's there's too many little. I never know if the Titans are being passive aggressive or not.
Yeah.
You know, that's the issue. Are they being passive aggressive with this Oiler, with this Columbia Blues stuff, or I don't know, or are they just genuinely that out of touch with the way people feel about them? I don't know.
I met her once. Seemed like a nice person. You know.
Did you have an impassionate, and did you become embroiled in a passionate affair?
No, far from it. But she seemed like a nice person. You and I talked about this earlier in the show. I think the very first segment of the show, we were talking about, like, man, this, like I was talking about my feeling, like this is the first time I really feel like since I started rooting for them that they've put a foundation together. Like they've had good teams before, but to quote a few of the texters, like, Sean, what you're saying when I said this in the 6 o'clock hour, what you're saying is they're a real football team now. And I'm like, yeah, that's what they are. They got a young quarterback on a rookie contract who's really good. They've got some cornerstone pieces. They've got a GM who seems to know what he's doing in free agency and in the draft, and a coach who is considered one of the brightest young coaches in the league. Yes, they are a real football team. That turned into a conversation, Seth, that you and I were having about teams that are in the playoffs right now, basically. Like the 4 division winners, or the 4 division leaders, I'll call it right now. Baltimore, Miami, in no specific order. Baltimore, Miami, Kansas City, and Jacksonville. Those are the 4 odds-on favorites to win the 4 divisions. Which team would those teams least like to face in a first-round playoff game? And I said, I think the Texans have got to be up there, if not at the top of the list. It just so happens that Jordan Dizani of CBSSports.com, almost as if he was listening to the show, moments after we had that conversation, dropped an article in which he ranks the 12 non-division leaders in the AFC. With, the Patriots are 12th right now because they have a 0% chance of making the playoffs. All the way up to, paging down, number 1 with a 73% chance of making the playoffs, and this obviously is subjective, this column, but he's talking about who the toughest would be to face, the Houston Texans. Number 1.
Okay. I appreciate the tip of the cap by this fella.
Yeah.
I got to say, honestly, though, I still look at the Bills who are 6-6. I don't know what to do with the Bills, Sean. I'm there on paper, like by performance, in like so many ways, the Bills should be a team that's still one of the stalwarts of the league, and yet they fired their offensive coordinator. Despite having like top numbers in a lot of categories offensively, they just can't quite get right. This is the stat they put in here that's kind of jarring about the Bills. They've got the second best point differential. They've scored 101 points more than their opponents by a team 500 or worse in NFL history through 12 games. So there's only one other team that's ever scored this many more points than their opponents and just been 500 or worse 12 games through in NFL history. They haven't lost by 7+ points in 35 games. 35 games, going back many seasons. They are an extremely competitive football team. They do a lot of really, really good things offensively, and yet they're 6-6 and nobody can trust them.
Yeah, they're scary. It's weird to say they're 6-6. Now their schedule's a bear, and their schedule coming up here is tough too. I know they've got a couple tough games coming up. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but yeah, Buffalo. I think if I was Baltimore or Miami or any of those teams, Kansas City, Jacksonville, I'm with you, Seth. I think Buffalo would be number 1, based in part playoff experience. They've not made it to a Super Bowl or anything. I think they made it to an AFC title game. Am I mistaken on that? Making it to an AFC title game? I know they've
They just lost to the Eagles in overtime.
Yeah.
Their offensive coordinator got fired after a game that they lost, not because of their offense, but because the special teams had 12 guys on the field goal block. Like, there's a lot of weird things about the Bills right now.
Okay, who do you trust more in a road playoff environment, Josh Allen or C.J. Stroud?
C.J. Stroud.
Okay. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is the Texans then.
I've seen Josh Allen on a road playoff environment in Houston, and now this was the Houston playoff game by the Bills was kind of the springboard in a lot of ways for Josh Allen and what he's become.
Yes,
that was the last seen version of the old Josh Allen.
Correct.
That was incredibly inaccurate. That was erratic. Like, took way too many chances with the football, but he's still, and you could blame some of it on bad luck, but he still coughs the ball up a lot. And so when it comes to trusting a quarterback, I trust CJ to take care of the football better than Josh Allen.
Yeah, I do too. Here's what Jordan Dezzani says about the Texans. The Texans are 7-3 in their last 10 games. Stroud is the first rookie to lead the NFL in passing yards at the end of any week since at least 1950. All right, so the mere fact that he leads the league at the end of this week, that stuff hasn't been happening since 1950. The defense held the Broncos 11 on third down, which I hadn't realized till like 2 days after the game, because they converted all those fourth downs. I was like, wait, they were 0 for 11 on third down, but they kept the ball moving. But they converted all those fourth downs. Losing Tank Dell stinks since he was on pace to be the best rookie wideout in franchise history, but Stroud still has Nico Collins, and he's got Noah Brown. So there you go. That's the blurb on the Texans are arguably the biggest surprise of the NFL season, and man, does the future look bright in H-Town. It does, Jordan. It does. All right.
It does. The Tank Dell dynamic's the big thing. They showed that they could produce without Nico Collins earlier this season, but with Tank Dell, let's see, they missed Tank Dell for one game.
New Orleans.
And so did that pass the producing without Tank Dell on the field?
They were lights out in the first half and scored 3 points in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
They scored 20.
Now, they were without Tank Dell for 3 quarters in this last game, and Nico Collins had 190 yards receiving. I think it's different when it's an in-game adjustment as opposed to having an entire week. This is going to be a really, really good test for the Jets this week. As bad as the Jets are, as bad as the Jets are as a team, their defense is genuinely really good. I think whatever dysfunction there is in that organization right now, I think the defense is going to be really amped up to play C.J. Stroud. And I think this will be a really good test. If the offense could come in and produce versus this defense and handle business in their first game without Tank Dell, then I'm going to feel really, really, really good about the postseason.
All right, Tank Dell, we asked Nick Caserio yesterday when he was on with us, Texans GM, should Tank have been out there on that play? And also, updates on Kenyon Green, evaluations of Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley Jr. The best of our conversation with Nick Caserio is next. But first,
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good conversation yesterday with Texans GM Nick Caserio. If you missed it, it's on the podcast. I tweeted it out as well. Tweeted last night, I accidentally tweeted out the wrong Nick Caserio interview we did. People were like, Sean, this is from October. I'm like, yeah, go listen, though. It was amazing back in October.
Yeah, I meant to do that.
Yeah.
That's what you should have said.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
I meant
duh.
to do that.
It's a saga. I'm sending this so you can binge all of our Nick Caserio interviews. Okay, jerk face. So, no, thank you for those who corrected me on it, so I got the correct one out there. But we actually asked about some of the specific guys on the team that have been topics of conversation. Let's start with Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie, named a captain. I know I said before the year, because there was a promo that played for about a week and a half with me saying Petrie is the most likely guy on this team to ascend to Pro Bowl status of this young core. And as it turns out, there's like at least a half dozen guys that are well in front of him right now.
You were like when Peter King named Brooks Reed his preseason defensive MVP. A
little bit.
And it ended up being like that was the year J.J. Watt became one of the greatest defensive players who ever lived. Yeah.
I should have said Nico Collins. I should have said Nico Collins is the guy who's going to make the big leap forward of the young core. Here was Nick Caserio when we asked him yesterday for an assessment of Jalen Petrie's season.
Yeah, Jalen's a good football player. He's made a lot of good plays. You know, there's always plays that we can improve and get better, but his energy, I'd say his playmaking ability, you know, the tackling has been a little bit up and down at times, but I would say he cares a lot about football. He's a very instinctive player. He's very aware. I think he and Jimmy have complemented each other well. So, you know, I think there's some growing pains that every player goes through, and, you know, I think sometimes everybody's kind of, you know, wants to nitpick and look for things. There's always things that players can do better. There's always things that we can improve. They can improve them on. I certainly can. But love having Jalen on the team. Personality, love his mindset, the way he prepares, his focus. We'll take Jalen Petrie in this building. We'll take 1,000 Jalen Petries on this football team any day of the week. There's no question about it.
They're going to ride or die with Jalen Petrie.
Well, no, and I think that's where, again, this is where I got nervous last year with a lot of the attention Jalen Petrie was getting, because a lot of it was like the classic Kamuk Rouge Hill type of attention, where, wow, this is a really active player on a bad defense. And a lot of times it ends up, people end up thinking like, wow, this guy's all over the place. He's making all these plays. Man, he must be awesome. And you ignore some of the other things that he's not necessarily doing, like a veteran player yet. That was Jalen Petrie last year. When he gets a really good defensive-minded head coach to come in and put in an actual modern NFL defense, it's not going to be as simple as, oh, yeah, then so this year I'll be even better. Because the fact of the matter was, he was really good in some respects last year, but he was bad. He was very, very young in some respects last year, too. And those are the parts of the game that he still needs to work on, which is fine. I think the positives still very much outweigh the negatives as long as you evaluate him as a second-year player. And I think that's where I think there's if he hadn't had kind of a flashy rookie season, I don't think people would necessarily be as distraught over his performance so far this season. I think that they look at it as like, we still believe in his upside. He just needs more experience, really, for the first time in his life, playing actual some hybrid position, not playing up near the line of scrimmage. You know, in college he wasn't. In college he was more of a linebacker than a safety, and I think that's just going to be part of the growing pains as he learns, you know, what risks he can take, when to recognize exactly where he fits in the defense. All that's going to be a work in progress.
I'm still bullish on Jalen Petrie overall because of the upside of the playmaking ability, the intelligence, a lot of things Nick talked about in that cut right there. I do wonder if, man, this is going to be one of these, like, sounds like a complete narrative thing. I do wonder about making him a captain this season in his second year after one kind of shaky rookie year overall, as you pointed out, Seth. Like, he flashed at times as a rookie, but he also had a ton of stuff he could improve upon. Maybe I'm making a bigger deal out of it than it should be, but that felt a little strange.
It's weird seeing that C on his chest. I kind of have to remind myself sometimes that he has a lot of things that are right when it comes to attitude and all of that. Like, he does all those things the right way. I thought, you know, sometimes I feel like the questions about, hey, how do you teach this team to overcome what they had learned over the last couple of years? I feel like that line of thinking is overblown. There is a danger, though, on bad football teams that people's standards and expectations for what a genuine leader or a genuine good player is, they become warped, or the bar is a little bit too low. And I think that's what happened last year with the Texans. I think that you get excited about some of the young guys and what they can do, but you got to remember that they are still rookies, that they are not the guy everybody lined up and figure out how to play and everything on Sunday. Like, that's what your Jimmy Wards are for, not your Jalen Petries.
I think that happened with Dameon Pierce, too, with fans. I think the Dameon Pierce was really the only thing watchable offensively for this team last year. Add to that his personality, which is incredibly engaging and easy to root for. And I feel like we were treating Dameon Pierce like he was Earl Campbell at times last year.
Well, listen, hey, I don't want to pile on this one guy and, blame him yet again for another problem in Houston. But I think a lot of this you could point to Jose Altuve. Yet another instance in which Jose Altuve, Jose Altuve was your perennial all-star on a bad team. And what happens when the Astros get good? Oh, he's still the best player on your team. So I think what happened was Jose Altuve yet again has screwed us by setting our expectations too high. They're like, oh yeah, so that's what happens, right?
Yep.
Your guy that you love the most on a bad team just ends up being awesome when they're a good team now.
Boy, that is some deep thinking. That's really selfish of Altuve to do that too.
It really is.
Yeah.
Like, without ever any did he even offer to come in and talk to the Texans or anything?
Yeah.
Did he ever?
Just so you know, the expectations are going to be set really high, and none of these guys are as awesome as I am, okay?
The very fact that I know Jose Altuve would never call up D'Amico Ryans and say, hey, I think I should come talk to you guys about what it takes to be a pro. That's right. That shows you that Altuve just doesn't.
That's right. Stop being so selfish, Altuve. Jeez.
Can you imagine how... That's an RG3 move right there.
Oh, yeah.
RG3 would totally hey, coach, I feel like I should come in and talk to your team about what it takes.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Kenyon Green, kind of out of sight, out of mind, Kenyon Green. You remember him? He was the 15th overall pick in the draft in 2022, guard out of Texas A&M that didn't play all that well last year. Got hurt in training camp. Here is Nick Caserio's update on Kenyon Green and where he's at.
He's, I'd say he's kind of still in the rehab process here. He's getting to the point where he's able to kind of pick up some of his training. So he'll be ready to participate in the offseason program here in March, April. But he's doing the things necessary to get himself in a position to compete physically here. So he's been around the building. I mean, we've seen him here, not on a daily basis, but he's here on a fairly regular basis. He's still engaged. He's still involved. So I'd say he has a lot of work ahead of him. He knows that, when you go into your third year. So at some point, the clock is ticking here, so you got to make sure you're doing everything possible to put yourself into position. I would say the offensive line, it's a pretty competitive group. We played a lot of players this year. We have a number of players that are under contract next year, so our suspicion is that's going to be a pretty competitive group here, next year. But we'll see how it all shakes out.
I'll be honest with you, Seth. Like, whenever I think about the offensive line moving forward, I think about the contract extensions they gave out, and I think about drafting Juice Scruggs. This surprise that Jaret Patterson was this season as a center. I rarely think of Kenyon Green. He is out of sight, out of mind right now. And I think the fact that they're winning, and especially with Stingley now playing well, that it seems like they've hit on the other first-round picks, almost kind of cushions the blow that, odds are Kenyon Green is not going to turn into what they expected him to be as the 15th overall pick. It'd be nice if he did, for sure. But I don't even think about Kenyon Green when it comes to me thinking about the 2024 offensive line.
I think what you have to hope is, for one, Derek Stingley was most recently the guy that just looked like, okay, this guy's just always injured. I'm going to write him off. I can't think. And there is still a part of me that I need to see Derek Stingley stay healthy really for another 15 months before I'm going to feel confident that, okay, that was just a really extremely bad stretch of bad luck for Derek Stingley. With Kenyon Green, I think what you hope is that by virtue of just his knee injury his senior year, going into the combine, going into the draft, and then that leading into a multitude of other injuries, sometimes your anatomical chain just gets all screwed up because you're constantly rehabbing or compensating for something else, that maybe this will be the first time where he's got a full 9 months to just get his body right, and then maybe you see a different version of him in August.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the hope. Is it like, okay, just almost like a red shirt year? Like we're going to put Humpty Dumpty back together again kind of thing.
Yeah.
Tank Dell, injured on Sunday against the Broncos. A lot of debate back and forth. Should Tank Dell have been in there? They're down in goal line. He's tiny. What's he doing? We asked Nick Caserio.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of revisionist history. I mean, like, go back and watch our first 12 games and see how many plays that Tank was involved at the point of attack from a blocking standpoint. So, I mean, like, this isn't like some isolated situation or incident. I mean, I'd say he's one of the toughest mentally and physically players we have on our football team. I'd say he plays bigger than his size. I mean, every play is not going to be a pass play, but we love everything about Tank. Like, everything Tank is about and everything Tank stands for is what the Houston Texans are about. He's a great football player. We're lucky to have him on the team. We love having him on a team. The way his teammates respond to him, and he goes out there and he's made plays and he's helped us win and he's helped us get to this point. So those things are unfortunate. I mean, this is part of football. It's unfortunate, but and to paint a picture, I mean, I would say go back and watch our first 12 games and see how many players. There's been a lot of plays like way worse than that, where he's had to go in there and block Rayshon Jenkins and talking about guys 220, 230 pounds in a running game. So where he's involved in the point of attack, and it just speaks to his willingness to do whatever it takes to help the team.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to keep the threat of Tank out there, even in goal line situations. We saw Tank score a touchdown in that virtually the same formation that they scored that touchdown on Sunday earlier in the season, where they threw kind of just a direct horizontal shot to Tank at about the 6 or 7 yard line, makes one guy miss, and then he ducks into the end zone,
Plus, the other one there, too, like, I don't know. Honestly, it's impossible for me to know just in watching the way that play unfolded whether Nico perhaps was supposed to be. I mean, Nico and Tank were both blocking the one defensive player, almost like the way an offensive lineman scoop, like to where Nico maybe should have been the guy that kept going to block the safety, and Tank kind of threw himself in and said, like, looking for work. He's a classic, like, Nico was going in Tank was going in looking for more work because the guy in front of him was already getting blocked. So I don't know exactly what the design of that play was supposed to be. I don't think it was as much of him being in the middle of everything as it ended up being. I also know that Bobby Slowick and those guys have had to try to talk to Tank about, hey, be smarter sometimes. You don't need to be throwing yourself into every car crash. So there's multiple things that could have gone wrong there, and it's the game of football at the end of the day. Stuff's going to happen. I think in the future, hopefully, that I don't think it's play design. I think it's just the way this play unfolded that Tank's going to throw himself into more situations like that. I spent 12 weeks bragging and gushing about Tank Dell and his willingness to block in the run game and how much that matters on good football teams, that your wide receivers are willing to block. I never got a single bit of pushback from anybody. Yeah. Not a single time. Yeah. Not a single damn time. Yep. Now all of a sudden, I got multitudes coming at me saying that Tank Dell shouldn't have been in there. Where were you? Where were you the first 12 weeks? Where were you? Yep. Where were your objections?
And I think that's exactly what Nick is saying with revisionist history there. All right, last one. We asked Nick Caserio yesterday. Of course, Derek Stingley Jr. and his injuries have been a huge topic. And that's a huge topic that correlates directly to Nick Caserio's tenure as GM. That was his first really high draft pick, GM of this team, and Derek Stingley Jr. was having a hard time staying on the field. Now he's been arguably the best cornerback in football the last month or so since he came back from a hamstring. What was your emotion, Nick, watching Stingley excel?
Any player that comes in this building, they're here for a reason. We want them to be successful. It's never linear. Nothing's going to happen from A to B. It might take a little bit more time. There might be some obstacles that a player has to deal with, but really what it is, it's a credit. It's a credit to the player, and it's a credit to the coach for the time and the investment that they've put in, realizing that playing, I would say specifically, if it's playing corner, arguably one of the harder positions to play on the football field, probably outside of quarterback, because you might have, 8 to 10 targets in a game, and if you only give up one play, it could be a big play in a game, but the rest of the plays, like, nobody remembers because you give up one play for, a big gain or big completion. So you have to have a certain amount of mental and physical toughness to withstand and endure, some trials and tribulations. But, anytime a player deals with some things and goes out there and has success, you're happy for that player that, he's put himself himself in a position to go out there and be a productive member of your team. So Derek's worked really hard. He's had a good mindset. Derek's, it's more about actions and words with him. So hopefully he can continue to build on some of the positive things that he's done and the defense has done here over the last, however many weeks. And, it's credit to Sting. It's a credit to Dino and Corey and the training staff and everybody that has put the time in to put the player in a position to go out there and, potentially have some success.
There you go. So Nick Caserio, happy for Derek Stingley. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, so the Texans' opponent this week in the New York, they have a ton of just angst and drama swirling around them right now. Just huge drama swirling around the New York Jets. Part of it is due to a media member in New York sharing texts on the air. Where does this rank on the scale of violated trust? We'll let you hear the audio of that on our sister station, WFAN, next. But first, Suit Mart. And I was just out at Suit Mart yesterday, hanging with Gary Dante, the owner out there.
Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. So I think, it's the Jets are a 4-8 team. So for me to say what I'm about to say is going to sound a little silly, but I think they're catching the Jets at the right time. Now you could just argue that 2023 without Aaron Rodgers is the right time to catch the Jets.
Sean, they beat the Eagles. Sean,
they did.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're catching them on a week. It's not really that close to when they were good enough to beat the Eagles.
The Jets beat the Broncos. Like I'm telling you, never mind, not this year. Never mind.
But sometime they did, I swear. So anyways, there's a lot of drama swirling around the Jets. We know about the Aaron Rodgers, or the Zach Wilson saying he's reluctant to play. Diana Rossini saying that Zach Wilson didn't want to reclaim the starter's job. He just wanted to sit out. Aaron Rodgers refuting that and saying Diana Rossini is committing character assassination on Zach Wilson. Rossini doubling down and saying, nope, I stand by what I reported. So we've got that bit of drama. This one is just funny to me because this involves Robert Saleh and I guess to some degree, just what Robert Saleh looks like with the Jets, because obviously, this is 3 straight years now where the Jets have not been very good, and Robert Saleh has been the head coach that whole time.
And by the way, though, Sean, as far as being the right time,
yeah.
Remember, they beat the Bills, they did beat the Broncos, and they beat the Eagles this year.
Okay.
Those are 3 of their 4 victories, all in the first half of the season. So I'm just backing you up. I don't think it's the wrong thing to say that they're catching the Jets, who have an awesome defense at the right time.
That's fair. Yeah, no, it's not. They're not 1-11 or anything. They did win some games. You're right. They've lost 5 straight, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Because I think they were 4-3, and everybody's going, well, they might be able to get into the playoffs with Zach.
They've lost 5 straight, and that awesome defense in that time has led up 32 points to the Bills and 34 points to the Dolphins. No slouches, don't get me wrong, but it's not like they're the unstoppable wall or anything.
Yeah, that I think we're going to see that in Cleveland too, Seth. Like eventually, if you just have such bad quarterback play and you have a good defense, that's tough to hold up for 17 games. You can speak to that. You've been on teams like that before.
It's really, really hard. But they held the Falcons to 13 last week. So it's still, you don't go into this game thinking that these defense is a bunch of bums by any stretch.
No. And the weather's going to be shaky, and the Texans, game's going to be outside. It's the first road game the Texans have had in over a month. So, yeah, there's plenty of reasons to think that the Texans could struggle offensively in this game. As far as the other drama goes surrounding the Jets, it involves Robert Saleh and Joe Benigno, who is a former host on WFAN, who hosts a podcast now, I believe a Jets podcast, for Odyssey up in New York. WFAN, of course, is our sister. He makes periodic appearances on the various shows up there, Boomer and Gio in the morning, and Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber in the afternoon. He went on Evan and Tiki on Monday this week in the afternoon. We should point out that Joe Benigno, older guy, as you'll hear in his voice, he's got a relationship with Robert Saleh to the point where the two text back and forth quite a bit. I'm assuming that Robert Saleh, when he texts Joe Benigno, doesn't think he's going to go on the air on WFAN and reveal some of the things that have been exchanged between the two of them, but that's exactly what Joe did. The first thing he revealed was that Saleh shared with him at one point, presumably to stick up for himself as the head coach of the Jets, a list of coaches and what their records have been with backup quarterbacks like the Jets have been this year with no Aaron Rodgers.
I'm going to say this because, it's out there. I text the coach. He texted me the other day and gave me a litany of head coaches and what their record is without their quarterback and with their quarterback. Okay? And like going, like Zach Taylor, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay. We go right on down the line, okay? By the way, Mike Tomlin's the only one that has a winning record when he doesn't have Roethlisberger. Yeah. Okay? All right?
But who's his guy? Aaron Rodgers? Because for the first 2 years he was here, his guy was Zach Wilson.
Well,
so we don't count that as his record.
I hate to bring this up, but this is I got. I'm telling you, I got like a 2-page litany of all these coaches and what their record is without their real quarterback.
Yeah, that's dirty pool right there. You know, like usually if you've got a texting relationship with a coach, it's almost like a presumed off the record part of it. You know, like the old journalistic standard is if somebody doesn't say specifically it's off the record, then it's on the record, and you can print the quotes and everything. Like, we're not journalists in sports talk radio. We're just you're chatting now. So if Saleh wants to make that argument, Saleh probably assumes that, like, all right, this isn't going to be blasted out this way. Like, Benigno could disagree with the argument and everything, but it's just that you're not going to have your private text read out loud on the air.
Well, I would say probably Saleh's motivation for sending that to Benigno, I would say, odds are, were not just to get Benigno smartened up. It's probably he knows Benigno has a podcast and he goes on WFAN, and the hope would be, for Saleh possibly, is that he would use that intel without attributing it to Robert Saleh. You know, that he would go on and say, guys, in defense of Robert Saleh, these are the records of some of the other coaches who've had to use their backup quarterback. I could see that being Saleh's motivation. He definitely did not want Joe Benigno to go, so Saleh sent me this text that had all these records of coaches.
Well, and it's the way that he's framing it, too. Yeah. Like, you know what? Saleh texted it. Benigno can do it. It's just that Benigno should never, ever again expect like any coach to trust him with any kind of like just back and forth, like an off the record conversation where like, and again, no matter how he ended up using it, the expectation of the coach or that person is that like, I'm having a frank conversation with you. You're not going to come back and burn me by making me look like a schmuck, which is what he was doing there. He was making Saleh look like a schmuck, like making him look pathetic for defending himself in that moment like that. So he'll never get that again.
Well, there were two transgressions by Benigno in this hit with Evan and Tiki on the afternoon show on WFAN. That was the first one, revealing Saleh sent him a list of coaches who had losing records or had bad records with backup quarterbacks. He also completely botched the interpretation of a text from Saleh in response to Benigno saying that Saleh should put Zach Wilson back in as the starting quarterback.
I can tell you right now he don't like Zach. He don't like Zach because I'll tell you this. So when I did this 6-part thing that I put out there to him, okay, and one of them, I listed them too, like by number, okay? And one of number 2 was him getting involved in the play calling. Right. I did put that. Number 3, I said, you got to go back to Zach. So he texts me back. And I mean, he might get mad at me for this, but I don't care. He texts me back, and he says, Joe, about number 3. Which was playing Wilson. Right. Are you kidding me?
Okay, and again, the way that was framed was on to Joe saying you should play Zach Wilson. Are you kidding me? Was that he was framing it as though Robert Saleh was saying, are you kidding me? Zach Wilson sucks. Why would I put him back in there? In actuality, are you kidding me from Robert Saleh was more directed at Joe Benigno because Benigno had hated Zach Wilson all year and now all of a sudden wants him back as a starting quarterback. The "Are you kidding me?" was directed at Benigno's whimsicalness, his just flip-floppiness of his opinion, than it was Zach Wilson's level of play.
So he's both airing these texts and misrepresenting the texts all at once, and flat out saying, hey, the head coach doesn't like Zach Wilson, and I know it because he's been texting me. Yeah. This is some clown behavior. This is when you know you got to retire, man. This is when you're just like, okay, the podcast realm has been awesome for retired dudes to be able to have something to do. But at some point, when you're starting to make a clown out of yourself, it's time to retire. It's time to pack it in, man.
The part that would piss me off the most if I were Robert Saleh was at the very end where he goes, well, I'm going to say this. He's going to get mad, but I don't care. Like, really?
Yeah.
Really, dude?
Yeah.
You don't care? Like, I'm the coach of the Jets. You don't care that I'm mad at that? First of all, you're ignoring, like you're violating confidences, and now you're saying you don't even care that you're violating confidence.
That's like saying, well, especially like he's going to get mad because it's messed up that I'm putting this out there.
Right? He's acknowledging
like saying, hey, he's going to get mad that I'm going to steal his bicycle, but I'm going to steal his bicycle.
Yeah, man.
Like it's a weakness to be angry that somebody's stealing your bicycle.
I would say going on the air on WFAN and reading texts. I would say screen grabbing a text and posting it on social media, screen grabbing DMs on Twitter and posting that on social media.
This is honestly, Sean, this all goes back to The thing that's created more issues for more young men in the New York region than anything ever before, The Sopranos. Everybody wants to believe they're in The Sopranos. Anybody who grows up in New York, and these young guys like Benigno, they all want to believe they're a gangster, and they're just going to do whatever they're going to do. Yeah. He thinks he's Tony Soprano. It's his problem. This stupid young, what is he, Gen Z, this Benigno?
I wonder how old he is. He's probably like in his 70s.
He's like 97.
Yeah.
I think.
He did admit.
He used to do sports radio into a gramophone.
He did do a mea culpa on Boomer and Gio the following morning, Tuesday morning, saying that, yes, I misinterpreted Robert Saleh's text to me.
Rob Saleh.
Well, I don't know if I blowtorched.
You blowtorched him. No, you 100% blowtorched him.
Okay, if that's what you want to say. All right.
That's what I believe.
First of all, total misinterpretation by me of what he said. Okay, I was wrong about that. What basically he was saying was, all this time you've been killing Zach, and you want him benched, and now you want me to play him?
I think the blowtorching that Boomer is referring to is the fact that, one, you're sharing text messages that you've had with Rob Saleh when they're at the lowest point of the season on the air at WFAN. That's one. And two, you're now giving out an opinion that you thought Rob Saleh had that he didn't. If you're Rob Saleh, you're like, what in the effing hell is going on here?
Well, look, I was wrong. I admit it. I mean, I'm on here talking to you now telling you that. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else you want me to say about it.
And so we got Aaron Rodgers fighting with Diana Rossini, Zach Wilson not wanting to play, and Robert Saleh fighting with Joe Benigno. Catching them at the right time, Seth.
Well, I don't even know if Robert Saleh's even fighting with him. He's just kind of having his name dragged through the mud by Joe Benigno. Have we heard Robert Saleh even weigh in on it? I'm guessing he's not going to weigh in on it.
I'm assuming that this is weighing heavy on Robert Saleh's soul as he takes the field this Sunday against the
Texans. I'll tell you what,
Texans.
Jets fans. This is why you can't have nice. This is why Rich Kotite don't come around no more.
That's right.
He's
that's why
the way he was treated.
Oh yeah, that's why. Rich Kotite. Oh, poor Rich Kotite. He always gets brought up as the generic horrible coach name. Poor Rich
Kotite in his satin green jacket.
Oh my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Oh wait, well the funniest Jets story I ever heard, Sean, like the most emblematic of what it was like for the Jets way back when was Kyle Brady, former first-round pick for the Jets, who was drafted when, like 1995 or so.
Yeah, like 9th overall. He was a top 10 pick.
He got drafted as a tight end to a football team in the New York Jets who did not have a tight ends coach. So rookie Kyle,
and no coach.
So rookie Kyle Brady would kind of bounce back and forth between the receivers, defensive line, and or just hanging out.
That sounds fun. That sounds kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you're never going to develop as a football player, but I'd be like, man, I can run roughshod in this place.
He was 1995. Was that Kotite?
Kotite, I think, was a little before that, but yeah.
Can you imagine though?
Yeah.
They drafted him. No, they drafted him in the first round. He got booed like crazy at Madison Square Garden, in the city where he was just drafted, and they just didn't even bother having a tight end coach.
That's hilarious.
To help develop their young tight end. It was Kotite.
Okay, Kotite. There it is. Okay, well that's reason. And you know what? Forget about sympathy for Rich Kotite. He deserves all the shade he gets. All right. Speaking of head coaches, what's the worst head coaching job right now in the NFL? I've got an opinion on this, and it plays into the biggest name that might be out there on the coaching market. That is next.
find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. I think the Bears' job, the Bears' head coaching job, is the worst one in football right now. The Carolina Panthers, you might be set up worse right now, just in terms of the roster and the quarterback. You know, the Bears at least have a shot to kind of reset at the quarterback. But I'm talking like currently in the moment, because Matt Eberflus is treated like he's not even in the building anymore with the rumors that are going around like, who are the Bears going to pick as their head coach once they whack this guy? Jim Harbaugh or Eric Bieniemy? Yeah. They're both getting traction right now.
The Bears have already gone through one go-round with a former Chiefs offensive coordinator who currently finds himself back as the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. So Eric Bieniemy went out and did it on his own in Washington this year. Sam Howell has exceeded expectations in a lot of ways. They've amassed a lot of yardage, and yet, one of our listeners took me to task for phrasing this the wrong way, and it was accurate. He should have taken me for task because I basically said, like, Sam Howell's got a bunch of yards, but he's not doing it consistently. He leads the league in passing yardage. I think if you look at any given drive, they stall out like way too frequently. They'll do things in big chunks. So yes, they have amassed yardage, but it's not like they've translated that into an effective offense, if that makes any more sense. But it's way above and beyond, I think, where people expected Sam Howell to be.
Yes.
So it's one thing to step in and kind of be at the helm while Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid are doing their thing. It's also perhaps worth noting that the Chiefs offensively this year are not nearly what they were last year.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Because I think Sam, even with all the fact that the Commanders aren't winning games and the offense doesn't generate a lot of points, but they're yards, and Sam Howell himself is getting a lot of passing yards. That's good enough for me to say that Eric Bieniemy's done more with an offense quarterbacked by Sam Howell than I would have expected before the season. Like that Sam Howell's name is even up near the top in passing yards. Eric Bieniemy gets more than a passing grade for me as the OC in Washington. And I'm not a huge Eric Bieniemy guy, but I think he's done a decent job there. But yeah, the Chiefs look very, very ordinary this year offensively. And it's largely the same group that won the Super Bowl last year, right? I mean, Tyreek, we're 2 years removed from Tyreek Hill not being there. It's not like they traded Tyreek Hill this past offseason. I think this Chiefs offense is what people expected it to be when they traded Tyreek Hill 2 years ago. Like, oh, man, all of a sudden they're going to have trouble moving the football, and Mahomes is going to struggle. And I say struggle, like relatively speaking. He's still like fourth on the odds board for MVP. They're still winning football games. But, yeah, do you place more stock in the Chiefs' regression without Bieniemy or Howell being a competent quarterback with Bieniemy?
Okay, let's see. Which one do I place more stock in? I guess I place more stock in Bieniemy having elevated Sam Howell.
Same.
That maybe you'll get the most out of that. There's just too many various, like obviously everything you just said about Mahomes. I do think that maybe perhaps sometimes it's the mix that matters the most, and it might be as much as it's Mahomes, Bieniemy, and Reid all working together might have been the absolute best thing. They had many of the similar challenges last year that they have this year. It's just impossible to say. So yeah, Bieniemy going and doing this on a team which is a lame duck in a lot of respects in Washington. Nobody expects the ownership to stick with Ron Rivera. It was almost a 1-year prove-it deal for Eric Bieniemy. I just also, though, wonder that I think there are a lot of people out there that liked Eric Bieniemy as an offensive coordinator already. It's a matter of just do they have too many objections about him as a head coach between his past and some of the off-field incidents that he's had, and then these rumors that he's just somehow just an atrocious interview somehow. I have no idea about how much those affect things. But I think it's more than just I think there's teams out there that respected him as a coordinator who passed on him as a head coach already.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of a difference it makes this year.
The article that cited Eric Bieniemy, as a candidate for the Bears, also points out that Ryan Poles was in the building for years and years and years with Bieniemy in Kansas City. So Poles was part of the front office in Kansas City. So they've got a history together. So I guess if anybody's going to have good intel on what you're talking about, Seth, the personality of it behind the scenes, just how much does a bad interview mean that he would be bad at communicating with players as a head coach, et cetera, I guess it would be Ryan Poles. This we know. The chances are whoever takes that job in Chicago once they fire Eberflus is probably going to be working with Caleb Williams or going to be working with a top quarterback in all likelihood.
Oh, and by the way, Stroud's leading the league in passing yards. Howell's second. I just, you know what, everybody, just settle the hell down on this stuff, okay? Sam Howell's got a lot of passing yardage compared to where people thought he was.
He was leading until this past weekend.
Yeah.
So he's up there.
By the way, for the record, as far as all that goes, it's nice. And as far as C.J. Stroud leading the league in passing yardage, that's probably the stat I care the least about in the sports world.
Yes.
Is passing yardage by quarterbacks. Whenever like Drew Brees set a record for career yardage or this, that, or anything, I just don't care because it's become such a devalued stat.
Well,
in so many ways as the era has changed that I just don't care. Like touchdown scoring, all that stuff is what I care about with CJ.
Yeah.
Which he's doing fantastically well. Gross yardage, I just don't give a damn.
In a perfect world, the Texans would not want him being on pace for 5,000 passing yards because they would hope that you've put together some semblance of a running game to go with it. Like, this may be the most passing yards. If the Texans ever fix their running game, this will be the most passing yards we see C.J. Stroud get in a season, possibly, his rookie year. The other coach rumored for Chicago, who's also rumored for Carolina, is Jim Harbaugh. Cody Benjamin, CBSSports.com. Jim Harbaugh rumors. These two NFL teams are already discussing Michigan coach as a potential hire per a report. And it's Jim Harbaugh. Chicago and Carolina. Of course, he has history in Chicago. He played quarterback there for 7 seasons. He was drafted by the Bears in 1987. Played there for a number of years. Jim Harbaugh and Dave Tepper. Seth, that's what I need. I need Jim Harbaugh and David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers.
There's part of me trying to figure out Dave Tepper. Like, Dave Tepper very much thinks of himself as a tough guy. You can tell. He's got this reputation as, he's done things like, he's bought businesses and or houses at various times just to spite people. He's the classic guy who would, like, buy a company just so he could fire the CEO because he hates the CEO. That type of guy. But yet, he lives in the world of fancy finance. There's always these guys that want to think they're tough guys, but they're not actually tough guys. And I wonder if maybe him hiring Mark Ruffalo lookalike, and then hiring everybody's favorite grandpa Frank Reich. I wonder if he just hires beta males because he doesn't actually want to have his actual toughness confronted. So yeah, I would love to see him and Jim Harbaugh. I feel like Jim Harbaugh might be giving him a swirly by day 3. I would love to see that.
There's an article that just went up on The Athletic a few minutes ago, and it's titled, "What Happened with the Panthers? Hunger Games Culture, Backstabbing, and Another Fired Coach." I need Jim Harbaugh dropped down into that ecosystem. I want to see how that would work. I need him dropped into the middle of a, quote, Hunger Games culture. By the way, going to Twitter here, I'm proud of my Twitter followers, who I will say I'm assuming a lot of you listen to the show as well, so I will say also that I'm proud of you, the listeners that voted in this Twitter poll. Texan fans, Pender poll, who are you rooting for in the Jags at Browns game this Sunday? Jags win. It improves the Texans' wild card chances and makes the Browns' first round pick better that the Texans own. Browns win, improves the Texans' chances to win the AFC South. I'm proud of the 74% of you that have voted Go Browns on here. You should be rooting for the Browns. Rooting for the Jags is a loser mentality. Root for the Browns, go for the division.
That draft pick now is, for one, it'd be one thing if you're talking about the difference between number 1 overall and number 2 overall or something. Like, that can mean if you're getting the quarterback you want, like the Panthers were able to last year.
It's the difference between like 18 and 14,
Yeah, I don't care as much about it because I feel like this is a team that can make a run right now.
Yep.
My priorities have changed.
I want a home playoff game more than I want 5 slots in the draft. is what it boils down to. Who are you rooting for, John Lopez?
Man, this is a great question. I saw you post it, and my first thought, to be completely honest, was that loser mentality. My first thought was, I think their most realistic thing is the wild card. You know, and so I thought that was sound. But then I started thinking, okay, Christian Kirk, okay, you know, obviously Trevor Lawrence, and I'm like, it is there.
It's there.
It's hard. It's a very difficult thing to win this division. You got to beat them by one game, and that's asking a lot.
But the next 2 weeks, you're favored by a touchdown in New York. Presumably, unless something goes horribly wrong in New York, you're going to be favored in Tennessee in Week 15.
Right.
The Jags are about to play, at best, Cleveland and Baltimore with a gimpy Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Possibly with no Trevor Lawrence.
And yeah.
You might have picked up all the games you need.
Yeah. Already.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I changed my mind. I think, you know what? It is there.
It's there.
It's a big ask.
Yeah.
But it is there.
And I think the Browns losing is going to take care of itself over time. I think the Texans are going to win some games here. I think they're going to win 10 or 11 games, and we're going to have to worry about the Browns. The Browns, even if they were to upset the Jags this weekend, with Joe Flacco as your quarterback, there's some losses on the schedule there for the Browns.
Yeah, no. So, you know, you didn't necessarily convince me, but what you just said is why I changed my mind.
Got you.
Yeah,
Got you. Okay.
Dude, I started looking at some of the other matchups this weekend, and Patriots-Steelers is tomorrow night.
That's Thursday night, dude.
Yes.
How does that not get flexed out?
I don't know, but I've never been more excited for a bad matchup
I am
on
too.
Thursday night than this. I'm fascinated by this. Oh, my God.
I've not gotten to watch.
That's got playoff implications for us as well.
It does. Yeah, no, we've got to root for Bill O'Brien and Bill Belichick tomorrow to upset the Pittsburgh Steelers. No, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch the Patriots get beat on like a drum.
Yes.
But then
that's
Eagles Cowboys Sunday night. That's going to be a fun one.
That's
too.
the main event of the weekend for sure.
For normal football reasons, not this Thursday night stuff.
Correct. All right, we are done. We're out of time. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and clarifications on passing leaders to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we're done. The Loop is up next. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
You look at this week, John. The Texans are the only team in the AFC South to be favored.
Saw that.
The only team in the AFC South to be favored. Cleveland's a dog. The Jags are a dog. And the Titans are a dog. So we could be talking about the Texans, assuming that they take care of business with the Jets. And I'm starting to get a little more nervous about that game than I think a lot of people are.
I think I'm with you on that.
I think Caserio.
Maybe I'm just always nervous about this.
I think Caserio got me a little nervous yesterday. I already was, but he gave the stat of I think the Jets have played 7 one-possession games, and the weather's going to suck. It's going to be a scrappy thing. I think the Texans are getting a lot of love. CJ was on McAfee yesterday. They can't protect him. So as confident as I was about that Denver game, the Jets game has me a little bit nervous, which sucks because the layout is perfect for the Texans right now. With all these other teams in the AFC South as dogs, I don't think this is going to be a cakewalk. Could be wrong, but I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk at all.
Well, you mentioned a couple of things that have me somewhat concerned. I actually think this is a Bobby Slowick game. He's got to figure stuff out.
You say that every week.
No,
every week is the Bobby Slowick game.
No, I've said this like 3 times.
No, at least 5. At least 5.
I think 3.
Figgy?
3.
It might have been 7 or 8, man.
Thank you.
3.
I feel like we say that a lot, man.
This is Bobby Slowick's biggest test.
Well, whether it's
John Lopez.
3, 5, or 7, it's relevant. Let me explain it because it ties into your nervousness.
This is Bobby Slowick's big challenge.
It ties in with your nervousness. He has to find a way to protect a beat-up quarterback. That's on the OC.
CJ's beat up?
Yes, he's beat up.
You think he's going to be on the injury report today?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think he was. Yeah, I think he was last week.
He was for a day.
Yeah. So let me go through it.
So you think he's on it?
I do.
You think it's going to be the same body part? Now, do you think it's going to be the same body part?
Thigh or whatever it was.
Yeah, you think it's going to be the same body part, or you think it's a new body part?
I think they're going to use the same body part, but it might be more than that. I think that
also they're lying.
Of course. I think that. Who doesn't?
Questionable.
Yeah.
For return.
I think it's going to be the same body part, but it might be more than that. So let me explain. It ties into your nervousness. And I think it ties into why Bobby Slowick has so much on his plate this week. He has to find a way to protect a beat-up quarterback. He has to figure out what to do at the wide receiver position. He has to figure out what to do at the tight end position. The Jets secondary, say what you will about the Jets and their record and their quarterback and all that stuff. Their secondary has two studs. Whether you think Derek Stingley is playing better or not, you got Sauce and DJ.
What do you mean whether you think Derek Stingley's playing better or not? Of course
Better
he's playing
better than Sauce.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, better than Sauce. So yeah, that's a lot. And by the way, not only find a way to protect the beat up quarterback, find a way to run the damn ball. This is the time for Slowick again, whether it's 3, 5, or 7 times I've said that, step up and find a way.
So John Lopez does not have a sprained ankle. He does not have a high ankle sprain, but he's got a crutch. Bobby Slowick week. Every week it is Bobby Slowick week for John Lopez.
If this show had an injury list, what would your injuries be reported right now? Because I know mine.
Injury list for what?
Like if we were on the injury list, what would it say would the injury be? Mine would be
I'm nervous about this week. my crutch
questionable. Nervous.
It's how I feel, but my injury, my crutch is I'm nervous this week.
Mine would be.
But I've kind of been validated on it.
Yeah, I just helped validate it for you. There's a reason to be nervous. Mine would be questionable back and shoulder. I don't know what my shoulder's been kind of.
Oh, you're talking about your actual body.
Oh, your physical.
Yeah.
Okay.
My actual shoulder's been for no reason.
Your actual body?
Yeah, my lower back is always on. That's like who's the guy that always was always on the injury report with something. Anyway, mine would be questionable lower back and right shoulder.
That's your injury?
I don't know what's going on with my shoulder, man.
Man, I'm just I think mine is like not sleeping a lot.
Sleep deprivation.
No, and I'm finding myself getting really sad about it.
Yeah.
Like not like depressed, but like
just like damn.
No, every time I get in a rhythm, it's like I got to wake up.
Figgy, no one was happier yesterday. I don't care what happened to you, what happened to me. No one was happier yesterday evening than Landry Locker. His wife came home.
Yeah, she did. 10:20.
10:20 here.
10:20.
Here's the baby.
Hey. She came home. She was like, "Babe, can you run the bath for me? It's been a long day. I need you to run the bath. Don't make it too hot."
No?
No, she said, "Don't make it too hot. I'm gonna let the baby take a bath too." Man, I had that ready. I had the baby naked when she got home.
Here, take her.
The baby was ass naked when she got home.
You had all the stuff.
Ass
ready,
naked.
Little towels and everything.
Shout out to all the moms, man, for real, and dads and all that. It is, you don't have breasts. You don't have breasts. You can't just give them the breast.
I feel that's accurate.
You just can't
Checks
give them
out.
the breast. When it's the young baby, you just don't have the breast, man.
That would be an issue. Figgy, what's your injury report?
Mine would be neck.
Neck?
Because I feel like I had a crook in my neck for like 4 weeks now, man.
So
I could barely look to
your
the
neck,
left.
his back, his pee, and his
My
crack.
neck, my
Oh,
back.
my God.
My neck, my back.
Hey, man. Lopez probably heard that song before, right?
I just quoted it.
Shout out to Kaya.
Yeah, I just quoted it. By the way, that song we were having a little family get together. This is apropos of nothing. Just reminded me of it. It was at my granddaughter's first birthday. At my granddaughter's first birthday, I said, after everybody's starting to leave, I just put on one of my playlists. And it had that song.
That's at the birthday party?
Yeah.
What a slime ball, man.
It was an accident.
In front of the kids?
It was an accident.
How is that on one of your playlists?
I got a bunch of playlists. You know
My
that.
neck.
You
my
listen
back.
to that song?
I have on one playlist. You want to play right now?
No. Definitely don't want to get fired. On the text line, 713-572-4610, 832. I'm a little nervous. I'm not that nervous when it comes to the New York thing. I'm having trouble reading here. There's Seth's still texting back and forth with somebody.
Okay. Questionable. ... Fat, says the 281.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, by the way, texters have updated us yet again.
Okay, there you go. I was confused because I was like, what is Lopez doing? What is Figgy doing? Who's that?
I'm not doing anything.
Seth's doing his
I do nothing.
Back and forth. By the way, never mind. Landry Locker,
Go
John
ahead.
Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. No, we're good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Figgy, you want to hear what he was going to say?
I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Why is Seth on the air today?
I'm worried about him.
Yeah, like what? Someone just texted me like, what's going on? Like, what is that?
Yeah, I'm worried about him. It's one thing. This has been going on since last Friday.
Yeah, it's
Thursday, maybe.
Yeah, he sounds like if Doc Rivers lost his voice. Not even just Doc Rivers, like if Doc Rivers lost his voice.
If Doc Rivers was hoarse.
Yeah.
It's I'm worried about him. I mean, I guess that's a mini confession.
Yeah.
I was listening to him, and I'm like,
I mean, yeah.
I gave him some of my throat coat tea.
That's
and
a
all
toughie,
that
man.
Yeah.
That's a toughie.
That's your tool. That's your weapon.
Yeah.
Is your voice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's rough, man.
Mm-hmm.
Biggie?
It is rough, man. He needs some rest and some tea.
It's real rough. So New York this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Texans versus Jets versus Love Fest. CJ versus Zach Wilson, mismatch. Sauce versus Stingley, re-emerging grudge match after it looked like one was left for dead. A quarterback that has the organization by the balls. And I was thinking about this the other day. We know what it's like when a quarterback has the organization by the balls. Deshaun Watson had the organization by the balls. Now, this is before all the off-field stuff. Deshaun Watson had the Houston Texans franchise by the nuts. He was requesting a trade. You were basically at the mercy of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
I want to put ourselves in the place of Jets fans because I can feel your pain. I know what it's like to have hope and then a lost season and stuff. But how would you feel about Aaron Rodgers if you were a Jets fan?
I don't like it.
And I'm asking this like putting everything aside, what he did for the Packers, how great he was, all that. I mean, this guy's going on TV every week and basically talking about how the organization should function. He's played 4 plays. You have the worst offensive coordinator that the world has ever seen calling plays with him out. You got to think that with all these one-possession games that the Jets have had, and there's been 7. Shout out to Nick Caserio for the statistic when he was on with Sean and Seth yesterday. You got to think that a competent offensive coordinator, better than Nathaniel Hackett, would have won you a couple of these games, which would put you right in the mix of the playoff race. So not only are you rolling the dice on a 40-year-old quarterback, that quarterback gets hurt, and then because of that quarterback, you have the worst offense. And not only that, he's going on TV, and he's basically telling you how your organization be, what should happen. He's speaking for the organization that he's played 4 plays for. How would that make you feel? Because I think I would be really annoyed and kind of like eye-rolling the whole Aaron Rodgers thing.
I'll take it a step further. I think Aaron Rodgers right now is a bigger problem than anybody that leaked anything for the organization. From an organizational perspective, Aaron Rodgers is a bigger problem than whomever might have or might not have leaked that information to Diana Rossini. Because he's talking about the organization's talent, ability to keep things in-house, telling the organization what to do, questioning a report without actually saying the report wasn't true. Like he's kind of making I'll put it that way, making the organization look worse than whomever leaked the information.
I just don't know, ride and die all the time when you're talking about an elite quarterback. If this were 6 years ago, hell, even 3 years ago, when Aaron Rodgers is doing this, I'm sitting there saying, yeah. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers, and he's going up there basically telling you how everything goes, how it functions, all that.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way, and I'm going to say this right now. Who the hell is he to say it?
Yeah.
Like he never had drama in Green Bay.
Yeah.
He wanted him going.
Do you not remember the last 3 years of Aaron Rodgers and the back and forths and stuff?
He created the
Packers fans wanted him gone.
I mean,
they was happy they traded him.
This isn't like Tom Brady coming to Tampa Bay and telling you how organizations should function coming from New England.
Yeah.
There was drama every year in Green Bay
and
with
he
Aaron
created
Rodgers.
It.
Yeah, and it was a back and forth. So now all of a sudden he's going to and he's telling you how it should be at the age of 40, hopping around with an injured Achilles and doing all this. I don't get it. If I were in New York, it would at the very least be a big eye roll for me, Aaron Rodgers going on the air and telling me about leaks and organizations and this is what it takes and all that type of stuff. I don't know. He's got them by the balls, and I don't even know if it's worth it for them to have Aaron Rodgers in that much control. It's a wild organization up there, and it's a wild situation. And the crazy thing is they're going to run it back, but they're running back something that they never saw that was kind of like a all-in type of situation to begin with.
They're going to run it back. How do you think they really, honestly, truth serum feel about running it back, given what they've seen this year and some of the issues and their offensive play callers and everything else? No, you're 100% right. It's definitely an issue. Aaron Rodgers is an issue right now as much as anything in that organization, on the field and off. It's an issue.
I mean, he's telling them how it works. All that. I just couldn't imagine that. That being something that would.
It was awful from the beginning, man. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, and
man.
I don't think they were going to be that great. That's the other thing. Like, I think they would be a fringe playoff team, and he would look older and all that, and he'd be behind. Like
they brung in a dopey play caller, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Probably shouldn't even have a job.
That can only
at this
function
point.
with Aaron Rodgers
on the field.
He brung in Randall Cobb.
Yeah.
That's
right.
Man.
He can only function with Aaron Rodgers and Alan Lazard. God, they hate him there. Ooh, don't get them started on Alan Lazard. They will go.
That was awful, man.
All in on that. On the text line 713. If they lose, no more away games for In the Loop. If we lose, it's an In the Loop curse.
Get out of here.
We're not curse guys. Tyler's a curse guy. He put that on himself. We're not curse guys.
We ain't bring that up.
Going to New York, sir.
Yes, to New York.
Yeah.
Tyler Milner was at the game.
He was at the game on Sunday, so that curse is done. We don't believe in curses on this show. Sorry. Someone on the text line 832 says you need to try Voltaren.
Yeah, I saw that. I guess for my neck and my back. And I've tried everything. You know what helps me right now is
John.
Huh?
It's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
Well, I realize that.
Yeah, it's over, man.
It's done, dude.
It's over, man.
You're over.
But I just want
you're washed, dude.
Pain relief. Pain relief. You're washed. Just a little pain relief.
Marijuana.
Bone broth.
What?
Bone marrow broth.
Marijuana, you said?
Bone marrow broth.
Oh, I thought you said edibles.
I might need to try some in
edibles. Yeah,
in New York.
You want some edibles?
We all should do it.
I might know a guy who has
No.
They're from. I think the guy told me they were from Las Vegas.
Okay,
and they're good. Like you can even fish on them if you like.
Kind of loosen my back.
Oh yeah, you'll sleep like a baby. That's what the guy told me.
Yeah,
he said they taste like strawberry too.
And
that's what he said.
Well, I mean, have there been any field studies?
I don't know. That's what he told me. He told me he has some for you. He's told me that he would give them to me, and maybe I could bring them tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll talk to him.
I'll take one on the plane. That should be.
That's you just chilling. Don't let these myths.
No, I've smoked weed. You know the story. I don't like it. It's never done.
It's too light for you. You're more of a coke guy.
No, it's never
it's
really
too soft. That's amateur hour
some
for
people,
him.
Some people function better.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Well, I mean, you got to get that. You got to know the science of it.
Yeah, some people function better
Trust
with
the science.
I don't.
Trust the science. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. This is when the text line really blows up when you start bringing this, and then you get like 50 people telling you
what
stuff.
To try.
There you go. Now we're talking about lotion. We're talking about,
lotion. There's weed lotion.
Yeah. There's weed lotion.
Really?
CBD.
There's weed lotion. There's weed bath bombs. There's weed everything, man.
Well, I take CBD, but just the regular stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that helps a little bit.
Yeah, it can.
It's just been this week. I don't know what the hell I did.
Yeah, it's all right.
But
well, I do. But
what did I do?
Well,
I'm moving all the time. I'm always.
You're getting a little older, John.
No, man. I'm the picture of health.
You didn't like draw it. You didn't open a fortune cookie and it said you're going to have neck and back pain.
This kind of happens. It feels like I did.
Stuff like this happens, bro.
You know what it is? I'm like, and this isn't like, patting myself. I'm like always going places because I love the outdoors so much. I'm always out.
You're always outside.
Like
just
this weekend,
always moving.
All right. So let me just give you an example. Friday after the show, I went and picked up a bunch of stuff from our barbecue, a bunch of bags of pellets and stuff. Saturday morning, I got up early to Francis Pass, fished for 5-6 hours, slept. Got up early to get to the Texans, came back, so it's just like stuff like that. Maybe I should just kind of regulate some of the stuff I do.
Yeah, maybe it's the fishing, man.
No, it's not the fishing. I'm not going to regulate that.
No, I'm just saying maybe that's what it is.
I'm not going to regulate that.
Maybe that's the issue.
What's your favorite hobby in the world? I know there's a little bit of a tangent, but you keep reminding me of these thoughts that I have.
My favorite hobby?
Like your fishing. Like, what's your fishing, Figgy?
Sports, dude.
But, not just sitting on the couch. Well, maybe. Like your sports, watching sports on TV is your go-to.
Used to be hooping. But I accepted my fate.
Let's go with watching college football.
Yeah, I accepted my fate.
Figgy, what's your favorite hobby?
I don't know if I do, I don't know if I have like a favorite hobby, man.
Well, y'all need hobbies.
I agree, man. I need to do more, man.
Mine was fishing, and the reason I asked this is this came up on the Bite Me podcast yesterday. Shout out to Figgy for getting that posted and everybody who listens to the Bite Me podcast. Would you rather? We did a Would You Rather game. I've done that on here a few times.
Yeah.
Would you rather not fish for 3 months?
Yes.
I'm saying for our listeners.
Oh.
So for you, it's watch college football on TV.
You can't. That's 3 months. That's like the whole season.
Watch, not fish for 3 months.
How's that?
Or not have sexy time with your girl for a month.
Well, I mean, of course. I mean,
we all picked
fish, yeah.
Sexy time.
Yeah.
We all picked not have sexy time for a month.
Hey, a month will fly by quick.
Yeah, probably be relieved. Go fishing.
Coming up, Nick Caserio. So I went through the Payne and Pendergast interview. I found a couple of nugs that I thought stuck out. The GM of the Texans speaks on an emerging elite player, and he also, my gosh, does he ever have a new favorite. Might not be a former Patriot, but Nick Caserio has a fave. We'll hear him next. First, though, I want to talk about Orchard's win-win program, which is helping Sports Radio 6.
Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio on an emerging elite talent, and Nick Caserio on his favorite player. Let's just not sugarcoat his favorite player. I thought I listened to the interview on my way home yesterday, and I listened to it on the way back, and I found a couple of things that stuck out with Nick Caserio's discussion with Sean and Seth.
Yeah.
In a discussion, it was found a couple of things in there.
Nuggets,
a couple of good nugs, nice quality nugs. But I wanted to focus. I don't care about free agent philosophy. I don't care about all that right now. I want to focus on the task ahead. I want to focus on the season right now. What's going on right now? And one of the most potentially short-term and long-term things is if you have an elite corner, you have a chance to do a lot of things. It opens up a lot of possibilities for your defense. And in the last 3 weeks, Derek Stingley has played like an elite corner. He has 4 interceptions. And quite frankly, he's starting to look like a guy who warrants being the number 3 overall selection. Now, hopefully he stays on the field, but he's looking good, and he's making Nick Caserio look good along the way. This was Nick Caserio speaking to Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne about number 24, Derek Stingley.
You know, anytime a player deals with some things and goes out there and has success, you're happy for that player that, you know, he's put himself in a position to go out there and be a productive member of your team. So Derek's worked really hard. He's had a good mindset. Derek's, you know, it's more about actions and words with him. So hopefully he can continue to build on some of the positive things that he's done. And, you know, it's credit to Sting. It's a credit to Dino and Corey and the training staff and everybody that has put the time in to put the player in a position to go out there and, you know, potentially have some success.
Yeah, and it is about action with Derek Stingley. It's been good. The question that we've been asking, I've been asking, you know, how do you replace Tank Dell? And so you can't replace a guy like that. I get it, but you have to. I mean, that's what they have to do. They have to replace Tank Dell. Does that mean that someone comes in and they're as good as Tank Dell? No. But the word, like, you have to. That's what next man up means.
Next man up.
Next man up means you got to replace the guy. And we've talked about the run game. We've talked about other weapons. Defensively, you can do it as well. If you have a game wrecker like a Will Anderson that plays the way that he did against Denver, not this fundamentally sound stuff that we all love that you need, and you have a guy like Derek Stingley, then you can lower the desire to need Tank Dell out there. Not by choice, but by something that you need to do, something that you must do. I don't know what the value is. Like, if we were talking, like, I know Nick Caserio likes to talk about advanced analytics and all that type of stuff, and he's really good at gathering information. But the plays that Derek Stingley made the other day, like the Derek Stingley, the interception when Denver had the momentum, the first one, that gives the team the ball inside the red zone, and then the one in which Jalen Petrie kind of, you know, jumps to the inside, and then Derek Stingley intercepts it there in Broncos territory where they would have been scoring.
Yeah,
I don't know what the value is there. But I would bet like that is worth 100 yards receiving and a touchdown.
Yes,
easily.
I think that was one of my passing thoughts. If we get this Will Anderson and Derek Stingley on Monday, if we get this version of them the rest of the way, it changes everything. And it's changing is exactly what you're talking about. It's like Google Maps or Waze. They give you alternate routes.
What
right?
do you use?
I use Google Maps. I like it.
I hate Waze.
Yeah, I use Google Maps.
Everybody likes it. It's like, man,
Google Maps has gotten better than
the
Waze.
accent either. I don't need the British accent crap.
There was a moment Waze was better, but Google Maps is better. Okay, but they give you alternate routes, right? Okay. You want to go this way. It's 1 minute faster or whatever. Or this is the alternate route. Like the way they're going to win games now is a Google Maps alternate route. And I think it can be a good thing. I think it can be lower scoring maybe. I think the defense can create field position. It can create turnovers as it has. It can create third and long, second and long, as Will Anderson has. So that was like one of the things that jumped out at me on the game. I mentioned it during passing thoughts, and you're kind of funneling it into a more specific thing. And I absolutely agree. Is Derek Stingley? If you may have picked up on this, I'm really high on Derek Stingley right now, and it's hard not to be for anyone.
I would hope so.
Yeah, it's hard not to be for anyone. Is he Stingley Island? No. But I think he is at the point these last couple of weeks where he might affect some game plans. Or maybe affect how a quarterback is looking
where
at the
Steven
defense.
Nelson's seeing a little more action or something like that. And Steven Nelson's been good. He's been holding it down. So the corners are really good. I don't want to call Tank Dell replaceable because you want Tank Dell on your team. I do wonder if there's a snowball effect where now all of a sudden Nico Collins is getting covered differently because you don't have to pick your poison and you can focus on Nico.
Yeah.
And we'll hear what C.J. Stroud had to say to Nico Collins. He had a message. After a career day. Goodness gracious, CJ, tough love. My gosh. Let a guy enjoy himself a little bit. But I do think that it's a lot easier for the Texans to replace a Tank Dell because we've seen it. We've seen them win games without Tank Dell. We've seen them win games without Nico Collins. We've seen them win games without Noah Brown. We've seen them win games without Dalton Schultz. Like CJ Stroud has done a good job of spreading the love, and different guys have done good jobs of stepping up. But you can't replace an elite corner and you can't replace an elite edge rusher. It's impossible. Like it's almost impossible. And that's why those are the two guys. That's why they're top 3 picks.
Yeah.
That's why they are top 3 picks at that position. And that's why every year you're going to see an edge guy, and if there's a good corner, you're going to see him go top 3. So if those two guys are stepping it up and you still have other receivers, that's how you fill the void. And I think that's the option. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. And I think it's a realistic option based on what we've seen, and I'm intrigued to see what it looks like in New York.
Yeah, you might not call them elite, but they're playing elite these last couple of weeks.
So we've heard Sean Pendergast kind of push the wrestling thing with Nick Caserio. And they've talked a lot about, DX, like DX is his music and stuff. This is kind of what I heard. This is an old clip from a wrestling convention back in the day. So there's some wrestlers on stage. It's a low-budget gym. And there's this real nerdy guy that you can tell is a big wrestling fan. They just told a story about how hard wrestling is on the body and all that. This is what I thought of, because I already have wrestling on my mind because they play the Nick Caserio theme. This is what I thought, and we'll hear from Nick Caserio on Jalen Petrie, but this is what I thought of when I heard Nick Caserio talking about Jalen Petrie yesterday. Little way back Wednesday, old wrestling guy.
Next question, Jeff. Where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it.
I can honestly say I've never heard that before.
Yeah, he's crying. It's real.
He must have got teased about watching wrestling or something.
Yeah.
Had you heard that one, Figgy?
No, I never heard that.
It's real to me, damn it. We could use that on any number of topics. It's real to me.
Play that again. This guy's getting crazy, man.
Next question, Jeff. Where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it.
This was Nick Caserio talking about Jalen Petrie. And
Where the hell did you find that?
And we've seen Jalen Petrie struggle in coverage. Like, you can't deny that. Like, it's blatantly obvious. He's kind of struggled in coverage and he struggled with tackling. This was Nick Caserio asked about Jalen Petrie, and you can tell Nick Caserio is aware of some of the dialogue going on in regards to a guy who we all think is important. He's an important piece of this squad. But there have been some clear struggles in coverage. Here was Nick Caserio talking about Jalen Petrie. It's real to him. Damn it.
He's a good football player. He's made a lot of good plays. There's always plays that we can improve and get better, but his energy, I'd say his playmaking ability, the tackling has been a little bit up and down at times, but I would say he cares a lot about football. He's a very instinctive player. He's very aware. I think there's some growing pains that every player goes through, and, I think sometimes everybody's kind of, wants to nitpick and look for things. There's always things that players can do better. There's always things that we can improve. They can improve them on. I certainly can. But love having Jalen on a team. love his personality, love his mindset, the way he prepares, his focus. We'll take Jalen Petrie in this building. We'll take 1,000 Jalen Petries on this football team any day of the week. There's no question about it.
So it's still real to me, damn it.
So will the opposing quarterback. No offense. I mean, if you give me 1,000 Petries, the opposing quarterback would sign up for that too. I do think Jalen Petrie's important. I do think he's a key piece. There's obviously some things he needs to work on. But I will say this. Mm-hmm. I think Jalen Petrie makes some big plays the next few weeks. I think these cold weather games with quarterbacks with limitations.
I think his cornerbacks.
Yeah, I think this is a Jalen Petrie time where we finally see a really big play from Jalen Petrie.
I think his cornerbacks are going to help him. No question about it in my mind.
Nick Caserio loves him some Jalen Petrie.
It's real to him, damn it.
Bye Martin Maldonado. He gone. Let's talk to Baseball Spo about that. I got takes. Plus, the Astros, they want more of something that I'm not sure people will agree with. Maldi gone, but there's more of something else. We'll tell you what that is. Martin Maldonado's gone. Martin Maldonado's gone. The Astros have brought in another catcher. Spo, today is a great day.
Who's reporting it?
Chandler Rome, your favorite guy. This is great. Chandler Rome, your guy.
Yeah,
The guy you blame for your retirement. Spo.
Dusty. Wait, are you blaming Chandler Rome?
He's reporting it.
Oh, okay.
Spo.
Yes.
What a great day, man. Congratulations to you. You cover this team daily. You don't have to deal with the bit anymore. Martin Maldonado is gone.
I don't have to deal with this part of it anymore.
I know there's a lot of people.
80% of what we talk about is this.
That want to give him his flowers. He's been getting flowers for a long time.
Yeah.
Thank God. Finally, it's over. We can go about business as usual. What a great day to cover sports in Houston.
I don't know if the Astros go that cement. That's all I'll say.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm just saying.
I'm glad you brought that up.
It feels good around here. Damn, it feels good.
I'm glad you brought that up because you tweeted something.
Yes.
I guess it was last night.
Yeah.
You said it's always I wrote it down. It's always impossible to determine how much this actually matters, but the Astros clubhouse has a huge leadership void right now with the departures of Martin Maldonado and Michael Brantley. And I literally said out loud when I read that, get the hell out of here.
It's true.
It's not. Here's my counterpoint.
Okay.
When was the last time the Astros had a leadership problem with the other guys that are still here? The answer is never.
Well, they had Correa before that.
But they still have Bregman. They still have
those aren't really leaders, though.
But they are.
It's not necessarily in their. They're not like these vocal guys. So that's like they are, especially in the case of Altuve, he's a lead by example type guy. He's not a rally the troops type guy. And again, I don't know if that sort of stuff matters. But when you look at the World Series in 22, where they're down 2-1 to the Phillies, and Michael Brantley is the one who steps up and says something and kind of rallies the team together. It was Maldonado who did that quite a bit over the course of this season. So, again, I don't know how much it actually matters, but they do lose that. And it's not something that you can just get easily. And the other thing on Maldonado, they traded for him in 18. They let him go after that season. And they went.
They sucked in 19.
They went in 2019, starting the year.
Best team I've ever watched for the Astros.
They started 2019 with Robinson Chirinos and Max Stassi.
Yeah.
Stassi got hurt, and they kind of didn't have that second catcher, issue. And basically, I was told that the veterans on that team went to Jeff Luhnow and demanded that Martin Maldonado be brought back. Yes.
Well,
and of course, he was brought back at the trade deadline that year.
I guess my point is, and it's not pile on Adam Day, but that tweet did pique my interest. My thing is, if you're saying it could hurt, it could hurt.
Yes.
Leaving, not having Martin Maldonado.
And I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying it could, and we don't know. We don't know.
You're also saying that they could be lacking for leadership, and that doesn't resonate with me. They don't lack for leadership.
It's not a vocal team though, and now you have a first-time manager too. So that changes the equation a little bit. So it's one of those things. It becomes a wild card, and it becomes a variable that we just don't know at this point.
Man, if they stink, I can't wait for all those.
Well, I mean,
we need Martin Maldonado.
If the pitching is bad,
they're destined to fall off eventually. I mean, my goodness. So
mark this down. December. What was yesterday? December 5th.
Yeah.
At 11 p.m. or whatever. That's when the Astros ended.
So Dana Brown said that the team is committed to Jake Myers so much that he'll get the bulk of time in center field to start the season. Also said Chas McCormick would split between left and center. How does that make you feel? Jake Myers every day in center field.
He's not going to play every day.
Majority.
He's going to, on the days where basically Yordan Alvarez plays left field, McCormick would shift over to center, and then Myers comes off the bench. I'm okay with that just because Myers defensively is elite. Yeah. Like he is best of, he's a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. And that matters. And the arm strength started to come back a little bit last year. He had the shoulder surgery after the playoffs in 21, and the arm strength was really bad in 22. Just looking at the metrics or the data, it got a little bit better last year. So maybe as he moves further and further away from that surgery, the arm strength gets better. But also with Myers offensively, and I know he hasn't hit a lot, but he'll show you signs that he can be a quality, like a above average major league hitter. Like early last year, he had an 800 OPS at the start of last year. So like it's there. It's just that when he slumps, he slumps, and then he can't get out of it. And so that's one of the things that they've got to try and figure out, just because you're going to hit those peaks and valleys over the course of a season. When you get into one of those valleys, can you get yourself out of it? And he has not been able to do that so far. But the other reason why they're doing this is they could go out and they could stick McCormick in center field and they could find another corner outfielder, but it doesn't sound like they want to spend the money on that.
Yeah.
So that's the other reason, is that they don't really have a way of getting better externally if they're not willing to go over the CBT, which it does not appear that they want to. And so the best way that they can fill that job internally is to have Myers out there.
I want to get back to the catcher position just one second here. Set aside the leadership stuff. Yeah. Set aside the leadership stuff. They got better at catcher.
They got better offensively.
Right. And Yonder's a better defensive catcher than Maldonado.
I don't think there's anybody in the organization that would echo that sentiment.
But he is.
I don't think anybody would. I'm just telling you.
They do follow statistics and stuff, don't they?
Again, these are public metrics that all know how reliable they are, because these public metrics. Oh my
God!
These public metrics would also.
How many times did I have to hear you? How many times did I have to hear you and everybody else talk about how Martin Maldonado was near the top of the league in framing and all that type of stuff? No, and now he's not. But
Carantini is also terrible at framing. Or Carantini is good at framing. And again, I don't know how reliable those metrics are on either way, because I think a lot of it is dependent on who the umpire is.
But then, so you're looking at these metrics when it's convenient.
I'm not.
No, I'm saying, generally speaking, if the organization is saying that, according to you, then all these metrics about pop rate and stolen base percentage and all that stuff, they're just looking at those numbers when it's convenient for them.
Maldonado was fine at pop rate.
Diaz was better.
Slightly.
Yeah.
He was better. But then his throwing mechanics also weren't great either. And it didn't matter in the run game because the pitchers weren't giving them an opportunity. So neither one of them threw out runners at a high level last year. Yeah. And it's because the pitchers were awful at holding on runners. And by the way, this is an issue with Carantini now because Carantini has a really poor throwing arm. So that part of the game becomes a bit of an issue.
But again, Diaz was better in those numbers.
I will tell you, and this is talking to scouts, I had a scout say to me in September, I don't know how Diaz ever throws anybody out because he rushes all of his throws. And
but
so
he does.
He did. But again, it was very good at the start of the year. And then as the year progressed, he got worse at throwing out runners.
And then last thing, Landry, I'm sorry, because this kind of, it's nothing against Martin Maldonado. It never has been.
Come on. Clear out.
It is.
It's against it's against the narrative and the logic. Yeah. This is looked up Yonder Diaz 2024 offensive projections, Baseball Reference. 22 doubles, 20 home runs, 278 batting average, and an 820 OPS. That's better.
Yes.
I mean, so they got better at catcher.
They got better offensively at catcher.
He's not going to get off this hill.
No, because I thought that Yonder Diaz. First of all, I think Yonder Diaz should be playing first base.
Oh wow.
I don't want one of my best hitters to be my catcher because you take a foul ball off the mask the wrong way, you take a backswing to the back of the head, and now you're out a week. Like you open yourself to injuries when one of your best hitter is the catcher. So that always concerned me a little bit with that, is just like, do I want one of my best hitters to be a catcher where frankly catchers are going to get hurt and they're going to break down and they're going to wear down. So that's why I was always in favor of just sticking Diaz at first base, but obviously they were you there.
Spo, we appreciate you. Sorry that
I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss
I'll never mention his name again.
Yeah, you will.
No,
he'll probably be back at the trade deadline.
I'm retired.
Oh boy.
Oh God. No.
Mark that one
need
down.
him back.
Mark that down.
Now I'm scared. Coming up, a little game we like to call Step Up or Step Back, plus CJ Stroud. He had a firm message for a guy that had a career day on Sunday. We'll hear that message next.
Man, I can't tell you how great.
always live on the free Odyssey app.
Step up, step back. That is the game. John Lopez has a game for us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Texans versus Jets 4 days from now, noon, right here on Sports Radio 610 in the Big Apple. Why do they call it the Big Apple? Do you know?
I don't know.
Do you know why they call it the Big Apple?
I don't.
That's something that I should feel bad that I don't know.
The term Big Apple was originally used in the 1920s and 30s by jazz musicians as a way of saying there are many apples on the tree, but when you pick New York City, you pick the Big Apple.
Makes sense. I don't think it's that profound.
That's kind of lame.
Yeah, it's not that profound to me.
It's stuck, though.
Yeah.
It's stuck. Green apple or red apple?
Red, but not the ruby red. Not the, what do they call, not the ruby red?
The real bright red?
Not the dark red. Those are awful.
Okay.
I'm more of
navel apple.
Navel apple?
Yeah, navel apple.
No, not navel apple. Gala, the Gala apple.
Okay, figgy, red or green apple?
Red.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
I like kind of like the in between type apple.
Mm-hmm.
Apples with peanut butter, one of the best snacks you can have.
Oh, it's a good snack.
By the way, very good snack.
Very good snack.
We'll play Step Up or Step Back pretty soon here on In the Loop Sports Radio 16. Give us a few minutes. But first, I want to hear C.J. Stroud's message to Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Tank Dell go down. As soon as Tank Dell went down, Nico Collins on damn near the next offensive play had a 50-plus yard catch, ended up with 190 yards receiving in a huge day, much-needed day, hashtag next man up. This was C.J. Stroud yesterday on McAfee. Boy, he's almost becoming a weekly guest himself.
Are they paying
on
him?
McAfee, isn't he? But here was C.J. Stroud on McAfee talking about what his message was to Nico Collins. I got to tell you, man. I mean, this is
it was there.
This is intense right here. This is the kind of urgency, and this is the kind of sound you want to hear from a leader during a time of need with Tank Dell going down.
Yeah, not only do I think you need to keep that going, but I think you need to start being a leader and be more vocal. And so I kind of challenged him with that, and, man, he was all for it. So him, Noah, Rob, Metch, I think Metch is going to get more involved, which is going to be great for us. But we have the tools that we need to still be great. And, of course, we would still love Tank. He was at the forefront of that. But this league is a next man up league, and I definitely have faith in those guys to make plays, and I can't wait to see those guys do that.
Okay.
Good for him.
Yeah, be more vocal. Go
I
get him,
challenge
Nico. I think
you.
Nico's ready for it, man. I was I was very impressed with just the overall demeanor of Nico Collins on the field, and then after the game, just the way that he's carrying himself. We said this. I went back and looked at this.
Mm-hmm.
We said this heading into camp. I was very, very hesitant to buy into Nico Collins.
Yes.
And the reason was because every time you see him practice, he looks freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the hardest workers. He's there, and he's always playing well. But I was hesitant to buy in. I didn't want to buy in completely. And I don't know that Nico Collins is an elite receiver or not. But I think in this system, I think he's perfect. He likes to block. He has communication with C.J. Stroud. The one thing about him that I think is actually really, really wild is he is very physical and very good after he catches the rock.
Yeah, so he's big.
And when the Texans implemented this 49ers offense, and this is the ultimate eye roll. Every time I look in there, I see Figgy just like shaking his head. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Figgy. But every time this happens and you implement some sort of offense, you hear people saying, "Oh yeah, they're going to use Tank like Debo," or Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz is going to do what George Kittle does, and who's the Christian McCaffrey? And it's like, okay, I think we're getting a little out of control. But I do think, and I don't think he is Debo, but he does run, and he was at near the top, and he's right up there with Debo on the yards after the catch.
Mm-hmm.
He does run pretty damn physical once he gets that rock and kind of and he is it's high.
He's strong, man.
It's much higher than we thought it was heading into the year, and it's amazing what a quarterback will do for you.
He's going to finish with over 1,200 yards easy.
I mean, he
might push 1,400.
He's one catch away from 1,000.
Yeah, 9 yards.
He's one catch away from a dub.
So 5 more games, easily he'll get to 1,200, maybe 1,400. That's big time.
Now, I will say this, and I don't know. It is going to be different for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do anticipate that he will be guarded differently now.
Yeah. And that's why
I don't know what that means.
The other receivers, you got to find something. Noah Brown particularly, and
but Noah can be real average and then he can be real great. So there's like, it's
he can kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's a grab bag type of thing.
Yeah. Robert Woods.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what you're going to get there, but he's going to be a bigger part of things again. But Nico Collins, I mean, you start talking about 12 to 1,400 yards. That is elite. Now, he might not be an elite player, but that's an elite season.
That's elite production.
Yeah, that's an elite season.
That's elite production.
Yeah,
for sure. The other thing about this and the Mechie thing, I'm not completely buying into Mechie. Now, here's the thing though that I do think that Mechie might have and Mechie might possess because if CJ and Mechie connect at the end of that first half, we're sitting here saying, "Oh man, look out!" You know, the 55-yard touchdown. You know, the one thing about Mechie, and we've spoken with him and we've heard him. He's kind of I don't want to use the term annoyed, but I do think he kind of eye rolls having to talk about this cancer thing at every drop of the hat.
I'm kind of over it too,
and I think he's ready. And he told us he's kind of ready to move past it and just be a football player. It happened. I had cancer. I sat out a year, but at this point, I think he wants to be judged like a football player and he wants to be evaluated like a football player. And he also, like John Mechie with Tank Dell here. I don't want to say he was in no man's land, but there was going to be limited opportunity when you have Robert Woods, when you have Noah Brown, when you have Tank Dell, when you have Nico Collins, when you have Dalton Schultz. There's going to be limited opportunity, but he does strike me because of that intensity, because of that annoyance, because of that urgency, because of the way he's built as a guy that when he's actually needed, he might be built like that to where he steps at the F up. He might be built like that.
So what you're saying is he needs to step up.
Let's play the game, sweeping the nation. Play along on the text line, play along on the Twitch, play along on YouTube. In the Loop presents Step Up or Step Out.
So the question is, you need this. You need some people to step up for a number of reasons. So let's start right there. They're going to step up or they're going to step back, step out, however you want to put it. Let's start with Mechie. Let's start with John Mechie. Is he going to step up? I'll give you my answer first.
Now, are we saying step up compared to what he's been doing, or step up compared to filling the tank void?
Well, the Texans need more production down the stretch. Whether Tank Dell was here or not, they needed to step up a lot of people to make that final push. But Tank Dell's not here, and there are other problems on here. I'll start this one. I've been like waiting and predicting John Mechie to have, a breakout game, a step-up game, and it hasn't happened. I'm going down, man. I'm going down with the ship. I think John Mechie is going to step up. I think it was a crowded room. You alluded to that for a second ago. It was a very crowded room. What are you going to do with him? How are you going to get him snaps? Well, he's going to get snaps. He's going to get snaps, so it's just a matter of producing. I think he will step up.
I think he's going to step up. I'm going to go step up here too because I just think he's built like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's a need now. It's not a luxury. It's a need.
Exactly.
And I think he's ready. He's annoyed. He doesn't want to sit there and have these feel good stories all the time. The worst thing you can do for John Mechie at this point, like if he goes out there and scores a touchdown against the Jets, he has 5 receptions. He don't want you to say you overcame cancer. He wants to talk about the 5 catches at this point. He told us that.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was at camp. Yeah. So I think he is going to step up. I think he's going to provide a new element. And hell, they were a couple feet away from him making one of the biggest plays of the game the other day.
Huge.
So I think he's going to step up. John Mechie, step up.
Last 5 weeks, you need this. The secondary. Is it going to step up or step back?
I think it's already stepped up. I don't think it has to step up because of the dog-butted quarterbacks that you're facing.
Well,
so I think it'll remain the same. So I'll say step.
This is going to be the first time
sit on the fence.
Just a step. I think it'll be the first time all season that you're going to have all 4 of Derek Stingley, Steven Nelson, Jalen Petrie, and Jimmy Ward on the field. First time.
By the way, Derek Stingley, AFC Player of the Week, AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
So there you go.
Team stacking up them awards, man.
4th time that a Texans player has won a Player of the Week.
All right, this is a dicey one. Running game / usage of running backs. Step up or step back?
God. Why do they love Dameon Pierce so much?
No idea.
I'm going to say step up. I'm going to say they figured it out. Step up. It's not that big of a step to step up.
No, it's not. But we've been waiting for them to see the light.
Well, we saw it, and then they turned it off.
I'm going to agree with you. Like if you run Dameon Pierce 15-8 in terms of carries again this year, Well, that's your fault, man. I'm going to say step up. This is another dicey one, considering the season he's having. C.J. Stroud.
Oh, step up every time. Every damn time.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever's needed, step up. Uh-oh. Don't do this.
Don't you bring up the I word, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not bringing up the I word.
Don't do this.
I'm gonna say slight step back.
Oh my God!
But they're gonna have to make up. I'm not saying he's gonna stink.
Buzzkill Johnson.
I'm not gonna say he's gonna stink.
Switching the music.
Look at what's been happening the last. It's like all on his shoulders. He's running all over the play. Yeah, I'm switching the music. I'm not saying he's gonna stink. I'm saying a slight step back. Here's another one. Xavier Hutchinson.
I think we're going to get a big play from Hutchinson.
I think so
week.
too.
I think Xavier Hutchinson's ready. He's hot and ready. He's had the runs. He's had the 35-yard reception. I think Hutchinson's ready. I think Hutchinson is 100% ready.
I totally agree.
I think there's an Xavier Hutchinson every game from here on out.
Brevin Jordan.
When Dalton Schultz comes back, I don't know what it looks like, but I think he's going to step up. He's ready to go.
I think he's going to step up. John McClain said yesterday he expects more tight end sets.
What is with McClain saying he's not a tight end? He's a tight end.
No, he is, but yeah, he's saying
like it's not. There's not. It's like when people say Steph Curry's not a point guard. Yeah, he is. He's dribbling the ball up.
That's his job.
Like yes, he is. Like he is a tight end. Now, is he capable of blocking like you would want a tight end to block? No. But Mr. McClain, he is a tight end.
Yeah, but he also said he expects more two tight end sets, more two tight ends in route. I kind of do too. I think it's going to be hard to ignore Brevin Jordan, so step up for me as well. Will Anderson.
Oh, step up.
For sure.
Oh, step up.
For sure.
Yeah, he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year. Rookie. The odds have gone from 12 to 1 to 4 to 1. He's going to win. He's going to win, and he is going to. I think he's going to probably get 5 sacks down. He's going to be pushing double-digit sacks.
That would be.
He's going to be pushing double-digit sacks by the time the season's over.
That would tie in with our other point about alternate routes and Google Maps. They're going to have to win games in alternate ways.
He's got 5 right now.
Yeah.
So I think he finished.
5 in 5 games?
Yeah, I think so. Could
happen.
These guys can't get away from him.
Yeah.
These guys can't get
away
from him.
If he did that, he definitely getting defensive
for sure.
rookie player of the game year.
Now, here's one that you may not have expected to be on this list.
Do they give things on Christmas Eve? Like, I know they give turkey legs on Thanksgiving. They going to give anything like mistletoe or something for Will?
Ham?
If he has a big game?
A spiral ham? Here's one that you may not have list, but keep in mind, stretch run, wild card and division on the line. You've played a ton of close games. What, 8 one-possession games the Texans have played? Something like that?
Yeah, Jets have played 7.
Yeah. Matt Amendola.
Is he even going to be kicking?
I don't know. How much longer are we waiting here?
I think he's gone. I think Fairbairn is going to be back.
When? Not this week.
Didn't Fairbairn kick a 58-yarder against the Jets in like 2018?
I don't recall.
That'd be hilarious if I remembered that. I think so. I think it was 50-something. It was either in 18 or 19.
When is Kaimi Fairbairn going to be back?
I don't know. It could be today. Could be tomorrow.
By the way, yeah.
Could be the next day.
Practice
could be next
report,
week.
Injury reports, and all that. But you might need to lean on Amendola in a close game.
He sucks in New York.
Wet, windy, cold.
Didn't he get cut from them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say step back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say step back.
Yeah.
It's
might be 4 down territory next week.
It might be
Sunday.
You can't get enough of the injury report today and who's going to be attending practice because it's going to be very, very.
I can't believe you put Matt Amendola on that list. The hell's wrong with
close games come down to kickers, man.
Weirdo, man.
No, close games come down to kickers. Hell, he already had one potential game-winning kick.
Yeah, and they shouldn't have done that. They wouldn't do that again.
By the way, hit a couple of big ones this past week.
Big ones?
Well, they mattered.
Okay, I'm just saying. Big ones?
They mattered on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they were right there.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Step up, step back. You're on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. There you go. Defense, man. Defense. And the big one. This is personal for Blake Cashman, too.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Gave up on him.
The Blake Cashman
was against him.
There's been a lot of those.
Yeah.
Been a hell of a lot of those, sir.
There has been. I think, there's going to be a lot of close games. I think they're going to have to win games differently now, these last 5. I think the defense, especially with Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, that's going to be huge, man. It's going to be huge, especially if C.J. Stroud can't get the complementary pieces going like he's had.
Need some nasty from that interior. It's also personal for Sheldon Rankins, man. They got rid of his ass. There's a lot of personal things out there. Stingley versus Sauce. He's had to hear all that crap. Sala, D'Amico, the guy that brought you in. It's personal, man.
This player of the week thing is
personal
for Derek Stingley. That's huge, especially going into New York with that on your.
What do you get if you get player of the week?
I think it's.
I want to ask. I'm going to put in a question. I'm going to ask that. I should have it after the break because it's like, do you get a plaque? Do you get a?
I'm thinking a plaque,
certificate.
Right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe it's just
a ribbon.
Oh no,
they don't give ribbons away anymore.
Okay, go on your wussification of America rant.
It's just an observation. Like when
you're a green ribbon guy though.
I am blue, baby.
Nah, you're a hey, here you go, good job, good effort,
green
guy. Yeah, you're green ribbon. You hand out green ribbons like restaurants hand out free mints.
I threw those in the trash. Blue or red?
It's a lot of trash.
Got to be blue or red.
It's a lot of trash. Throwing away all his green ribbons. Blue or red, huh?
Yeah. First or second? Or no, red's third. What's second?
No, red's second.
Red second? Yeah.
Oh, third.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, third's white.
Well, it looks like you know what the third place ribbon's like.
Yeah, I have vision to my left. I'm right there in the center. And my right there is the red. Sitting up there with that blue. Coming up, man, Lopez is saying it again. I mean, how many times are we going to do this, John? Really, how many times are we going to do this?
I think this is 3.
I think this is 9.
It went from 5 to 9.
Oops, he did it again. Next.
In the Loop. 610. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
He's doing it again. I think we're at 10 times now Lopez has done this.
And it went from 5 to 7 to 9 to 10.
Stock market, baby, going up. Let's hear from Bobby Slowick. This was Bobby Slowick. This was funny. This was Bobby Slowick lying last week, acting like he didn't deserve any credit for C.J. Stroud. By the way, Derek Stingley, AFC Defensive Player of the Week. C.J. Stroud was offensive last week, Player of the Month.
Mm-hmm.
Here was what Bobby Slowick said about that. And, Bobby, give yourself a little bit more credit, sir.
Like, I had very little to do with it. I just think he's a phenomenal kid who's made of the right stuff, goes about his business the right way. As a rookie, I would say came in like a professional, and obviously he has the talent to be able to do special things. So much of what I just think is amazing about CJ has very little to do with how he throws a football. And I know he's special in that regard, but he's special in a lot of other regards also, and I think that just continues to show as we go through the year. It's a credit to him and all the stuff he's overcome. Just the combination of all of it together, I think, we can all go out and we can see. I'm as much a part of watching it as you guys are.
All right, shut up. I mean, I'm saying that because, come on.
With respect.
You're a huge, no, shut up. You're a huge part of it, man. I like the humility and stuff. Don't be afraid to acknowledge. CJ's not afraid to acknowledge that you are a big part of it. So don't give me that crap, Bobby. You're a big part of this thing, and he's done his thing. But there is something going on with Bobby Slowick that I'm just kind of like, are we doing this again? Is this really going on?
What's that?
Every week around this time, the night before or hours before the show, I look on the In the Loop show prep doc. I see what John Lopez has to say, and there's always this around this time. This week is the Bobby Slowick game.
Yeah, I think I've done that 3 times. I'm looking at the Texans schedule right now. I want to say I said it was a Bobby Slowick game against the Steelers at home, and they won 30-6. And then I want to say that I also said Bengals at Cincinnati, and they won 30-27. So I think this is the 3rd time that it falls on Bobby Slowick. And the reason this one might be the biggest of all, to be honest, not to overhype it, but there's a lot of things that are changing, man. There's a lot of things that are changing right now, and I'm curious if you would agree or add anything or whatever. You got to beat up quarterback. I mean, we just have to be real.
Why are you focused on CJ being beat up?
Because he is, and that's important.
Let's call your shot. What is he on the injury report today?
Yeah, I think it'll be thigh or leg.
Do you think you think it's going to be the same body part or a new body part?
Same body part, because they have to put him on. The NFL's been cracking down a couple of
CJ's on the injury report.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he'll probably be a full participant.
Okay.
But they'll put him on the injury report. Like we don't have
the hits he took last week were he had to leave the field.
Yeah.
And by the way, keep running QB sneaks. Don't shy away from QB sneaks because of one thing. Okay?
I agree.
Don't listen to all these hindsighters.
Especially when your running game is that.
Brandon Scott. Is Brandon Scott against QB sneaks?
I was disappointed in Brandon Scott yesterday.
I know he's against receivers blocking, but is he against QB sneaks too?
I don't know if he is or not, but a little mini confession here. A little disappointed in our guy yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was really proud of it. He clipped himself on it and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Tank Dell thing.
But you got to beat up quarterback. Like you can't deny that. You don't have to like it. You can hope that he miraculously becomes his old self. But Bobby Slowick has to find a way to protect a beat-up quarterback. On top of that, these last 2 weeks, he's been running for his life. You got to figure something out. That's a Bobby Slowick production. That's not necessarily on C.J. Stroud. He's doing the best he can the last couple of weeks. But that's a Bobby Slowick production. You also have to figure out wide receiver. We just talked about this. Tank Dell is out. He's a stud. He was your number 1 wide receiver, in my opinion. Some people might say Nico Collins. But you got to figure something out. You got to replace that, whether it's Mechie, Hutchinson, some sort of combination of giving Noah Brown more looks when the coverage.
So you're saying that Bobby, you're basically saying that the reason that this is a Bobby Slowick game is because he's going to have to use the ingredients a little
differently.
He's done that though, right?
Right.
Him and CJ have done that.
Though. Yeah.
But this isn't like hey, we got to make it work with a week. You got to
figure it out.
He's got to cook, and then he's got to cook again.
Yeah. Also, but it's not just that.
And there's no recipe either. So he's got to basically go through the.
Got to wing it.
He's got to go through the grocery store,
the pantry.
He's got
maybe a little of this, little of that,
and then he's just got to forget that, and he's got to find a new recipe next week.
Yeah. And then there's the tight end position. This isn't. Well, it's kind of because of injury, because of Dalton Schultz. But if he comes back, what are you going to do with Brevin Jordan? I don't think you can ignore Brevin Jordan. I think he needs to be implemented somehow. So there's that.
Well,
balance.
Brevin Jordan told me that there were plays that they had that they didn't even use.
Yeah. So that's also on Bobby Slowick. Then there's this, and this doesn't have anything to do with injuries or anything else, but the Jets' secondary is the strength of their defense. I mean, they rank first in coverage, fifth in pass defense overall. Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed are some absolute studs at the cornerback positions. So you got to figure out, what you're going to do with those corners. You realize the Jets have not given up a 300-yard passing game. As bad as they are, they haven't given up a 300-yard passing game in 30 games.
I get that's a cool stat, and it sounds great. And I'm not trying to minimize it.
So it kind of sounds like you are.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
No, because this is I kind of feel like crappy football teams, especially like offensive crappy football teams, they're like passing defense. Their stats are always so skewed because a lot of times the other
Texans.
the other team's in control and they're not as aggressive. Like last year with the Texans, it was like, well, they didn't give up a passing.
Yeah,
they're running for 9 yards a pop. What the hell are you going to pass for once you get to the 20 and stuff? What are you passing for?
Yeah, but these are better cornerbacks.
But and the Jets also can do anything.
Yeah. So that's another one. And then the big one, the absolute biggest thing he has to do. What the hell are you going to do at running back? What the hell are you going to do?
What do you mean, what the hell? You're still wondering that?
Yes.
Have they not made it clear what they're going to do?
No, they haven't made it clear.
They haven't made it clear that they like Dameon Pierce more than Devin Singletary?
Well, they've made that clear. But
that should be clear to you,
they've
sir.
They've made that clear.
Of all the questions, you should see that.
But they've used – but how could they go – I said it yesterday.
I don't know how.
It's not hard to figure out.
I feel like they've made it clear who they like.
They have. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the best way to go. You need to change things. And then on top of the running backs, the running game, with the offensive line. I mean, this is a lot on Bobby Slowick that he's got to figure out this week. I mean, absolutely. Number one, starting with the quarterback. Figure out a way. Figure out a way to protect him. Figure out a way to use him the best way you can like you did during the good stretch.
You think we see Zach Wilson get booed?
Oh, yeah.
Before he even plays?
Oh, yeah.
Like when he comes on the field, do you think he gets booed in New York?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you think there's
I hadn't even thought of that.
You think there's boos before Zach Wilson even takes a snap?
When he's jogging out on the field in his T-shirt and football pants.
All right, well,
for warm-ups.
Let me say this. I don't care because I don't care about the Jets.
Yeah.
But if they have an ounce of sense, they should probably introduce their defense.
Oh, yeah.
Probably introduce their defense because I think if Zach Wilson comes through that tunnel, I think he's getting booed.
Yes.
And with all the reports and stuff, that is probably not something he's going to handle very well.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
That's going to be awesome to watch. Yeah, they are. And they should absolutely introduce their defense. What a mess.
Them fans are ruthless, too,
What a mess. What's the guy that does JETS?
Fireman Ed. Fireman Ed, yeah. And there's some other guy on WFAN they have all the time that I guess got into it with Robert Saleh.
Mm-hmm.
They have him on like the Evan Roberts Tiki show, and he goes on. He's annoying.
A fan.
Yeah, I can't even, like, I was trying to get the pulse of the Jets. I can't even, like, watch it's so annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Gio was making fun of him in the morning, but he, like, I guess he called out Robert Saleh, and then he, like, wanted to apologize and clarify or something like that.
Why? You're a fan.
I don't know. They have him on every week. I mean, they treat him like he's, like...
A fan?
Yeah, I don't know. He's weird. He's very weird. Don't know what's going on with him. Who knows?
Maybe he should do a show with a radio host out there.
Bobby Slowick, the week, once again. Coming up, the drama in New York. Aaron Rodgers weighs in on it. Plus, goodbye or get lost. How much things could change in the next 4 days. Next.
Let we go. John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
AFC South picture, it's wild. Texans are the only team in the AFC South that's favored this week. How about that?
That's pretty remarkable.
Browns favored over the Jags by 3 points. Mm-hmm. You have the Bengals favored over the Colts. And then the Titans are like a 2-touchdown plus underdog against the Miami Dolphins. So if chalk holds up, could be a big week for the Texans. I heard you in crosstalk today. Seems like you're kind of coming around to this division possibility now.
Well, my thing was I thought Sean put a great Pender poll question up there. Are you cheering for the Jaguars this weekend or the Browns? If you cheer for the Jaguars, you're cheering more for the wild card and the draft pick. And I actually was leaning that way a little bit because I think that's the more realistic. I still do think that's the more realistic path to the playoffs. But then I started thinking about the news that broke yesterday during our show with Christian Kirk. The Trevor, he's going to be out for a while. The Trevor Lawrence thing, and then the fact that down the stretch, the window is still open. It can still happen, winning the division. It's a tougher ask because you got to beat Jacksonville by basically 2 games because of all the tiebreaker nonsense.
I mean, is that crazy though?
So I'm saying it's still open.
You're only one back now.
So I
You're
changed
not
my
two
mind.
back anymore.
Like midstream, I
You know what I feel
mind.
like happened to you?
What happened?
And it's in the moment. I think you kind of didn't really realize that the Jags actually lost to the Bengals.
What?
Well, I think I don't know. I don't think you had like the. I think you were just kind of like.
I'm looking at the
I think you were still
standings.
looking at it as almost like you were 2 games back in the standings.
Well, I'm still looking at. I was
And
looking
not
at it.
one.
I was looking at it more as what do the Texans have to do to beat the Jaguars for the division, and because they split their head-to-head, then it comes to AFC common opponents, and the Jaguars have a big edge on that. So you're gonna for now, but the Texans are still going to.
Did you see Titus Howard the other day go like he
Yeah.
tweeted out? How are the Steelers ahead of us, brother? Ask somebody.
Look, Google.
Like I
Google
mean,
is your friend.
Like, dude, you're acting like a 14-year-old that
Yes.
just tweets whatever they say. Like you're a professional
Can
football
somebody
player.
help me out?
You can't ask nobody in the building,
Dude, like you're
Exactly.
He tweeted out like or Google it or something. Like start acting like an NFL ball player.
Yeah,
Quit
yeah.
acting like a teenager
You know
on
people.
Twitter. Yes, like you're come on, man.
Yeah.
Like you hear Caserio say don't worry about outside noise and stuff, and this dude's up there on Twitter like
He is
arguing
outside noise.
with people about clips, and
Yeah.
then he's sitting there, hey, how are the Steelers ahead of us?
Yeah.
Look it up, man.
Ask D'Amico Ryans, man.
Like text somebody.
Yeah.
Google.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, man. Like start acting like a man who is one of the 5 highest paid ball players at his position.
That looked bad,
instead
man.
Of,
That was a bad
instead of
tweet.
some high school kid who just got called up to varsity. That's what I want from Titus Howard.
And you should kind of know that anyway.
My God.
You should kind of know that anyway.
I mean, geez.
Yeah. But no,
How the Steelers behind? Man. You're the. I feel like he's like slowly like maturing.
Yes.
He
Very
works
much.
his ass off. He does everything, but like, why is a professional football player asking something like that?
I don't know.
Hey, can we cuss on the air?
But to answer your question, so I was looking at tiebreakers and stuff. I mean, well, head-to-head, that's tough. The next tiebreaker is best win-loss percentage in the division, and the Colts have already won 4 games in the division. The Texans have won 1, but there's still more to play.
Boy, them Colts, man.
I mean, not the Colts. The Jaguars have won 4 already in the division, and the Texans have won just. So I'm like, this is tough. The reality is wild card, but you know what? As long as the window's open, I think I'm going to be
1 game
cheering.
better in 5, and it could be 2 games better in 5, and it could be 1 with 4.
Yeah.
If chalk holds up. Aaron Rodgers, he's got opinions on the Zach Wilson stuff. Diana Rossini reported Zach Wilson was reluctant to play despite the Jets want him to play. Aaron Rodgers was on McAfee yesterday on ESPN, and here's his take on the whole situation, the drama in New York as the Texans head there this weekend.
I mean, you're basically saying that this kid is quitting on the team and doesn't want to play and has given the middle finger to the organization. I don't want to speak for him because he's going to get a chance this week to speak, and I'm going to let him speak. I'll tell you that I love the kid. I think he's an amazing young man, and he is young. You know, he's early 20s, and I've had a blast spending time with him. He's gone through a lot of in the last 3 years, and he's got every right to be frustrated and disappointed about it. I think he's done a good job of standing up and taking accountability this year when it's been his part to do it. If that now, I'm going to use sources, and whoever that, I want to say the F word now, whoever that person is that thinks it's okay, number one, to talk to anybody like that, I don't understand what you get out of that, number one. But number two, what is your impetus, what is your motivation to try and bury someone like that? And that's a problem with the organization. You know, we need to get to the bottom of whatever this is coming from and put a stop to it privately. And this is not the only time. There's been a bunch of other leaks. I think it's chicken shit at its core, and, you know, I think it has no place in a winning organization.
Journalism guy, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, if you're going to use sources, oh, wait a minute. That's been journalism since the beginning of time. Like he's given us a lesson that's incorrect.
Yeah, like I do think there are some journalists, and I think there's a lot of journalists, and we both went to school for journalism. We both consider ourselves kind of. I've worked in multiple cities in it. I think there are certain reporters who use sources just to make what they're saying sound more important.
Yes, and that's a pet peeve of mine.
I do think that happens. Like, I talked to an employee. Yeah. It's like, the security guy. Like, it's so I do think that's the case. But
no, I think so.
I mean, this is how it works, buddy. Like a lot of big stories have been broken because of
not just sports stories.
Yeah, not just sports. So that is the way it works. I do think there's violation, but I think to generalize and act like anyone who says anything should come out and put their name behind it. I think it's ignorant, quite honestly, of Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you for that journalistic lesson.
Yeah, speaking on something you don't know. Is it bad for an organization? Yes, but to act like anyone who says anything should just come out and say it, I don't.
Yes.
I think that's ignorant.
He's mad that it happened, not that it's wrong, because he never really disputed that it's right, and Rossini doubled down on it.
We'll hear that when the internet goes nuts.
And certainly,
who had a crush on Rossini? Tyler, right?
No, not Tyler.
Oh, Tyler and Show.
Ron.
Oh, Ron. Okay,
it was Ron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler was the one that when he sent out the cuts.
He said, "Sexy ass Diana."
Cut one.
Cut one from sexy ass Diana.
Oh, well, don't show that to her.
She'd like it.
Maybe.
She's cool.
Yeah. No, she is. She seems cool. I don't know her, but yeah, like go back to any major event in history. There were generally sources who spoke about it. So thank you for that. That's wrong, Aaron. And he never said it wasn't true. He said we need to get to the bottom of it and find it. Yeah, a lot of people try to do that. Like this is nonsensical what he's saying.
Yeah, it happens though, and that's the Aaron Rodgers experience. The Astros, they're done with Martin Maldonado. They brought in Victor Caratini to be their backup catcher, which means Martin Maldonado's era is gone. That's all I got to say about that. I'm not really going to even talk about him anymore. Jake Myers, Dana Brown said that he'll get the bulk of the time in center field to start the season. They like McCormick in left and center going back and forth, which is easier to do now that it looks like Brantley's gone. So we're probably going to see Chaz out there quite often. Rockets versus Thunder tonight.
Chet Holmgren?
Overness. I'm going to go over. I'm going to get me a little over sweat. Have a little fun. I'm having a good, when I wager, follow at your own risk. I did say, by the way, that the Bengals were going to beat the Jags this week, so I'm off to a good start this week. But yeah, I'm going to go with the over just because I want to get down like that. I want to enjoy that.
I want to see Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
He's going to be fun to watch.
Too skinny for the league, right?
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Sure.
He's too skinny, right?
He's balling.
Some gun can run, man. Tickle Me Elko, your guy, Mike Elko. He has hired an offensive coordinator. You might remember him from such performances as every time I step on the football field for Kansas State, my elbows get extra bloody. One of the best Big 12 quarterbacks in recent history, a Heisman finalist, and a guy who I think kissed his wife for the first time at the altar, if I'm not mistaken. Colin Klein.
Really?
I think so. That was one of the words on the.
You're talking about
no, kissed, like on the lips. I think they waited for their first kiss at the altar. Could be wrong. That could be an irresponsible dadgum rumor, but I think that's true. I'm not even being funny. But yeah, Colin Klein, Tickle Me Elko makes a hire.
Pretty big time good get right there for Mike Elko. Colin Klein leaving the team for which he played, the team for which he coached. Really good offense at Kansas State. Has given teams like Oklahoma and even Texas some fits over the years. That's a good get. That's a good start for Mike Elko.
All right, here we go. So this is from Dennis Dodd on Colin Klein. This is back in 2012. In saving his first kiss until the day of his wedding, writes Dodds, Klein fulfilled a promise he'd made to himself at 14. His first kiss would not come until then, writes Dodds. Klein married Kansas State basketball player Shalyn Spanny, forgive me for that pronunciation, this summer after an unorthodox courtship. Per Dodds, Klein and her engagement, as detailed in the university-produced story that appeared in a game program. Quote, Klein said he was told by the Lord he would marry K-State women's basketball player Shalyn Spanny, again, forgive me for that pronunciation, the daughter of former KSU football great Gary Spanny, and said she heard a voice in my head independently that told her she would marry him. Klein makes Tim Tebow look like a man about town. So, yeah, he waited for his first kiss at the altar, according to that story.
I don't know what to make of that.
It's wild, man.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're still married.
I think they are.
They're probably still married.
Yeah, I think they are.
So you like this hire?
I think anybody looking at it, realistically, you can't say it's not a good hire.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that other people like him. I like Colin Klein. Man, that was a gutsy SOB. Like I talk about the blood on the elbows. Like that dude took ass whooping after ass whooping after ass whooping as a quarterback.
Obviously, more resources and players with which to deal at A&M.
I saw him in the Cotton Bowl, his final college game against
I remember that game.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Pretty easily, I think.
Yeah.
They being Arkansas.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Shout out to Colin Klein. Shout out to Tickle Me Elko. Speaking of which, Houston's biggest annual college football event returns to primetime at NRG on Wednesday, December 27th as the Aggies take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Tickets are on sale now. Check out TaxActTexasBowl.com. That's TaxActTexasBowl.com for the best seats, suites on game day. All kinds of entertainment as well. Check it out. It's December 27th. I was really bothered. Can I get a whoop from you? I haven't heard a whoop since y'all hired Elko. I'm not even trying. You thought I was trying to be funny and patronize you. I really just want a whoop.
There you go.
No, I'm being serious. Like I just want a whoop from you. I haven't heard it in a long time. I'm not trying to be funny. It's not a bit. I just
why is this?
I just like your passion, and you're a member of the Texas A&M Journalism Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
You're one of the faces of the university. I just want one whoop. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not even trying to.
And why is that?
Just because I want to hear your excitement.
I'm excited.
Give it to me.
I got to have that stadium environment.
Come on, man.
I got to have it.
Come on, man. All right. I okay. Fine. It's cool.
Maybe you do it at the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I want to hear you whistle Texas Fight like you do sometimes.
No, that's not even. That's not even.
It's the same thing. Everyone, have you noticed that figure once in a while? He
yes.
starts whistling Texas Fight.
Yes.
Yes.
I haven't heard it.
I heard last week.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I think I heard
don't know
last
about
week.
that. Coming up, the Texans and Jets connections. There's a lot of connections that are clear, and there's a lot of connections that nobody's talking about. There's also an even bigger opportunity than we originally thought. Let's have some lunch. In the Loop continues on a hump day next.
It's Free Odyssey app.
All right, so we got the news out of New York. It is officially official. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Zach Wilson, the MILF Hunter, he is going to be the starting quarterback for the New York Jets. So the Texans are going to be taking on Zach, the Zach attack, Zach Wilson. Please, and this is just something that maybe I care about that no one else cares about, introduce the offense.
You have to.
Introduce the offense,
We talked
Jets.
about that here.
Come on.
With
Introduce the
certain players.
offense. I want to hear how they welcome old Zach Wilson. Are they going to be on standby or what? Introduce the offense.
You know how they're going to welcome him. Come on now. You know exactly how they're going to welcome him. Boo. Big time.
I mean, I know as soon as he makes a mistake, that just comes with the territory. That's going to happen, but please let this happen.
No way he pulls something out of his backside on this game, right? Like that
Yeah,
shit,
there's a way.
You think?
I mean, there's a way. I mean, they've been in some close games. There's a way.
Yeah, but it's because of the defense that they've been in some close games. How he hasn't connected more with Garrett Wilson is beyond me. Like, that guy is legit, and that's on Zach Wilson, man. I mean, I can't. I'm probably going to end up eating these words. I hope not. But I can't see any way that he's going to be all of a sudden, spinning it and making plays and all that other stuff. No way. I think the Texans secondary playing together for the first time with their projected preseason starters, first time all year. I don't see any way that they're not going to feast on him. I guess that's a prediction.
Well, and I mean, if Guy is already saying that he doesn't want to play and he goes out there and you lose to him, that's worse than
what I'm
just a
saying.
normal loss.
I just can't see it happen. Look at these completion percentages for his season. 46, 47, 57, 50, 44. Good Lord. Good Lord. His game log is ugly. This is big help.
All right, so we got Zach Wilson. Also got some good news with the Texans. A guy who, my God, he's connected to this ball game. Derek Stingley. The Sauce Gardner-Derek Stingley debate. Is there more perfect timing, by the way, for Derek Stingley to win?
That's what I said,
I guess the only perfect would be doing it this week. But Derek Stingley's heard it. We've all heard it. We've engaged in it. Like, Derek Stingley versus Sauce Gardner. And Sauce Gardner, all-pro last year, one of the best rookie seasons a corner's ever had. Derek Stingley kind of stuck with Lovie Smith, unable to stay healthy. AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Not rookie.
Heading into this matchup. He's not a rookie. So that would be impossible.
Yeah, I'm saying not it's not one of those things. It's the conference.
So Derek Stingley going into this with Sauce Gardner, he is the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. So you really can't say nothing right now.
Going into New York carrying that.
Really can't say nothing right now.
No. I mean,
and with all these missed games, he has more interceptions than Sauce.
Career. I'm really high on Derek Stingley these last couple of weeks and going into the last 5. I think it could be, if he turned a corner, and it happens, man, especially at the cornerback position. Once you get it all figured out, you're in the right system and all that. You got all the other opposite corners doing his job and Steven Nelson. It happens where you can flip a switch and all of a sudden you go on a tear.
C.J. Stroud and Zach Wilson, number 2 overall picks. Is that a reach of a connection?
No, absolutely not. I mean that C.J. Stroud is what they were hoping to get out of Zach Wilson. Instead, they got nothing close to that.
D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh, Love Fest, both in San Francisco. Saleh was there when D'Amico began his career. D'Amico has said that he wouldn't be where he is without Robert Saleh. So there's a connect.
Blake Cashman, Sheldon Rankins, a few others. They're former Jets. The tackling machine, yes. Neville Hewitt.
He is a former Jet. And then you have Matt Burke, who was with Robert Saleh in New York, kind of did game management, analytics, all that type of stuff. So there's a lot of connects between H-Town and New York heading into this ball game. But the big news, Zach Wilson, he's going to be on the field. We're going to get a look at Zach Wilson.
And we're going to get to hear the response that Jets fans. I mean, the odds are pretty good he's going to throw a pick. He's thrown 7 in 10 games. So there's that. And if it's the Sauce Gardner, it's going to be even sweeter. And he's just bad. He barely completes 50% of his passes. And so, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun environment over there at MetLife, no question.
Oh, yeah?
Fun for us.
What's fun about it?
It's wild. It's wild. Have you been to that stadium? I know you said you haven't been to a Jets game.
Yeah, I went to Army-Navy there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I went to Army-Navy there.
That was last year?
Nah, 2020.
That was last year, sir.
Or 2020. No, last year we was in Philly.
Damn, where's the time go?
Yeah, no, it's 2 years ago.
Back to Philly. It was 2 years
ago.
So
2021.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. It's a great place, man. It's a great place. It's going to be wild. Jets fans, old Fireman Ed and all that stuff.
Let us paint your face.
What the hell's your problem?
Let us paint your face, Texans, and your body for the game.
I like my face the way it is.
I know, but just let us paint it.
Why don't you paint yours?
Let's do paper, rock, scissors, lose race.
I'm not going to.
I'm putting it on the table.
I'm not.
Paper, rock, scissors.
You can leave it right
2
there
out of 3. Loser has to paint their body in the stands.
Paint their body?
Yeah, paint their body in the stands for 1 quarter, and for 1 quarter you have to rock it. Come on.
Seriously, what's your problem?
I'm trying to make this fun, man. I'm trying to make this fun and have a challenge.
Never painted my face ever.
Okay, well, let us paint your face. You might not have to. You win 2 out of 3 paper, rock, scissors. You don't have to do it.
If I win, you're not going to paint your face.
What do you mean?
You're not going to paint your face.
Yeah, I would. I'll do it for sure.
With how?
Red, blue, something like that.
Half and half.
Half and half. I don't know.
Yeah. Little Texans logo on your forehead.
Yeah, something like that. Like Ultimate Fan. I might talk to Ultimate Fan. Say, hey,
he's got the look.
Hey,
man.
Ultimate Fan, teach me how to paint my face.
Why would I do that? Why would I agree to do that?
I mean, it's just a fun trip, fun things.
Well, we're gonna be among the people there, and I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't want to get my ass kicked by.
Are they crazy like that?
8 Jets fans.
They're doing it like that?
I don't know.
They're used to road fans.
Every NFL stadium is used to road fans.
We're going to be obnoxious. We're just going to be chilling.
Yeah.
So you won't do it?
No, I won't do it.
All right.
Yeah. Does that make me less
cool.
of a partner?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Figgy, 2 out of 3.
Nah, man.
Come on, man.
Nah.
All right. Well, so much for that.
Yes. Yes.
I tried to challenge you.
Yes.
Y'all saw that back down right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I backed down.
Y'all saw that
I
back
was
down right
I
there.
was scared. I wasn't smart and reasonable.
Y'all saw that back down right there.
Yeah.
That was Shaquille O'Neal back down.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
That's right. Juvenile said it best, man.
There's no way in hell you would paint your face.
Back that ass up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't lose paper, rock, scissors, so I mean, I wouldn't have to worry.
You don't
about
lose paper, rock, scissors?
No, I don't do that pretty good.
Do you cheat? You go late?
No, I'm good. I'm right on. Right on.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Do it right now.
He doesn't want to do it.
I'll do that just for the sake of doing it.
No, I'm a big time player. I only play on the
okay.
big stage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not preseason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not,
See that back down there, Figgy?
I'm not a preseason player.
Did you see that back down?
I bring the rice out.
Yeah.
High school, you got your practice players, as Riff Raff said, and you got your game time
It
players.
looked like a back down to me.
I bring the rice out, man. You don't bring the rice out.
I don't even know what
You're
that means.
carb free.
It's the last thing I am. It's carb free.
I'm a starch bringer. You're on that veggie diet.
These idiots on the text board.
When I go to the hibachi place, I get double rice.
Mm-hmm.
You get. I'll just take veggies, please. Let me get some scallops. I'm getting the lobster steak and extra rice, extra yum sauce.
Yeah, but you're backing down from doing rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, because I'm not a preseason player. I do it with something on the line.
Well, we'll put something on the line.
It's too late.
I don't think I have much more. I got a 10 right there.
Yeah, too late.
All right.
I'm playing for
back
$10.
down. $10 is $10.
Jacksons are above, sir.
Goes a long way.
You seen my streak lately?
On
Jacksons are above, homie. This is what bringing the rice out is. This is the CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud is a rice bringer.
Okay.
CJ Stroud is a rice. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can skip that.
Yeah.
Good.
It didn't do a lot for me.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. But practice players, big time players. CJ, you worried about this Pat McAfee thing? Is he going to have to go on Pat McAfee every week now?
No, I'm not worried about it. I think it's great.
Don't you worry that Pat McAfee is kind of gassing him up a little bit? Don't you think Pat McAfee's trying to?
I don't think he's gassing him up.
I kind of feel like he's giving him some rat poison.
No, well,
listen to this. This is Pat McAfee talking to CJ Stroud. McAfee and CJ Stroud. You're telling me that when DeMeco Ryans talks about rat poison, you're telling me that McAfee's not handing CJ some rat poison every time he goes on?
Yeah, not only do I think you need to keep that going, but I think you need to start being a leader and be more vocal. And so I kind of challenged him with that, and, man, he was all for it. So Noah, Rob, Metch, I think Metch is going to get more involved, which is going to be great for us. But we have the tools that we need to still be great. And, of course, we would still love Tank. He was at the forefront of that. But this league is a next-man-up league, and I definitely have faith in those guys to make plays. And I can't wait to see those guys do that.
All right, that's him talking about just the next man. So that's good to hear, right? Like, it was nice to hear CJ say
Well,
that.
especially he said he thinks Mechie's going to be more involved, which is that would be a great development.
Now wait till you hear McAfee though, gassing him up. But first, let me riff thing. This is the rice. This is me. Lopez is a practice player. This is me right here. This is Riff Raff talking about me back in the day.
If you was in high school, if you was ever play basketball, any type of sports, you got your practice players and you got your performance players. Now, the practice players are always going to be on time to practice. They're going to be running the plays perfect. They're going to be making the layups in practice. They're going to make the coach happy, all that. That's a practice player. Then you got your game time players to bring the rice out.
Rice out.
I am clutch. I am a gamer, as people like to say.
Listen to this. Are you not concerned about this? Listen to McAfee with CJ and tell me if this is rat poison or not.
I'm excited to see the train that this entire thing becomes. And I think the more I hear you talk, the more I think of like how perfect of a front man you are for a team and an organization. We're lucky to learn about you, CJ. That's just what the NFL world is very lucky for you. The football world as a whole is lucky for you. Just keep going, dude. You know what I mean? We appreciate the hell out of you. We genuinely do. You need to hear that.
Thank
you need to hear that from us. You need to hear that from us for real.
All right.
That's not gassing him up.
I don't know, man.
I think of all the people in that building that can handle it, C.J. Stroud's probably number one.
I know, but man, this is a lot.
No, I'm not. There are things that maybe are going to.
He deserves to be gassed up.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away from it, Matt.
There are things about C.J. Stroud that maybe you're going to be a little bit apprehensive about.
Like what?
Well, like he's kind of beat up, and the running game is dying again, and stuff like that.
Man, you're making it sound like he's like injured or something.
He has. Can I interest you in C.J. Stroud's last year to the day? This is C.J. Stroud's last year.
Okay.
This was December 6th, 2022.
Okay.
He was on his way to New York for the Heisman Trophy ceremony.
Knew he wasn't winning.
But he was on, and that's bedlam. That's craziness. They're taking him all over New York and interviews and attention and all that. He went straight from there to get ready for the college football playoff. We know what happened there. And then immediately after the college football playoff, he went to the NFL draft prep with personal trainers and all that all over the country. I think in Florida, he was there in Florida for some time. I think he went to Arizona for some time. Then he did the combine prep. Then he did his pro day. Then he did the actual NFL combine. Then he did the draft. Then he did rookie camp. All the media and everything involved that. Then they went, I think it was just a week or two, they went straight into rookie mini camp. Then they went straight into, after that, they went to training camp. Then they went to preseason. And now he's been playing since then 7 months. Like, this has been a wild year for him. And then he gets beat up a little bit. Yeah, that makes me anxious. I mean, yes, it does. I mean, you can call me, whatever you want. Like I'm not as confident, a weasel, whatever. But that's just the last 360. Well, don't call me that. That's just the last 365 days. Like, that takes a toll on anyone.
Really?
Especially the past year, and then the training and all that. As I just laid out,
it's routine, man.
Yes, for rookies.
Yeah, he's normal.
For rookies,
it's
and then
normal stuff.
It's not normal. That's the last thing that is normal.
That's normal stuff, man.
No, it's not. I mean, this has been a wild year, and then plus on top of that, you got, as I mentioned, the running game problems. And
I think the only thing that takes a toll on him is all these hits.
Well, I'm saying that on top of everything that he's gone through the last year, you got that, and you still got 5-6 weeks left minimum. So, yes, you can say I'm not a good, fan of his, or I doubt him or whatever. No, I don't. I'm saying that's the way it is.
Are you going to eat a street hot dog on Sunday?
You're damn right I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And pizza?
Yeah, I probably will. I shouldn't, but I probably will.
You probably should.
Yeah.
And you're not in New York very often. Street hot dogs?
Yeah.
You a big fan of those?
Big time.
Yeah.
People that say, well, it's just it's not. It's not? It's a better hot dog.
Street hot dogs?
Yes.
Okay.
They boil them in that water with all the vegetables and,
I prefer
and spices.
The grill. I prefer the grill.
No, you got to boil them in.
I prefer the grill.
Have you ever seen what they put those hot dogs in when they're boiling?
I try not to look at
it's
hot dog water.
Onions and peppers.
I try not to look at hot dog water, sir.
It looks bad.
It grosses me out. I eat it, but I don't want to hear about hot dog water.
It looks bad.
Put it on the grill.
But it's delicious.
Want to see how it's made?
I do not. I want a hot dog. I don't want to look at hot dog water.
Did I ever tell you the time I walked through FAO Schwartz with 2 hot dogs in my pockets?
You walked through what?
FAO Schwartz, the big toy store in New York. The one where from Big.
Why?
When they baby. It was during my son's wedding week. And we took the baby to FAO Schwartz. You know where that scene where he plays the piano jumping?
Who?
In Big, Tom Hanks. You remember that.
Oh, yeah.
There in the toy store. So we went there, got some stuff. But I was craving a hot dog. So I bought 2 hot dogs, and they said, it's opening, let's go. So I didn't have time to eat them. So
Brother, you always get time to eat a hot dog. That's quick.
But one was for my son, so I put.
So you didn't put any condiments on it?
Everything. I put everything on them, and then rewrapped them and put them in my jacket pockets. So I'm walking through FAO Schwartz, and I'm smelling up every aisle. It smelled like hot dog.
Probably weren't the only one.
I got on the elevator, and I think I was. I got in the elevator, started smelling like hot dogs.
No, you might have been the only one with hot dogs in your pocket, but you damn sure weren't the only one smelling it up.
Well, that's true. That's true. So, yes,
Lord.
I like New York.
Is that Toy Store still alive? So Bezos didn't take that one down like he did Toys R Us?
No. FAO Schwartz is still there.
Okay.
And
is that the toy store from Home Alone 2?
I don't. Is it?
What toy store was that?
I don't know, but it's definitely from the movie Big with Tom Hanks. And it's a badass place. It really is.
Duncan's Toy Chest was in Home Alone 2.
No, but I think they called it that. But they might have filmed it at FAO Schwartz.
Duncan's Toy Chest is based on a real store in New York, but filmed somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is. It's the same store.
Yeah.
But they changed the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Home Alone had pool like that. It's not like that weak-ass Big movie. They actually, they built a brand.
You ain't like that movie?
No, I like Big. I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, I like that movie.
Big good. Yeah. Although I kind of feel weird that the girl is like, he's still a kid.
She almost made out with a child.
Hey, that movie would not travel well.
Yeah, it feels weird because it almost feels like she wants to have sex with a 12-year-old.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
That's kind of
almost.
Well, I mean,
she did.
Yeah,
she did.
So kind of.
Ma'am, that is a child, ma'am.
Yeah.
that movie can't be made in 2023.
Yes. It's like Back to the Future when his mom hits on him or something.
Oh yeah, that's gross.
Yeah.
Well, at least he acknowledged it was gross in Back to the Future.
Yeah, for sure. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Let we go.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. We let it hang a little bit lower, no matter what crosses our mind during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm worried flat out that the running back rotation is not going to change.
Okay, that's fair.
Just flat out.
Well, I don't even know why you should even entertain the possibility of it changing.
Oh, I don't know, because it's better the other way.
I'm not saying that it shouldn't. It's just it feels like I don't know what the deal is with Dameon Pierce.
No, I'm entertaining that it's changing because they did have a taste of success.
What did that do for him?
It got him back.
What have they done since that taste?
Second in the rotation again. This is This is a big worry for me. It would be a bad look from D'Amico to Slowick to everyone over there. The first time all year where we're like, what are you doing? Like these guys. What are you thinking? What are you doing? That's something that we asked a lot
for sure.
in the last 3 years.
We have.
But not with that kind of complete frustration. Like Lovey and David Culley and Bill O'Brien. Like, what are they doing over there? We said that a lot in previous years. If they don't get this right, and I'm worried they won't, that's my confession, I'm going to be irrational, or very rationally frustrated. Like, what are you doing?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Martin Maldonado being gone does nothing for me. I don't even want to look back at it. I don't even want to acknowledge it. I know a lot of people are trying to give him his flowers. He's been getting undeserved flowers for a long time. So my whole thing is this. He's gone. Don't care. Bye-bye. See you later. Should have happened sooner.
I have one very similar.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm really disappointed in Adam Spillane. Like, the dude's gone.
He's buying all this
but
over romanticized.
You can say it.
All this over romanticized garbage where people say that type of stuff.
The part about every stat says that they got better at catcher. Well, it'd be hard to find people over there to say that. Well, they see the same numbers we do. Well, but the numbers aren't. I'm like, what? He's gone.
Adam Spillane's telling us the numbers aren't everything.
Yeah, and that they don't think, that the Astros don't think the numbers are everything. Well, again, are you just looking at them when it's convenient to fit, who you want to play or what you think about a certain player? Who doesn't think that he was a good leader? He was a good leader. They might have a leadership void. When was the last time the Astros had a leadership void?
I think it's just over romanticized.
Yes.
I think it's over.
So do they really think that over there, though?
Well, Adam's there all the time. I mean, but what are they?
Because he's not really saying I think that, but
the other thing with Martin
but
Maldonado,
he kind of is.
Here's the other thing with Maldonado that I think happens, and I think it's important, but I think he takes a lot of the guys under his wing, and they naturally gravitate to him. But we see Javier pitch well to other catchers. We've seen where was Justin Verlander before he got Martin Maldonado? Oh no, he's on the way to being a Hall of Famer,
a Cy Young winner.
Yeah, multiple.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm with you. I'm
disappointed, thing. Adam. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
That one hurts.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is going to be a good one. I can tell by the sigh.
I'm worried about Seth being on the air.
Yeah, I didn't put that one on my confessions, but I totally agree.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
It's been a week. If you haven't listened to the morning show, your schedule doesn't permit. He's been kind of gravelly voiced for
what are we doing?
At least a week. I mean, he wants to play. He wants to play hurt, as they say, but I am worried about him. I think that it needs to be looked at.
Worried about him, man.
Yeah.
Makes Doc Rivers sound like Michael Jackson.
He does. Makes Doc Rivers sound like he was.
Makes John McClain sound like Mad Dog Russo.
Mad Dog's been on a tear lately too, by the way.
What's your take on all of this drama where Diana Rossini has claimed that Zach Wilson didn't want to play?
Stop it, man. Stop it,
That
man.
hurts to hear.
No, we're losing listeners.
That hurts to hear, man. It hurts my throat.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm pulling for the Browns this weekend. I thought it was an excellent question Sean Pendergast posted on his Pender poll on Twitter. And my first thought was the realistic thing for me is the wild card. Probably want to cheer for the Jags. But then I rethought it, and I'm like, nah, man, that window's still open. They've got a hurt quarterback. They've got a hurt receiver. Sure, you can beat them by one game in the standings overall. So I know it doesn't help necessarily the draft order, but who gives a bleep about that? I think that would be huge. These next 2 weeks, you pointed it out yesterday, he's going to flip it one way or the other. You cheering for the Browns, dude?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want Canes, man. I don't know why. I'm trying to eat healthier, but for some reason, Canes is really speaking to me lately, man. I saw Tank Dell eating it in the hospital, so that was one of the first things on his mind. The commercials have been nice. The quality's always there. I kind of want me some Canes, man. I just don't know why. Just really want some Canes.
I think it's quality, man. I think Canes is.
Yeah, but you kind of ruin it. You save it the next day and stuff. It's like.
Well, I get the big.
What are we doing?
What is the Caniac special or whatever it's called,
dude?
I can't eat all that at once. I mean, I'm not a little guy, but
this dude come in here with like leftover chicken fingers.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
What are we doing?
Who doesn't like leftover chicken fingers,
man?
It is funny you mentioned a fast food restaurant because that's my other confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I almost said this yesterday. I'm glad I saved it for confessions today. It ties in with yours. Those California guys on the Texans roster have me rethinking the whole In-N-Out Whataburger thing.
In-N-Out is good.
No, I've had it. It's good, but I want to do actual field research on this. There's an In-N-Out in Katy that I've been to. I'll probably head out there. I want to actually. I mean, is it making you kind of rethink things too? I'm like,
it's good.
They are chest out, swearing by In-N-Out.
You know what's making me think it?
What?
If I want to be honest about this, consistency, man.
Oh, sure.
Consistency.
Yeah.
That's one thing they got. They got consistency.
But I want to maybe go one day to In-N-Out, really retry it, and then go to the nearest Whataburger. And because those dudes, what is it, 3-4 guys? That it's not even.
Well, I don't think CJ spoke on it yet, but we already know where that's going to go.
Yeah, I think every California dude is towards In-N-Out, man.
I'm intrigued. I've always been Whataburger, but those guys have got me rethinking it.
Should do a review on those.
For in Houston.
They don't need help.
No, they don't.
No, we just need a review, man. Somebody that's not biased.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yeah, it would be. I think In-N-Out would win for sure with him.
I don't know that.
I think so, man.
I don't know that.
I think so.
Maybe.
It hurts me. I'm a Whataburger guy, but.
Yeah. I've been a Whataburger guy, but those guys they make a convincing argument.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Toto, Robert Woods, Brevin Jordan.
The other thing is they say it's not even close. It's not even a conversation.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Man.
That's part of what's made me gotta revisit In-N-Out.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ Stroud. He's going to share the field with Zach Wilson on Sunday, but yesterday he shared the national stage with Aaron Rodgers, and there were a couple things that stuck out about it. Next.
In the Loop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
CJ Stroud shares the big stage with Aaron Rodgers. He's going to share the stage on Sunday with Zach Wilson. We got an update on the happenings, what's going on the practice field out there. We'll give that to you when we start around the NFL. But both C.J. Stroud and Aaron Rodgers were on McAfee yesterday. This is what Pat McAfee had to say and what he wanted to say to C.J. Stroud and make clear as C.J. Stroud was about to leave.
I'm excited to see the train that this entire thing becomes. And I think the more I hear you talk, the more I think of like how perfect of a front man you are for a team and an organization. We're lucky to learn about you, CJ. That's just the NFL world is very lucky for you. The football world as a whole is lucky for you. Just keep going, dude. You know what I mean? We appreciate the hell out of you. We genuinely do. You need to hear that.
Thank
you need to hear that from us. You need to hear that from us for real.
All right, so there you go. He was getting loved up on. And meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers expected to be the starting quarterback on
everything.
A lot of things. Here was what Aaron Rodgers said. So Zach Wilson's going to be the starting quarterback. There's been reports from The Athletic, Diana Rossini, or sexy-ass Diana Rossini, as Ron Hughley and Tyler Milner call her, have reported Zach Wilson a little bit hesitant to want to play for the Jets. Now, Robert Saleh has said, no, we've talked about it. He's ready to go. Here's what Aaron Rodgers had to say about it, and he took it in a completely different direction as he shared, I should say, that big stage with C.J. Stroud.
I mean, you're basically saying that this kid is quitting on the team and doesn't want to play and has given the middle finger to the organization. I don't want to speak for him because he's going to get a chance this week to speak, and I'm going to let him speak. I'll tell you that I love the kid. I think he's an amazing young man, and he is young. You know, he's in his early 20s, and I've had a blast spending time with him. He's gone through a lot of in the last 3 years, and he's got every right to be frustrated and disappointed about it. I think he's done a good job of standing up and taking accountability this year when it's been his part to do it. If that's journalism now, if you're going to use sources, and whoever that, I want to say the F word now, whoever that person is that thinks it's okay, number one, to talk to anybody like that, I don't understand what you get out of that, number one. But number two, what is your impetus? What is your motivation to try and bury someone like that? And that's a problem with the organization. You know, we need to get to the bottom of whatever this is coming from and put a stop to it privately. And this is not the only time. There's been a bunch of other leaks. I think it's chicken shit at its core, and, you know, I think it has no place in a winning organization.
Yeah, he's wrong. I mean, I think that's the reason he's on this little tangent there. But like, just go through history, whether it's sports or not sports. This is how stories and information and things change, is with sources. So I don't exactly know what his point is there. And I think the bigger problem here, or at least bigger problem for him, is that it got out. Not that what got out was wrong, because he didn't really ever say that it was. He said, we need to look into this, how this happened. Well, yeah, it got out. That's what happens. But thank you for the lesson nonetheless there, Aaron.
This annoys you, doesn't it?
It does, because it's silly. It's silly. Yes, we are in a different era, and yes, people can
take advantage and say per sources and all that. It can happen.
It can happen. Yes,
but I mean, the problem for me is I think there's like certain groups that people just don't hesitate to generalize, and you know how anti-generalization I am. Like, I don't like saying, you know, this fan group, and that's why you always hear me put like the word some in front. Mm-hmm. The generalization of media, I think, is silly.
Yes.
And players are so willing to do it. I saw Des Bryant do it last week. He's a bozo. Des Bryant did it. Aaron Rodgers, I don't necessarily think he does it. I think he's just talking about he's talking specifically about, but there's like a generalization, like a willingness to generalize the whole thing. And I think it's weird. I think the less generalizations, the better when it comes to this type of thing. I also think it's rich of Aaron Rodgers with all the leaks that have come out, like when he was in Green Bay and stuff back and forth, et cetera, all the drama.
He was the anonymous source.
Yeah, and I mean, he would go on record every once in a while, but there was a lot of stuff going on there. Like, it's not like, I don't know that Aaron Rodgers, and maybe it's a different situation, and I'm sure we can nitpick and say, but I don't know that he's like the expert on healthy organization.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think he's like the expert on what an organization being healthy or whether it's healthy or not. And you played 4 plays, man. Like if I'm a Jets fan and I'm going out there and I'm freezing my ass off and I'm watching this bad football and I'm seeing all this happen and, you know, the ghost of Aaron Rodgers comes in at age 40, he gets hurt, and now all of a sudden he's like the voice of reason.
Yes.
I would just be kind of annoyed with it. I need to see a little bit more sweat equity there.
Yeah, you
just got here, man.
He did, and
I heard Tiki Barber talking about it too. Like Tiki Barber's rolling his eyes about it. I think some of the people at WFAN are kind of rolling their eyes about it. Like you just got here, man.
Mm-hmm. I think the organization should be about as upset with Aaron Rodgers for making them look so bad and questioning them from the top down as they are with anything that leaked. I mean, Aaron Rodgers isn't doing that organization and its leadership, its management, any favors, right? At all. He's making them look bad.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Here was Diana Rossini of The Athletic. She was the one who put this report out. The Athletic did a little bit of a podcast. Here is what former ESPN reporter, current Athletic reporter Diana Rossini had to say in response to what Aaron Rodgers had to say about these reports, which they're coming from her. Mm-hmm.
Really, Rodgers is frustrated with the leaks that are coming at build right now because it is portraying Zach Wilson as being a person that's not choosing the team. And his reluctance to playing has everything to do with the potential of him getting hurt, as well as really the way the Jets have conducted business with him. So, you know, all the people that we've been talking to aren't lying to us. And Rodgers made that pretty clear that he's just frustrated with the information getting out because it makes the organization look bad. So I understand why the Jets are upset about this story getting out, but this is a problem that they have to deal with right now as they try to come to a decision as to who's going to start.
Yeah, and he might be mad at the snitch. Here's my question though: what if the snitch is the owner? Because I think that's possible. Like, what if the snitch is the owner, or what if the snitch is the GM?
Yeah.
Like, what if the snitch is
and by the way,
someone there?
That happens.
Yeah,
that happens a lot,
all the time.
That's
almost all the time.
I mean, remember the leaks here? We know where they were coming from.
Yeah. We know exactly where they were coming from.
Yeah, we know where those leaks were.
So yeah.
From. So yeah, but that's my.
That's
other
why
thing.
I think
so
management.
Aaron Rodgers is saying that. What if it's owner or GM?
That's why I'm saying I think management and ownership should be about as mad at Aaron Rodgers as anyone.
I want to dive into this a little bit more tomorrow because I want to get more context to it. I don't want to. I texted Jake Asman, who's a diehard Jets fan. He has like one of the top Jets YouTube streams, and I just texted him because I wanted to get a grasp of what this is. So this Joe Benigno guy, who they always have on Evan and Tiki, which is the afternoon drive out there at WFAN. I wasn't familiar with him, but I guess he had a show with Evan Roberts, who's one of the hosts. He had a show with him for a long-ass time, like damn years. And I guess he criticized Robert Saleh for something. And apparently him and Robert Saleh spoke on the phone last night, which was actually 2 nights ago, for 25 minutes to kind of clear the air about something that he said about Robert Saleh and something about Zach Wilson. My thing is this. This is a radio host, okay? Mm-hmm. This is me and you.
Yeah.
Right? If we said something about D'Amico Ryans, and this guy's not even on the air anymore, I don't think. I guess he has like a weekly or whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
Like if we said something about D'Amico Ryans, and then D'Amico Ryans called us and talked to us because of something we said for 25 minutes, I mean, that'd be cool. And we've talked to certain guys at certain points. But during a game week with all this drama, Robert Saleh's calling and talking to a radio host for 25 minutes, is that not weird to you? Like, can you ever, if you're Robert Saleh, tell your players to, and D'Amico says this and Caserio says, can you ever again tell them to cancel out the outside noise?
Right. But it also, that's a coach that's in scramble mode. You know, I'm not saying Robert Saleh's not going to get fired.
Are you sure?
Well, now you got me questioning, but I don't think so.
I mean, I'm just asking because this is
but he's scrambling because everything's chaos.
I don't think Robert Saleh should get fired. I like Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
But there's ways to get fired, and having reports that a player wants to quit, and then having reports that former radio guy and talking for 25 minutes and all this other stuff, and then you're having your guy who seems to be the guy that basically is I mean, I don't know what Aaron Rodgers is, but it seems like he's kind of important to the organization. He's saying they got an organizational issue. Like, what?
No, I
What
think,
are we doing
I think
here?
all that chaos that you just described is why Robert Saleh is in scramble mode. And that's why it's not a good look by any stretch. Look, coaches talk, general managers talk, owners talk with us and others, quote, off the record or not for attribution, if we want to be exact with our journalistic terminology here, all the time. But in a situation like this, when it's complete chaos and you're doing that, that's not a good look for the head coach. Not a good look at all.
Yeah, and I guess, he is 15-31 as a head coach, Robert Saleh.
But he's good for another year.
I like Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's talking to this guy. I mean, sure. If D'Amico wants to call. I don't have a lot of complaints, though.
No, no, not at all.
So there's not a lot of complaining.
And
going
Zach
on.
Wilson on the field on Sunday. He's the guy. I think he's going to bleep.
You think there's going to be blood?
I think he's going to bleep the bed.
Do you think this is going to be like one of those New York, like, dude, that's on my bucket list. I want to be in the middle of a New York bleep show.
Well,
I just want to be like Zach Wilson, 3 interceptions, booed like crazy. I want to hear a bunch of F words and all that type of stuff.
Especially in those accents.
I want
a lot of flipping the bird.
Yeah. I want to be in the middle of like Jets, just an absolute like New York throwing trash at
Get out of here.
All that stuff. Well, you can be there Sunday, and I think there's a good. Keep in mind, Zach Wilson does not seem strike me anyway. I could be wrong, as like the most
mentally tough
the
guy,
strongest mental, makeup. And then he's going to jog on the field for warm-ups, and they're going to boo his ass. And then if he makes a mistake,
you think they're going to get behind him early on?
Hell no.
So they're already out on Zach.
Yes. Hell no.
You think that's part of the reason he didn't want to go out there?
No, I think the part of the reason he didn't want to go out there is because
injury,
self-preservation, and next year.
And I think the locker room probably turned on him a little bit
too. But I think he's looking for next year. Like, I'm out of here, man. We got to figure something out. I know I'm out of here. I'm going to worry about that. I think that was what was behind it. But it was idiotic to make it public or let it go public.
Well, he didn't do it. Someone did.
But he told someone.
I don't know if
or his agent did, which is even worse.
That should be on his agent.
I'm hesitant to go out there.
Which is even worse. They're going to destroy him. And if he throws a pick.
What if he fumbles?
Anything like that.
What if he has a Mark Sanchez butt fumble?
Nothing's off the table.
Man, if this is just a bleep show, this is like awesome. Like, I would rather see this in almost like a
like a great game.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, it's going to be. He's going to bleep the bed, man.
How many Zach Wilson jerseys will we see?
That's a good question. Sometimes that's the only jersey people have. They only, they own whatever. We'll probably see some. I don't know. I don't know.
You gonna rock a Zach Wilson?
When he was drafted and you bought it?
Yeah, but you're not gonna wear it now.
I'm saying some people that might be the only jersey.
Some Davis Mills jerseys.
Yeah, that might be the only jersey some people have.
At the game.
No,
I say, how much you want to bet?
Nah.
How much you want to bet?
Your ass off.
Nah, every time I see one, I'll be like, that must be the only jersey you got.
Hell no.
That's what I think, Figgy.
Yeah, that's
all right,
exactly
next
what I
game,
think.
let's count the Davis Mills jerseys.
Hey, Figgy's out there with the
wait,
people,
you ain't
man.
say count. I say I saw somebody I saw people with some.
Nah, I want.
Ain't about how many.
I want to see a Davis Mills jersy next week.
If you see one, okay.
Nah, give me 3.
Nah, man, come on, man. Now you don't up the price of the brick.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you can find one Davis Mills jersey next time the Texans are in town.
I bet you do. I'll bet you do.
And it can't be his mom or dad.
Well, no.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're on. Coming up, speaking of on, who's on the practice field, who's off the practice field, we'll talk about that, as well as something nobody's talking about. I think perhaps the most nervous C.J. Stroud has ever been to step on a football field can be connected to this game in multiple ways. We'll throw that theory your way as we go around the NFL next.
Let me go.
This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The most nervous I've ever heard C.J. Stroud and his first big NFL moments. I want you to think about this. We'll get to it in about 10 minutes as we go around the NFL. So kicker Kaimi Fairbairn is not practicing. He remains on IR. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about Fairbairn.
Yeah, we'll see how the week goes, and we'll see. We'll have a kick out there. Aaron, you want to kick for us? Okay, I think. Oh no, but Matt did a really good job for us this last week. One of his best games since he's been with us. He did a really good job. So proud of what Matt did for us. He stepped up and made some big time plays for us.
Yeah, I don't know if I need Aaron Wilson kicking, man.
Yeah, you definitely don't need that.
So Matt Amendola's on the field. He's a former Jet. He could be the kicker. George Fant, Laramie Tunsil, they are not practicing. Looks like it could be rest days. Dalton Schultz on the practice field.
Yeah.
So could have two tight ends. Dalton Schultz is out there warming up. We'll keep an eye on that. Practice report should come out a couple hours from now. This is C.J. Stroud on Pat McAfee yesterday talking about Derek effing Stingley.
He's special, man. He's a generational talent. He's definitely, like, I don't know if I've ever told him this, but he's the most talented on our team. Off his peer, like, athleticism, ball skills, getting in and out of breaks, like, offense, defense, whatever you want to say. He's the most talented dude on our team, and he's been working his tail off at it, so I'm super proud of that dude. I know it's going to continue to happen, so just really proud of him.
Dang, man, generational talent. Feeling good about Derek Stingley.
He should be. He is also, by the way, the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. So Derek Stingley winning awards. Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys. He's going to have surgery. He has acute appendicitis, which is the inflammation of the appendix. It typically presents acutely within 24 hours of onset, can also be present in a more chronic condition. Still expected to coach Sunday as of right now. Mike McCarthy getting that taken care of, appendicitis.
You don't need your appendix. Just move. Yeah, just get it done. And I've never had it. Knock on wood.
Damn, dude.
No, it's
you're making it sound like
it's a meaningless organ.
Going to get his flu shot.
Pretty much, it's a meaningless organ. I've never had
minor surgery,
but it's minor surgery.
I'm gonna remember that.
But apparently, it hurts like hell when you get acute appendicitis.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I mean, maybe have a little sensitivity for others, John. Good Lord.
I do. Yeah, move on.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Mike McCarthy out. Doug Peterson, this was his injury update yesterday. This is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. You got the Cleveland Browns this week. Here was the full injury report rundown from Doug Peterson.
So starting with, it's just right, high ankle sprain. Everything's stable. Everything looks good. And we'll see where he is here in a couple of days. Christian has a core muscle injury, and he'll obviously going to miss some time. He'll be out. Walker has a left hamstring strain, and it's in.
Damn.
Again, we'll see where he's at, strength-wise and stability in a couple of days.
Long list of key players as well. So
they're screwed.
That's why I changed my mind. I think they could.
They're screwed.
You mentioned something too yesterday about the Titans. Like they were rolling right along, and then all of a sudden,
Ryan Tannehill got hurt. Boom.
What they
gone.
lose 6, 5?
I think 6 straight.
Yeah,
6, 7, something.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, they're in trouble, man.
By the way, Noah Brown dressed and practicing. Robert Woods dressed, but veteran.
He gets a vet day.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil getting a vet day. How do you feel about these vet days with Laramie?
I don't have a problem with them at all.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, there's some things we can talk about with Laramie Tunsil, but a vet day is not one of them.
Okay.
Not for me anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
What can we talk about?
Run blocking, helping the offensive line get their bleep together, stuff like that.
What did you make of Titus Howard asking out loud on Twitter, why is Pittsburgh ahead of us in the standings?
I made this out of it. What are you doing?
Like, is Titus just acting like a 12-year-old?
Someone.
Yeah, ask. Like, you're a professional
That's a
football
clout
player.
chase, isn't it?
There's a lot of clout chasing. There's a lot of need for interaction. I think maybe he went to a small school and he didn't get much interaction. He's trying to get it now, but it just seems like there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
And then there's times where he's like bringing up other players into, like, remember when he said we're going to shut down Baker Mayfield?
Mm-hmm.
You're bringing other people into the mix that don't need to be in it. He acts. It's almost like if you have like a 14-year-old nephew and you're like, man, you're just saying whatever's on your mind.
Yeah.
Hey, chill out, Colby.
I think look, the guy is very well paid and he's reached the level.
But you're a top 5 tackle. You don't need to be asking why are they ahead of us. That's an easy thing to figure out.
Right.
You look like an idiot.
Text someone.
You look like a moron.
I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if it hasn't been mentioned.
Well, I mean, it's
somewhere.
harmless. It's not like not like he's going out there like Jamal Adams and talking about guys' wives.
Yeah.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah.
Jamal Adams with Connor Hughes out there in New York. I guess Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets, he put a picture of Jamal Adams in coverage getting beat, and he said, yikes. That was it.
Yeah.
And by the way, on that play, CeeDee Lamb's pointing to him and laughing, too.
Yeah.
I guess Ferguson, the Cowboys tight end, who, by the way, that guy wanted to fight everybody last week.
He did.
I wanted that son of a gun on my team. He was sticking his finger right up in Jamal Adams in their face, like doing like the first down and all that. But so Connor Hughes put yikes, Jamal Adams in coverage. And then Jamal Adams put a picture of his wife and said yikes.
What
are we doing?
And
he's deleted it, but did you see what a Jets fan did?
Nuh-uh. Screenshot?
Wee!
Really?
Jets fans.
Yeah.
You don't know what they did?
Nuh-uh.
He posted a picture of his girl or something?
Not his girl.
Oh, no.
His mom at his signing day.
Oh, man.
And I'm not saying 2 wrongs make a right, but
that's
you
what
started
happened when you open that door.
But you started it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gloves was off.
Yeah, you started it. And I don't condone any of this, but man.
Man.
But you know what Jamal Adams does that makes me think he might be a weasel?
What's that?
Well, first of all, there's people in New York who say it. He uses a hashtag of like his nickname or his own name when he tweets.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, what is that? Like, what is Jamal Adams'
I
nickname?
seen that. I didn't know what that was.
Let me see. Like, he put, it's like something like, and I think he even put it on that. Jamal Adams. It's like, and I didn't even know he had a nickname, but he puts his like own nickname on his tweet. What is it? Do you have it?
I'm looking.
Jamal Adams Twitter. What? Prez. Hashtag Prez.
Yeah.
So every time he says something, he puts Prez. He put a picture of himself. Hashtag Prez. Here comes Mr. And then someone talks about him. He says, here comes Mr. Potato Head, Mr. Hughes, right-hand man. Truth be told, I don't care. I don't like you, blah, blah, blah. Hashtag Prez.
Atta baby.
Come on.
That's his Twitter handle.
Hashtag Prez.
At Prez.
What are we doing?
At Prez.
CJ Stroud as nervous as you've ever heard him. I think this was and I asked Stutz if he could ask him about this, because I think it was really cool. So we've seen CJ Stroud, and one of the things about CJ Stroud is he always seems like calm, cool, and collected. He always seems like really, really mild. Like at the podium, he's just
in
perfect.
control.
Yeah, he's in control, and when he steps on the field, it seems like he's in control as well.
Yeah.
But I tracked down an interview that can be connected to Sunday's game in which he sounds about as nervous as I can remember him sounding.
Okay.
And it was before Garrett Wilson, who's a receiver for the Jets, and Chris Olave were having their pro days.
Yeah.
Now, they went out a year ahead of C.J. Stroud. But C.J.
was
threw at their pro day.
Yeah.
And I got to imagine, that's probably got to be a little bit nerve-wracking. First of all, it's a different format than the normal game. And
those are your guys.
You're in charge of their fate.
Yeah.
So you got to give them good balls in front of a bunch of NFL scouts. And oh, by the way, NFL scouts, they might go to see those guys, but then they're seeing you throw as well. So it's just a lot going on.
Yeah.
And listen to C.J. Stroud. This was C.J. Stroud. This is a really cool video. I think this is from the Ohio State website. But here's C.J. Stroud talking about throwing to Chris Olave, now of the Saints, and Garrett Wilson, who he'll face on Sunday in New York.
C.J. Stroud proudly standing here, getting ready to throw to his guys, in particular Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Okay, give us a preview. C.J., what are we expecting to see today?
What you're expecting to see today is, just a lot of speed, a lot of great feet work. I'm trying to do my best to get them the ball right where they need it, and just show them what they can do. 6 is very powerful and strong, and I think that we're going to keep that going. And Garrett and Chris definitely helped me this season, so I think we'll be able to put that on film today.
How much of a rehearsal has this been?
We've been working almost every other day since last week. They definitely have been calling me and texting me to come over here. And even on days I practice, I come back and try to throw with them. So it's been a great thing just trying to get the timing down.
How are Chris and Garrett different receivers?
Chris is definitely more smart than people expect him to be. And then Garrett's just a freak athlete. And Chris will take the top off as well as Garrett, but Garrett's very shifty. Like, he's one of the dudes, you give him the ball, you don't know what he's going to do. So, and then Chris, he's just the definition of speed.
Very lastly, we're going to get to see your arm today, man. What are you going to show us?
I'm going to just show you what God blessed me with. And I think that's a strong, powerful arm and able to read defenses. Even though I can't show that today, I think I can do that pretty well. So I'm going to try to put that on display today.
See, the other part of this equation here is, and we've mentioned this here and there, they didn't do a lot of that. They're a national program, but the head coach is generally the face of the program, and he does his Tuesday things. You never saw that, or Monday, whenever they had their media day. You never really saw a lot of national coverage of C.J. Stroud until he entered the NFL, kind of orbit. He was covered, but it wasn't like national stuff.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I damn sure knew about him.
No, you knew about him.
You're talking about
like press conferences and stuff like that, and sit down interviews with national reporter. So it was all kind of new to him.
It's got to be kind of nerve-wracking, man.
Yeah.
Because you're going out there, it's a weird format. You're NFL scouts. You got your two guys, all that type of stuff. You know where Garrett Wilson's from, right?
Is he from down here?
Ish.
Where's he from?
Austin.
Yeah.
Austin, Texas. Lake Travis.
Oh, man.
Lake Travis High School.
That's a tough one to let get away.
Got out of the States.
That's a tough one to let get away.
Jackson Smith and Jigba's from Rockwall.
Yeah.
Ohio State knows how to go get those receivers from down here.
Mm-hmm.
That was pre-NIL.
Well, now it doesn't matter where you end up. You might end up somewhere else. Everybody's that portal is open right
you
now.
You hate the portal, or you like the portal?
I love the portal. Okay. Yeah, get a chance to play, man. It affects. But see, the people that get upset about the portal don't realize that it works both ways. They're always upset about the teams the players that leave.
You always take like the example that doesn't fit. These players have earned the right to leave, man. They got the talent they're wanted. Let them go do their thing. I have no problem with the portal.
But you can get players too. Like they're always like upset about the players that leave. You can also get them.
Yeah, you can get a second-tier guy.
Yeah, or a first-tier guy. Yeah, it works both ways. Yeah,
it works. There's a lot of these old dudes though that are going. Lord, dude from Texas Tech.
I think it's one of the best
24
things.
24 years old.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. It's free agency.
I think it's one of the best things that happened in college
like a whole
football.
list of it.
But it's completely diminishing bowl games other than the playoff. Because people are either just sitting out
game's been diminished.
or transferring, but it's worse than ever. Like, I got an invite to...
I think it makes it more fun.
Maybe,
for me,
maybe for the unknown.
No, you know what? For gambling.
For the unknown.
Well, gambling. Because there's like lines that are live. For gambling, like gambling on bowls is more fun than it's ever been.
Yeah, but
you don't even know. It's like, oh man, they might be. Oh, they're down 10. Oh, that guy's sitting out. Okay.
Yeah, it's the unpredictability.
They're $10 dollars. Let me take your money line.
I got an email yesterday for a bowl pick'em, And I'm like, I don't even know if I want to do this. I mean, I have to figure out who's where, and who's leaving.
Who sent it to you?
Who's my son. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's at least like, is there anything worse than the random, hey, you want to be in my survivor poll?
Nah, it wasn't a random.
Man, I don't know.
It wasn't a random.
I'm okay.
I got one.
Want to be in your survivor poll.
I got another email from someone who's in another pool that I'm in saying that they're doing a bull pick'em for $10,000.
That's sick.
What's the entry?
But I mean, you wouldn't know a damn thing about it. You would finish last anyway. I don't blame you for not participating. If we're being honest, like you wouldn't have a chance. So I don't blame. That's a good choice by you. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Fig with you. What? I mean, you wouldn't have a chance.
You realize I won it 2 years ago.
I mean, yeah.
First place.
Yeah, it was a fluke. But yeah.
Why you ain't jumping this one?
No, I might, but I'm just confused. I'm just confused.
Encourage him to waste money
because you don't know who's where.
He already spends all that money on fishing poles and doesn't catch fish. Don't encourage him to waste money.
You should have seen all the fish I caught this Saturday.
Yeah, because Caleb guided you there.
No, I was by myself. No, I wasn't. I wasn't by myself.
Yeah.
You
got guided there.
I slayed him.
You got guided there.
Weekend before I was by myself.
All you had to do was flick your wrist.
Weekend before I was by myself, I caught 35 trout. I counted them.
By the way, don't you always catch?
Not always.
On the text line, the 713 says Titus Howard is becoming his own Jackson Mahomes.
Here's the thing: it's not just us talking about it. Like people are all over on him about this. Like, why are you doing this? It's not just like work.
No, it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like you asking why are we not ahead? Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and a lot of people are noticing.
And that's easy to find out. Like, why are you saying that, brother?
Yeah, exactly.
You're on the team. Like they just gave you an extension,
and
you're going up there and asking questions that you should know. Like what is that?
First
That's
of all,
too much.
You should know it.
And you're going around and like trying to argue about everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not a good trash talker either.
He was arguing
That's
with
the other
someone
thing.
else yesterday.
Like the Honey Badger used to do this, and it's like, okay, it was a little bit over the top, and he will even admit it. And then I can't imagine like what the Honey Badger deals with.
Yeah.
And when he sees like some jackass like me or you say something, it probably just like kind of sets him off a little bit. But even then, and you know this, and I can admit this, because I partook in it. That SOB can talk some trash.
Oh, that's all he does. That's all he does.
I mean, that SOB can talk some trash.
Yeah.
Like, now he wakes up the next day and he's like, man, I probably took that a little bit too far. I need to delete it. But tit for tat, that dude can talk some trash. Titus cannot talk trash.
No, not at all.
It's not. It's awkward. It's not good trash talk.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, for an athlete, do what you want to do on your own with fans. That's good. But like, hey, why Pittsburgh ahead of us in the standings? What's up with that? We beat them.
Yeah,
dude.
It's like right there, literally at your fingertips. If you're, it's on Google.
You're on the team,
and you're on the team. You just say, hey, you don't have to text D'Amico. Just text your line. Text Chris Strasser.
Text someone in PR.
Text Vandy.
How about just go to Google?
Vandermeer.
How about just go to Google?
Yes. It's like I said, it's right there at your fingertips. Yeah, there's a lot there.
It's weird, and I'm very interested. Like, is this just young? Because he is young.
He's still pretty young.
Does this like? Does it because you know who he reminds me of?
Who's that?
Titus Howard. Like he is identical to him, and I'm not saying he's not a better player, but and you're gonna say, aha, you can't even dispute this. He's exactly like him.
Who?
When it comes to his how he acts on social media and what he does, it's 100%. Lonnie Johnson.
Oh yeah,
he is Lonnie Johnson. Like, and remember when Lonnie Johnson got traded? Like he acts exactly like Lonnie Johnson did when he was here on social media.
Yeah,
well, they got here around the same time.
Yeah, I think it was the same draft. Yeah,
even better.
He acts exactly like Lonnie Johnson did.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely that.
And he's a good dude. I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, like, you're not helping yourself, and you're saying too much. But how many times do you tweet everything that comes across your mind?
Hell no. No way.
And you're asking like why the tiebreaker is, and you're on the Texans.
But it is also, you mentioned he's young. People at that age do tweet everything that's on.
But what is the first thing that D'Amico Ryan says, and what's the first thing that Nick Caserio says. Like, if you talk to these guys for over 8 minutes, what is the one thing that they're going to say?
What's that?
Don't eat the rat poison. Don't worry about the outside noise.
Yeah.
He's not doing that.
No. But I wonder if it's also generational.
No, it's not, because CJ's not doing it.
Well, that's true, but
CJ's younger than him. CJ's not doing it. John Mechie's not doing that. Nico Collins is not doing that. Tank Dell's not doing that.
But maybe
we go on and on. Derek Stingley's not doing that. They got a lot of young players on this squad, sir. He's the only one doing it. Dameon Pierce isn't doing that.
But what I'm saying is
Jalen Petry's not doing that. A lot of people are saying stuff about Jalen Petry.
Kids that age, I shouldn't call him a kid.
It's not kids that age. It's him.
But what I'm saying,
I think you're generalizing, and we got all these examples.
No, I got the example. I get the example. Not everybody that age, but a lot of kids that age truly just live on their apps, and they say anything that comes to mind. Maybe he's just one of those.
But some of them are like funny and like make sense and entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not. But like you have a whole locker room of guys who don't do that.
No, I know.
Maybe it's the small school thing. Maybe this is why they like big school guys. Maybe the big school guys that are used to getting attention and used to all this. Maybe it's that. Like Laremy Tunsil ain't doing that much.
No.
Like no one's doing that.
No.
It's weird. I'm sorry, it's weird. And I'm hoping that he goes out there, he's one of the best right tackles in the game, and it doesn't matter, because the reality is if he was elite and he goes out there and he does his thing, I'm not going to give a damn about this.
Yeah.
But obviously you start to find other stuff. I just think it's interesting. Internet, especially when the internet's going nuts, which it's about to do. A rapper, he tried to get one of the coaches in town sloppy seconds, and he did so in an extreme way. The internet going nuts next.
It's Texas. Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A rapper was begging for some sloppy seconds from a coach round here, and it was hilarious. You'll hear that in a second. But first, let's start with the first draft pick, non-comp pick, rookie draft pick for all you well-actually guys out there, David Carr in Texans franchise history. He's on NFL Network now. I feel like he kind of got headline porn yesterday by his own company. He was talking about Jalen Hurts. And it's clear that Jalen Hurts is not 100% right now. It seems to be the case. Seems a little bit banged up. They got the Cowboys this Sunday.
Yeah.
This is what David Carr had to say, and it had the internet going nuts.
The only way that they get there is Jalen is 100%, and he is that dynamic weapon in the run game, because that creates your offense on the outside and your one-on-ones. Clearly, Jalen isn't comfortable reading through a defense in a drop-back pass scenario. Some would say he's not even good at it. And I think that when you look at this team, you have to have a serious conversation if you're Philly. Is it better for us to play Marcus Mariota right now and let Jalen get fully healthy? Because I would argue that it does not matter if you're the number one seed. Because if the 49ers come into Philly again, they do not care. They do not care. If raining in Philly doesn't matter. But irrelevant.
You're the coach. You're Nick Sirianni. You go up to Jalen Hurts. He's like,
I'm
dude,
with you, bro.
I can play,
crazy
coach.
Conversation.
I can play. How are you going to tell me after I just got paid, we do all of this stuff?
Big picture, brother. Like, you have to do. Like, if you're Nick Sirianni, this is the type of decision and conversation you have to have. If you have a big picture mentality, I think you can have, honestly, with Jalen. That's all Jalen talks about is the end result and getting to the Super Bowl and winning that thing. They didn't run the football at all with him. Twice? That's not it, man. That's not the winning edge. Put Marcus in there, win a couple games. Yeah. Maybe you have the number one seed still. I'd say he's probably better at playing quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. Right now, he would be more productive.
Hey, I didn't say that, Philly. I didn't say that,
when
Philly.
You're healthy. We'll see
I know what time it is. I didn't say that. He said that.
All the way to the Super Bowl.
All right, so David Carr says Marcus Mariota would be better for the Eagles. The context is he thinks Jalen Hurts is not healthy. So they're not running the ball. They're not running their offense.
I fell for it.
Yeah, I saw people were piling on. Even Warren Sharp, I was like, okay, Warren, you're a headline porner now? Like,
no,
you're just going to put that out there?
Might have been during our show, so I just saw David Carr thinks Jalen Hurts should be benched, I think is how they worded it.
Yeah. He's obviously saying get healthy for the playoffs.
Benched?
Like, it's very obvious what he's saying.
Benched?
Now, Marcus Robinson didn't do him any favors.
No.
But I think he was kind of kidding. But, I mean, it's clear what he's saying.
Yeah.
I saw it, and I said, oh, the hell? And then I listened to it. I was like,
yeah, I was just kind of like,
he's saying rest him up, get him ready.
Yeah.
That's it.
Nothing wrong with that.
I got the internet going nuts.
Time Person of the Year.
Okay.
Has been announced.
Okay.
That person is Taylor Swift. Makes a world of sense. Obviously. Made $1 billion, big tour this year. All that other stuff. But I like this one
She would have
quote.
gotten your vote?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? Who else? Give me some other options.
Okay. She got your vote.
Would.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not thinking about other options. Can you give me some other options that might be better?
No, that's a good one.
Yeah. But I like this quote.
Who's even in the running? It's got to be her.
Yeah, it's got to be her. Quote, I'm just there, talking about the whole Kelsey, thing. I'm just there to support Travis. I have no awareness of if I'm being shown too much and ticking off a few dads, Brads, and Chads. I like that. But by the way, she does know. I mean, she can't go anywhere without knowing that she's going to be watched. But the offshoot of this conversation that we had off air before we brought it on air right now, I had no idea that Figgy was a Kim Kardashian truther.
I had no idea.
Y'all lying.
I had no idea.
Y'all lying.
You're still talking about, like, they should forget all the Well, first of all, as Landry pointed out, Kardashian made up a quote.
No, she recorded a phone conversation
made up audio.
and edited
Yeah.
it.
I mean,
and
they did her
apparently Taylor Swift got depressed about it. I mean, they're talking about how she got here in her lowest
It's
points.
in the article, the Time
Yeah, it's in the article.
Yeah.
So she brought it up. She was talking about Kim Kardashian edited her video of a phone conversation and all that. And then kind of got her bullied, man. Got her bullied online and all that. And that was when Kardashian was a bigger deal than maybe Taylor. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe.
Some time ago, maybe.
But Figgy's like, get over it, man.
Get over it. Let's talk.
It was from a song in 2018.
Move on.
It was a song in 2018 where Kanye mentioned her name. And then right after that, that's when the record came out. We talked. Well, we ain't told, but that's a topic already.
Okay.
But that was a topic in 2018.
So they don't look back?
We know that, though.
So we don't look back when she wins Person of the Year? You just kind of move on?
Like when they say, what was your lowest point?
I mean,
what was your lowest point? She doesn't bring it up?
If this wasn't Kim Kardashian, she would not bring this up. Let's be real.
I mean,
she would not bring this up.
If anyone with that platform would have done that, she would have brought him up.
No, I disagree.
Oh, my God.
Kim Kardashian did a show about her life.
Kim Kardashian.
We know what Kim Kardashian
she does not
is, though.
benefit from mentioning Kim Kardashian.
No.
Like, Kim Kardashian is in her rear view.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Kim Kardashian's not on the level. Kim Kardashian's trying to hang on. Kim Kardashian's trying to keep up with the little sisters.
And that's why I feel like, why is she bringing that up?
Because it was her lowest point.
She was asked about
her lowest point.
Yeah,
look, man, I just feel like she keeps stringing this Kanye thing on since he took the mic from her.
Well, it was kind of a big story.
All right, so let's talk about it forever. Let's talk about it for the next.
Maybe when you're asked about it.
Hey, let's talk about it now. Let's talk about him taking the mic from.
I didn't know it was like this.
I didn't either. But here's the thing, Figgy.
I feel like she ain't got to do that though, man.
I didn't either.
So
no, you the Kardashian guy. You watch the show.
So if it's her lowest point, she's just supposed to not say it?
No,
it's all been great.
Well, look,
I wasn't depressed for a year. I didn't go live in a house. It's all been great.
If I'm Figgy,
so y'all read the article clearly. So why
excerpts.
So let's talk about the Scooter situation, about her not owning her music and why she had to re-record her album.
I'm sure it came up.
That's what I'm saying. That's a little more interesting than that Kanye stuff.
I like the Kim stuff better.
But I think it's interesting. But what I'm saying, Figgy, is like, let's say profile of your life from wherever you grew up to today. I would ask you about your lowest point.
Yeah, that's me though, because I'm not in the limelight.
No, but
she's been talking about this.
If you were in the limelight,
she's been talking about this since it happened. We know about it.
Figgy, tell me about the time.
Y'all acting like maybe y'all never heard of this story.
Tell me about.
We talked about this 5 years ago.
Yeah, but it's significant.
I'm just saying. So we bringing this old news back up.
Oh.
Yes, it's a lifetime thing. I did not know this.
I didn't either.
I didn't know you like Kim like this.
I'm just tired of talking about
this. I'm learning something new about you. I
don't even care about Kim. You're the one who watched Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Yeah, I do. I watch
and I think Kim. I think they did her dirty.
Okay.
But we're going to keep talking about this.
So move on,
We just going to keep crying about this.
Move on, guy.
All right, let's keep crying about it then.
Move on, guy in the house.
Hey, let's keep crying about it then.
This is my favorite thing in a long time.
It's the most surprising thing I've seen.
I feel like y'all never heard of this before. And y'all trying to cover it up.
About it.
The phone conversation? We saw the phone conversation. It was a big deal. Taylor was getting piled on.
I feel like y'all ain't hear this before.
Taylor was getting piled on.
We talked about this 6 years ago.
Brand new now.
But
no, we talked about this a minute ago.
It's old stuff.
Like I thought something was new. I thought we had the different details.
Now I'm going to read the whole damn article.
It's old stuff, man.
Yeah. It's been one of my favorite things all day. I had no idea.
Yeah, I just feel like she's stringing this along a little too much, man.
Yeah, she needs clout.
This Kanye stuff happened way too long ago. Why is she bringing this up?
She wants attention. She needs
She's the biggest person in the world right now.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I'm shocked y'all never heard of this before.
Oh, God.
We could keep going.
So, Ime Udoka, we all know about the story about him cheating on Nia Long. Young Jeezy made a fool of himself. He said real dudes don't cheat.
Mm-hmm.
And then now his wife's accusing him of cheating. Go figure, Young Jeezy.
Course, yeah.
The guy who wants to move on from trying to have someone killed.
Yeah.
Hey, let's just move on, man. That was a long time ago. That sounds like Figgy. Gucci Man, why are you bringing up Young Jeezy trying to have you killed and you having to kill his buddy in self-defense? Figgy, you'd be like, that was a long time ago.
Well, I guess that's a little more serious than a recording from 5 years ago.
Why are we bringing that up? So, Cameron from It Is What It Is.
Hey, let's talk about that argument from 6 years ago on this show. Let's bring it up in their interview.
Cameron admitted that he slid into Nia Long's DMs after the news broke that Rockets head coach Ime Udoka had cheated on her.
Wasn't even going to say none of that. You brought Nia Long into this. I DM'd Nia after the whole happened, man.
What did you send her?
Hold on. I'm going to read you what I DM'd Nia Long right after the Ndoka joint. As soon as it happened, I'll read it to you exactly.
You don't need doing you like that, Queen.
I'm going to read exactly. Matter of fact, I'll have Stat read it because she's a better reader than me.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
It's a lot. Whole thing?
This is going to be crazy.
Let the fan read what I wrote. This is right after.
Okay, this is right after.
Ndoka.
All right, he said, "Hey, Stink, I was giving you some time to yourself till I reached out. Your perseverance as a woman through turbulent time has been something to behold. You shouldn't be taken advantage of and exploited as you did nothing to deserve it, especially all over these sports networks. You're bigger and better than that, period. You're a queen, and by the way, I'm a king. Together, we can achieve the greatness we were both destined for as a couple. Viva vive? You talking different languages?
Yeah.
That means we have one life to live.
Yeah,
Pardon my French.
No, clear that up. I went French on it.
I was like, wait, what? I can't speak French. We're not even done yet, though. We're not done yet. So he says the French. That means we have one life to live. Pardon my French. LOL. As I sit here sipping gazpacho and watching The Best Man, I was inspired to reach out because that's what I am, the best man for you. We not done. Hope to hear from you soon, my mi amor, or should I say, ni amor. I leave you with this. The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely technical. Until the next time the sun rises and moon falls. Red heart, purple heart, red heart, purple heart, red heart, purple heart.
Red heart, purple heart, red heart, purple heart, red heart, purple heart. Chin.
Right.
Yeah, more is crazy. You dunking for my bad, LeBron. You dunking saw Cam DM and took it out on you.
Damn, he went. He really tried.
He
But
tried.
You have to shoot your shot at Nia Long if you're like if you grew up in that area. You have to. He shot.
Yeah.
He was honest.
Don't think it worked out.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But he was honest about it.
Yeah, good for him. He showed you his text. His DM.
Nia Moore.
Yeah.
Mia Moore. Interesting.
As in, that's amore. Mi amor. My love. Yeah.
Thanks for explaining that.
Oh, I generally have to explain everything.
No, I know, but I think I can handle Mia Moore.
Okay.
I think I can handle that.
You were looking at me as if you were confused.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Kardashian lover?
Nah, that's you, man. You're the one who watched the show.
That's internet going nuts here on
Complete
In the Loop on
drive-by.
Sports Radio 610.
Just a complete drive-by.
You're the Kardashian lover. That's your girl.
Coming up, good news, bad news for the Texans on a hump day. Let's get over that hump. Let's head into New York next.
Let we go. Join the drum.
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Zach Wilson going to start on Sunday. So we're going to hear from Zach Wilson, I think.
Tomorrow?
Today, tomorrow. That's going to be an interesting media availability. I will say I will definitely be tuning into that.
You're dang right.
We'll hear from C.J. Stroud as well. By the way, Trevor Lawrence has addressed something.
Showed up. I know he showed up at his press conference without a boot.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did he address?
He said he declined a card.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said he declined a card.
So he was being macho?
I guess.
Hardo?
If he plays Sunday, he's Paul Pierce. Like, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to be one of those, hey, he's a tough guy. The way that he acted there, he's Paul Pierce.
I see. I'm always hesitant to just proclaim
Pierce.
something when it comes to injuries and pain.
Nah, I'm sorry.
You don't know how it felt in that moment.
Sorry.
No, you can do it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying
So you don't think Paul Pierce did anything wrong? You
no.
don't think that was
now
dramatic?
Paul Pierce, I do think was a drama.
I'm just
king.
checking. So there is a line in the sand.
But Paul Pierce
took a wheelchair and sprinted out.
Yes. So that one was obvious. But this was it was obvious he was in pain, like serious pain. Like he tried to walk off the field. So I'm not going to pass too much judgment on.
Okay, so if he's just out there balling on Sunday, you're not going to think a little bit different of him.
I think they've got a great training staff.
A great training staff that made him walk across the Galleria from Nordstrom all the way to Saxon Fifth.
Well, you just said it.
In cleats.
He did not. He declined the card.
Okay.
You see who's calling the game on Sunday?
Kevin Harlan, baby.
Trent Green, Kevin Harlan.
They're a really good team.
They're great.
They might be. I'll be honest, I know this is a sin around here. I like that duo better than Romo and Nance. I'll be honest.
They number one to me.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This is it's subjective. I'm not doing that to take anything away from one of the all-time greats, a legend in Jim Nance. Romo to me is not what he once was.
No.
So yeah,
hasn't been.
Harlan and Trent Green for me is the best.
Yeah.
So I think the Texans have the best broadcast team.
I think you always know it's big. And everyone's watching when Nance calls the game.
Hello, friends.
Yeah, you know it's big, but that doesn't mean he's better than Harlan. I'm with you. He's outstanding.
Do you think there's any Hispanic broadcaster who's like, "Hola, amigos, hola, mi amigos"?
Hola, amigos.
Jose Nansa. Hola, mi amigos.
Jose Nansa.
El Texans versus I don't want to push this too far.
Yeah.
I feel like I'll quit while I'm ahead on this. I'm not going to try to do a LeBron Taco Tuesday or something like that. Not trying to take it to that point. Dalton Schultz back on the practice field. I think that's good news. They need him. I'm starting to think that perhaps some of the blocking issues that we saw, perhaps Dalton Schultz will help protection-wise.
It's fair.
I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's
we
fair.
never thought of him as a blocker. Maybe he helps. Maybe
But he
he
might
helps
be
with
better.
the run game as well.
Yeah.
I am interested. I know John McClain says that we might see more two tight end set. Do we want to see that? What does that look like? How does Bobby Slowick put this recipe together? John Lopez said today for the 13th time this season that it is the Bobby Slowick game. So
3.
We have that.
Yeah.
A -10. Okay. The third time this year we have the Bobby Slowick game. So we'll see how he handles that. Also, we're going to have some weather.
I just looked at it. I
Weather in New York.
literally just looked at it in the last break.
Yeah, you're kind of concerned about this.
Well, I don't want to be miserable, but I'm going to be there.
What's the weather?
I actually got my my fishing jacket out, and I'm going to take that to New York.
Is it camo?
It's 2 layers.
Okay.
It's got the warm layer inside and then the rain layer outside.
What color is it?
Perfect. Kind of a grayish green.
Oh, wow. Look
Yeah.
at this guy. He's rocking green to the game on Sunday.
Gray.
Gang
How about
green.
that? Okay.
Gray.
Gang green.
Okay. Why don't you start a Jets chant while you're at it there, buddy?
Grayish.
Okay.
Green.
Okay.
I said.
You're rocking the green. Okay.
You rocking the ops.
Hey,
you the
look,
ops.
He's got a disguise.
Hey.
Okay.
Comfort, not style.
I see you, buddy.
Comfort, not.
see ya.
You're going to be wishing. It has the Velcro on the wrist.
Okay,
It's
it's
so
green.
warm and dry.
Lopez rocking green out there. You heard it here first.
I believe I said grayish green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see that.
But feel
It's
free.
just a jacket. It's just a jacket.
Feel free to do that verbal gymnastics that you do.
No, hey, if you want to rock green on Sunday, rock green on Sunday. Do your thing. Some people are scared to go.
Did I
in
say
opposing
grayish
stands.
green or did I say green? I can't
you
remember now.
You said green. I heard
I said
green.
grayish green.
I don't know what grayish green is, to be honest with you.
Well, you'll see. You'll know on
that's the color
actually you'll
that-
know
I think that's
when we get on the
shirt
plane
Robert
tomorrow.
Saleh wears on the sidelines.
I could have the dry fit Jets.
Coaching shirt right there.
Yeah.
Running. Does he still run the stairs before the game?
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw it earlier this
So
year.
he's going to run the stairs before the game
in the rain.
and go out there and do his thing.
That's a dude right there.
He's going to. Can you just run some sprints on the field?
No, he's Robert Saleh.
So he's just going to run the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That sounds cool.
It's what he does. It's his brand.
No, that sounds awesome.
No, it doesn't.
No, that's cool, man.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Cool guy right there.
We should run the stands. Get there early and run the stands.
No, thank you. Running nothing. Promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
Last guy who ran New York City, you saw what happened to him.
What do you mean?
Diddy runs the city? He's not doing too well right now. You remember when Diddy ran the city?
Do not.
Wow. Do you remember that, Figgy? Diddy runs the city? Yeah, P. Diddy ran the city, and now
it didn't work out so well.
It doesn't seem to have been.
Yeah, it doesn't
going too well for him.
Yeah, now that part I know.
Sure. I remember when he made the band go get his cheesecake too. That was the best. That was actually hilarious.
He
Remember
made
that?
the band go get his cheesecake.
The show Making the Band. He made him, he made him go
He
get
made
him a
him
piece
walk
of cheesecake.
to, yeah, he
14
made
miles.
him walk to Brooklyn.
And then
like
he
a
wasn't there when they got
fraternity.
back.
And he wasn't there?
He wasn't there when they
That's
got
a
back.
long time to walk to Brooklyn. That's a long walk, man.
Better have my cheesecake. They brought it. Nope, gone.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Yeah. You're going to be wanting that jacket. It's a great cold weather jacket.
Nah, I'm fine. I don't want to wear green.
Wearing green?
That's
It's a
fine.
grayish
Okay,
green.
That's good, man. Good
Yeah.
for you. Rock the green. It's all good. We're going to hear from C.J. Stroud today. He did the national thing yesterday. Pat McAfee loved up on him. So we'll hear from C.J., the local version today. He's going to talk to the local media types. Might get loved up on that by them more than McAfee, if we're being a little bit honest. Practice is also over a little bit early, so we'll get we'll probably get an early sound from C.J. Stroud.
We should. What do you expect to hear?
Well, I just, replacing Tank Dell. They're going to ask him about replacing Tank Dell.
Yep.
And that's all. It's going to be prefaced. Instead of just saying replacing Tank Dell, it's going to be prefaced as, you guys are obviously really close. That's one of your really tight brothers. You guys have had an excellent connection. He had 7 touchdowns.
Just ask the damn question.
What's it like for you?
Just ask the
with
damn
CJ?
question.
Yeah, so he'll be asked about that. I've got Stoots. Stoots already has one question. I want to ask him about the throwing to him at his pro day, Garrett Wilson, just how nervous he was and stuff, that type of thing. He'll be asked about Nico for sure. John McClain will ask him, why did John McClain say that D'Amico scouted Sauce and Stingley? Because he asked D'Amico.
I was thinking that too.
Because I was thinking about it, and I was like, okay, he scouted him, but like the 49ers weren't picking 3rd or 4th.
I guess just
I thought about
everyone.
Yeah, I thought about that
like
too.
that was very confusing for me because you know me, I'm a localized guy.
Yeah,
I'll localize anything. But Wayne asking D'Amico Ryans about scout, he's like, leading up to the draft, you scouted Sauce and Stingley, and I was like, how close? Like, did the 49ers think they had a crack at Sauce or Stingley?
I think it's just D'Amico's going to. Most coaches are just going to scout everyone. I mean, that's the only thing I could.
But
figure.
he made it seem like he was here.
They didn't even have a 1st-round pick.
I know
because they traded it for the Trey Lance trade. What did he think that D'Amico thought that Sauce or Stingley was going to
no
rob someone before the draft and drop to the 3rd round?
He made it seem like D'Amico was here when they drafted Stingley.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. But then he said in San Francisco, and I'm like, they did not. They didn't have a 1st, right? Because they had the Lance.
I don't know. Remember the timeline?
They got Lance.
exact.
They got Lance in 2021, so they had traded their 1st-round pick to Miami there.
Of 2022.
And he asked D'Amico, and D'Amico's not going to correct poor John McClain, but he asks him, he's like, "What do you remember about scouting Sauce and Stingley?" It's like, why would they have even worried?
They
about
wouldn't
it?
even had a chance if they did have a 1st-round pick.
But I mean, they did. I mean, it's just common. It's not necessarily something that every team scouts everyone.
What?
Why do they have a big board?
Okay. You're justifying this?
No. I'm saying from
I already knew he was against me.
from McClain's perspective.
Figgy, I already knew he was against me on this one.
I'm just
all
saying.
right, so next week, all right, a year from now, hey, Mark, can you mark this for me, Figgy? Because we like to mark stuff.
Caleb Williams?
Yeah, a year from now, I'm gonna ask D'Amico Ryans about scouting Caleb Williams and Drake May.
Look,
that's what I'm going to ask.
I'm not going to sit here and defend that it doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense. But I think every team scouts has a book on every.
I don't think that wasn't the reason why McClain that though.
Yeah, well, now that may be true.
That ain't
that
the
might
reason
be
why.
true.
McClain thought D'Amico was here.
I think so.
Come
I think he
on,
kind
man.
of got
Now
confused.
you're making it even worse.
No, I think he kind
I
of
might
got
have been a
confused
jerk
little
for
bit.
taking it where I took it, and now you're an even bigger jerk. You think McClain thought D'Amico was here 2 years ago?
Hey, he wasn't asking about that up in San Francisco.
I don't know. I was confused by
he just tried.
He gave a good answer.
I think he just tried to make the connection.
He gave a good answer.
He just tried to localize and to make the connection.
Sometimes you can try to over-localize, but I was like, scouting Stingley and Sauce. What do you remember about that? I don't know about that. Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani, they're in here presented by D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, what's up?
What's good, boys?
What's going on?
We got a starting quarterback in New York. What's up?
Another one?
Dude, I think he is going to, I said it earlier, bleep the bed. I think it's going to start when he goes out for warm-ups in the T-shirt and football pants. They're going to boo his ass.
They can't introduce the offense, can they?
I think he's fragile.
They got to introduce the defense, right, Ron? They got to introduce the defense. You can't do him like that.
Defense every game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true, but they can't introduce the offense, right? They can't let Zach run through that tunnel.
Yeah, it's either no. I mean, it's either probably more where you're at. Like he is going to.
He's going to get destroyed.
He can't have confidence. He can't have any and
he's not into it.
Or if he just says F it.
Like
that's
start
the other
chunking.
part. Like the F it thing. Like I'm just the hell with him, man.
I think it's fragile.
And I don't. It's just we talked about this yesterday. He has moments. Like to me, I'd have rather seen Trevor Seaman. He has moments.
Seaman.
Yeah, that's what I call it.
Come on.
I'd rather see Trevor. Because
goodness gracious.
I'd rather see Trevor Seaman because at times, like I've seen.
In case you didn't hear it the first time,
I've seen Zach.
Guess he didn't swim the fastest.
He didn't. I've seen Zach have like quarters or two where, like, oh, that's why people were high on him.
Yeah.
But then he'll have moments he just falls apart.
Yeah.
You would think that, but I mean, hell,
I think he's gonna be.
They're ready to quit around him, which is at any moment.
Awful. I think it's going to start before the game, an hour before the game, and it isn't going to end until they bench his ass in the third quarter.
Yeah, it's just that you have the effort, and I don't know if Zach has that. Well, hell, he hadn't really shown.
Yeah. Then Trevor Seaman comes in.
Trevor Seaman comes in, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Lord. You're listening to KILTM, KILTAM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And yes, it may blow up in their faces if Trevor comes out there. But the Drive is live. And Tyler Milner's in the building. Sean Bajani, bada bing, bada boom. What's up, man?
Sarah Jessica
You ain't never
gonna
forget
She's
that.
always done it
Nah,
for me.
man. Nah, man. I let it go. You said it that one time. I said, no. Bada bing, bada boom is something that Sean says when he gets himself excited. All right, and that's it right there. That's tagged along with you. Clint Stoerner is out today, obviously. Hey, as we've said the last couple of days, they added a new little one to the home, so Shawnee is in as Clint takes care of things at the house. We appreciate you listening to us, however you are. YouTube and Twitch. Hello. Hi, wave, Tyler. Just wave normally, man. Just not with that weird smile, man.
He's feeling good right now, Tyler
is. Man. Yeah,
he's got his eyes wide open on that prize at Texas A&M transfer portal.
He never knew he'd feel that good about a K-State offensive coordinator coming over and taking over.
Yeah, it feels like a mass exodus out of College Station right about now.
Colin Klein, congratulations to the Aggies. Mike Elko picks his offensive coordinator. But a lot going on around here, a lot to get to as a great time in Houston sports. As the Drive will hold it down for you. You know CJ speaks today. We will let you hear from CJ Stroud in the 3 o'clock hour. The man who's never lost a press conference. Brandon Scott coming up, 4:40, as he normally does with the Texans report. So a lot to get to. And I told you yesterday. I told you there's a little bit of surprise. And the way that I explained it, Sean and Tyler, I said, y'all going to feel a certain way. So y'all going to have a reaction and a response in a certain way. It may be good or it may be bad. But you're going to react. Coming up at 4 o'clock. Wow, dude. Kind of made some things happen. Shook some bushes. Made some things come around. I feel like this person has wanted to go at it with me for a long, long time.
Y'all have a thing?
That too.
And
for you, not me.
And I'm gonna let it happen. Larry and Stafford is going to join us in studio, 4 o'clock. 20 minutes of Larry and Stafford.
Oh, damn. Show.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. That's going to be fun, baby.
Sidelined ass tennis shoes.
4 o'clock, Larry and Stafford. He can kiss my ass. Listen, again, Larry, and I'm going to tell it to his face when he gets in here. They're Nikes with the gum bottoms, okay? They ain't no sidewinder shoes. They're Nikes with gum bottoms, okay? So it should be a fun show, packed show, so stay tuned and hang out with us as the drive is live here. All right, big day, as I have to give it to our anonymous texter the other day. I'm surprised he had to text me this morning. As I said, I thought Will Anderson would be the defensive player of the week with his performance. I thought he was the best player on the field. Derek Stingley actually wins those honors with his 2 interceptions, 4 pass breakups, and his last interception is one of the best interceptions of the season, I would imagine. I haven't seen them all, but it was a fantastic play. He is well-deserved. He is the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Derek Stingley Jr., I'd say clearly his best game as a Texan. Now he's strung together 3 straight games where he's got 4 picks in those 3 games, and he has really stepped up and played well. There's a really good sign heading into the game against Sauce Gardner.
Yeah,
the person
baby.
he is connected to.
It's so it's so fun.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
that he had the game that he did and has had the month that he's had leading into this Jets game with the constant comparisons, the questions. I think we've, at least I have, maybe you don't feel this way, but kind of come to a more definitive answer as to why the Texans did what they did, why Caserio chose who he chose.
Oh, you're going that far with it?
I mean, I'm asking the question, really. I think there's evidence, over the course of the last 3 games that maybe supports that. Maybe we're finally starting to see it come to fruition on why that particular decision was made.
It's been a huge 3-game stretch. And listen, he is a talented player. I don't think anybody has disregarded that he is a talented player. He really is. But we've seen the issues there with the staying healthy, and for whatever reason, the talent doesn't always come out on Sundays. Now, it has the last couple of games, especially the last game. The last game especially, to me. All right. But this is, and speaking of the talent, like his own quarterback, his guy, C.J. Stroud, he was on with Pat McAfee. This is courtesy of ESPN and Pat McAfee. This is what he had to say. I mean, you talk about high praise. C.J. gets after it. This is what C.J. had to say about him, who is the reigning AFC Defensive Player of the Week, C.J. Stroud, on Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah, no, Sting is. I told him after the game, man, I'm proud of you, bro. Like he's special, man. He's a generational talent. He's definitely like I don't know if I've ever told him this, but he's the most talented dude on the team by far. Like just pure like athleticism, ball skills, getting in and out of breaks, like offense, defense, whatever you want to say. He's the most talented dude on the team, and he's been working his tail off at it. So I'm super proud of that dude. I know it's going to continue to happen. So just really proud of him.
Most talented guy on the team. I could
see that.
That's fine. Yeah, I could go.
I could see that.
We're talking about talent. Yeah, I could see that. I can understand that. His talent. Yeah, you could see that. I think when you hear what he has to say there, this is where I want to start this thing up. You're asking questions. I think I got a similar one. You got yourself as a believer yet? Have you become a Derek Stingley Jr. believer? Are you a believer? 713-572-4610. You can jump in and give your thoughts on it. Those on YouTube and Twitch, you can also communicate as well there. Are you in a spot where you're a believer of Derek Stingley Jr.? I will tell you where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought, I never thought he would be a bust unless he just was injured and he could not play.
Yeah.
Which his first 2 years, he has missed a good chunk of games. 9 in the first game, I think, 6 games, 7 weeks. Got a bye in there that helped him out. So 6 games this year. That's a lot of games. I never thought he'd be a bust unless he was always injured. I thought he would be a solid corner, a solid starting NFL corner in this league. Maybe not worthy of a number 3 pick, but a solid NFL corner in the league. I tell you what, I am starting to come to the point of, hey, if this kid stays healthy and maybe connected with D'Amico, we could see more than just solid. But it's been a great 3 games. I am not there yet to be a complete believer that the talent will consistently come out and play that way. It's been a great 3-game stretch. I'm going to need to see more. I'm going to need to see more, too.
That's fair, but, I mean, for you to say that you're not there yet, I mean, think about it from a different perspective. I mean, you don't want to, like, jump on the bandwagon right now just because of this crazy month that he's had, right, with the takeaways and all of that stuff. But ask it from this perspective. Like, what has he not done for you to believe in him outside of just not being able to stay healthy and on a football field? Like, this guy's not getting roasted, on a consistent basis. This guy's not cost the Texans, big-time plays within games, giving up ridiculous touchdowns. He hadn't gotten burnt to a crisp like Tavier Thomas, was put in a dang blender the other day. I don't know how many times. Like,
right, man.
He ain't looked like that, man.
John, just stop. Like, do you need to get something off your chest about
I'm on the radio once a month, bro. I got a lot to get off my chest.
Or about barbecue brisket.
What did Tavier do to you? Did he hurt you?
I like Tavier, but my God.
What he did to him on the field. Like, I didn't know, but we're talking about Derek Stingley, and he took the car and drove it to 4. Now he wasn't just burnt barbecue. You put this kid in a blender now. Wow. He had a great day in special teams on Sunday. A fantastic day in special teams on Sunday.
And they say no.
But no. To answer what you said, though, what has he done? I've seen people coming in. If you missed it, this is where we're kicking this thing off. Derek Stingley Jr. had a hell of a 3-game stretch, 4 picks in 3 games. He is now the reigning defending AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Are you becoming, or hell, are you there? Are you a believer of Derek Stingley Jr.? To answer your point where you said, what has he not done? Let me tell you, the last few games, he's played at a Pro Bowl level.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday, that interception, his ability, and then D'Amico to trust them and Matt Burke to play him in a position, like we talked about this a lot last year, he wasn't put in positions to really explore what he could do. Seeing what they did, like, this is different. But, I mean, he's missed a bunch of games. He's played. He played 9 the first year, and he played 2 to start. Now he's come back. Like, this is the first 3-game stretch where it was, to me, like, oh, this is a different level.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like, you say, what has he done? His other 11 ball games, like, we've not seen anything like that. He's, like I said, been solid. He has not jumped off the field. I mean, he ain't never had a game that, that would even come close to having him even be qualified, defensive player of the week.
Totally get it.
So that's where it is for me. I need to see more than this.
It's maybe much more to do, too, with what's going on and happened, who's on the football field with him and around him, right? This was the first game all season long in which they've had, their penciled-in starters from the offseason in training camp on the football field at the same time with Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, Steven Nelson, all healthy together as well with Sting. They haven't had but just that one game together. And I go back and I think this is maybe more for the safety point of view and perspective, but it's all connected, right? When D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, and I think Corey Unlin's even mentioned this too, defensive back coach, with the similarities in how they attack the game and how they play their styles, Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie, the Texans can do so many different things defensively, disguise, looks. Think about that second interception that Derek Stingley had the other day. There was one major component that really led to that spectacular play, and that was Jalen Petrie being very aggressive and biting down on that initial move. It was a double move.
There's been people who broke it down who feel like that was deliberate.
I don't know if it was deliberate on behalf of Petrie's part, but what I do think was deliberate is how Stingley played that entire snap in the inside leverage.
He baited Russell Wilson to make that throw.
And I do believe that wholeheartedly. But the inside leverage that he gave up on that play, the cushion that he gave pre-snap, and I just think the disguise where it looked like he might have been playing a deep third zone coverage look that really maybe turned out to be man. I mean, still, you kind of don't know. I mean, when a receiver stays on that third of the field and you're playing deep third, it essentially is man. But for him to undercut that ball the way that he did, for the receiver to think that, man, I'm home free. You know, there's a speed element there, too, in the receiver. When he gets Petrie to bite down on that initial move, he's thinking, man, okay, I can set under this thing. It's a can of corn. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to timing this thing up, reaching out, going to get it, and continuing 30 yards to the house. I just think that was an overall just incredible play, but not just because of Stingley, but because of what they were allowed to do schematically in their pre-snap disguise. I think it all works together, and you haven't seen Derek Stingley function, be this comfortable within a defense with those same guys on the field with him. Jimmy Ward is a big-time difference maker. I think has a lot to do with what D'Amico, Matt Burke, Corey Unlin want to do and can do the next 5 weeks defensively.
Yeah, that's the conversation. Are you a believer? So are you a believer?
Yes, I am a believer.
You're a believer.
I am a believer.
There.
And
you're there.
Here's the thing that you have to kind of try to wrap your mind around.
You're there after these 3 games did it.
Yes.
When did you become a believer, Sean?
I don't know that the 3 games necessarily did it. I think it's really understanding that Derek Stingley was not used in Lovey's defense last year.
You're taking injury out of this, right? Like, obviously the injury thing. But without injury, you're a believer.
Sure, I am. I mean, I don't think anybody really ever questioned the guy's talent. I mean, the biggest 2-3 question marks for Derek Stingley coming out of college and then even coming into this season was, can the dude stay healthy? That was the question. You know he could play. You know he's a superior athlete. I mean, you didn't know he had the takeaway ability that he showed until you saw it, right? And that's fine. I mean, I'm not trying to say like, I told you so, I knew it. No, I think it's just a microcosm of the larger question here that fans have with the Houston Texans, in that while it is easier to maybe believe in one guy, I think because of the baggage that came with Derek Stingley in terms of his, maybe how his dad's, kind of handled him, and the injury situation, maybe how he was misused. There were doubts that set in last year with that in Lovey's defense. But to me, if you can't believe in Derek Stingley, then I know damn sure you ain't believing in this Houston Texans team and what they're doing right now.
That's not fair.
I think there's an element to it.
That's not fair.
Because it's
him.
It's foreign. Him. They're both foreign. You're not used to seeing what you're seeing.
The Houston Texans team, though, for 12 ball games has started to show themselves. 12 ball games. This group has started to show themselves to give you belief.
Well, you do. You still have your non-believers out there because you have a larger sample size of.
But to compare the
43 years stink.
Sure, but to compare the Texans and Derek Stingley has been 3 games.
Uh-huh.
Right? Like, and I don't mean to say that like, hey, man, and I'm just saying it's been 3 ball games before you get there. I would say I would want to see more. I understand maybe that Tampa 2 was not the best thing for him, but I still found it a bit odd that, there were no real impact plays at all when he was out there. I mean, at like no real, even in some way, strips, hard hits, or reading, or like somewhat. And obviously, it was his first year, so there's a part of that too. Mm-hmm. But I don't necessarily just think it was just the system that we just saw nothing from him. Now, this 3-game stretch, we see the talent. Yeah. We know that will he be able to consistently not make crazy interceptions like he did against the Broncos, but consistently hold other teams' better receivers down. Make plays, slow people down. Will he consistently do that? And it's been 3 games.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I'm with you. I'm just telling you, I believe in the guy's ability. I'm there. I think he can be a really, really, really good player.
You there, Tyler? You a believer? You a believer in Stingley?
Yes, I'm closer to being a believer than I ever have been.
Just don't even know what the answer is.
You know what the answer is? Yes, okay. but I'm not sold on him being what he was marketed as when we drafted him. So you're
not quite there.
Not quite there.
Okay. Here's the cool part. It's coming. And maybe Jonathan Alexander with the Houston Chronicles working on it as we speak. But when a guy like Derek Stingley has a game and of games like he has, you sit down and you talk to him. And one of the first questions that I would really like to know from Derek Stingley, who doesn't talk too much when the cameras and the microphones are on and in his face, but maybe in a one-on-one setting, it'd be a little bit different. We could kind of get to know him and what his welcome to the NFL moment really was like last year in that Tampa 2 Lovie Smith defense, how comfortable he really was, what's really been the thing that kind of turned the key and got him started and feeling comfortable and confident in this defensive system, why we're seeing this version of Derek Stingley. I'd be really interested to know the real answers to that. And I think you're probably not far away from getting a little peek behind the curtain there.
Most on our platforms are saying they're believers. Absolutely, I'm a believer. Injuries happen, amplified by bad timing and the success of Sauce. I'm excited about his future with the Texans. I'm a believer. That's just rolling through on the text line multiple times. So, big stretch here for Derek Stingley Jr. I'm just saying, has he made you turn the corner as becoming a believer? All right, coming up, a lot to get to. And listen, I was befuddled by Dana Brown and the decision that if they're dead serious, I don't even 100% believe him yet about the Jake Myers taking over the center field spot to start the season. He's not tradable. Is what I'm sorry. Dana said they ain't trading him. Okay. Which is fine. But there's something good that does come out of that. All right, it may be hard for some to see. I know a lot of people were like, what the hell with Jake in center? But there is something good that came out of that. We'll discuss that next. Right here live on The Drive.
In the Loop.
This was my headline: a breakout and a breakthrough. Okay. The breakout.
New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as Sean Bada Boom Bada Bing Bajani is in the building. Somebody didn't text in and said that about you.
What?
Said Javier Thomas is out here catching strays out of nowhere.
It ain't out of nowhere.
Ass off.
It ain't out of nowhere.
Love to see it. Hashtag Bada Bing Bajani.
That receiver came out of nowhere for Javier.
It did, man. I'm serious. Like, he was talking. I did not even see Javier Thomas coming out.
I mean, it was contextual.
And then the look in his eye just changed.
When he was putting that blender,
like it was not good enough for him to just say, I mean, it's not like he's getting burnt. It's not like he's getting burnt, because that would have sufficed. But then you didn't say just, it's not like he's getting burnt. Then in your mind, when you thought of burnt, you could see the wheels going in motion, Tyler. When he thought of burnt, he immediately thought of 4. And in one of the countless routes that Christian Kirk just did him in. Or maybe it was that goal line route on 3rd down where he somehow got matched up with Cam Ridley.
It wasn't just Kirk. It was Ridley, it was Ingram.
Ridley won. That he somehow got matched
all
up.
Those Jags pass catchers.
Yeah, any eligible player to catch a pass that day.
Yeah. That was tough. Damn, that was tough.
I wanted to stay away from the barbecue. You know, you barbecued his ass pretty good the other day.
I get it. Yeah, it's barbecue brisket, baby. Here he is, baby. Not barbecue chicken, baby. He got a little beef to his barbecue brisket in this piece. All right. Real quick, remember tomorrow, join the drive. It'll be myself, Brandon Scott out there. Join the drive. Our friends at Bud Light as well as Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow. A little Thirsty Thursday. We do it every single Thursday during the football season. Head to the Buffalo Wild Wings off I-45 and Ritchie Road and come hang out with us. Your chance to not only grab some great food, wings, and some cold Bud Light, you can also have a chance to get some prizes. Enter to win some prizes. We generally are doing some each hour, and people get hooked up. Good prizes, too. All right? There's been tickets. Multiple times there have been tickets, Visa gift cards where you can buy up and spend that on anything you want. A movie projector we've given away. So come on out and enjoy your time with us. Once again, folks, Tyler tried to screw me again. As you guys know, I explained it to Sean today. As a reminder for those who come out to Buffalo Wild Wings, just buy me a water. I do not need a beer. Or any wings.
Well, you don't ever need a beer.
Clearly, I'm just saying for me that where I'm trying to get to, baby, 219 days away.
Get your sexy on.
I'm trying to get to the transformation shredding stage, so I'm having a good week. I did. I asked Tyler. I asked Clint. I asked our listeners. I asked Brandon yesterday. I'm putting you in the mode too, Sean.
We're all here for you.
Hey, man, if it looks like I'm wilting or it looks like I'm getting cravings, if you see me walk around there and there happen to be donuts there, slap them out of my hand. Don't do it, Ron. Don't mess it up. And I've asked that from you and the people.
I'll tackle you.
Tyler repeatedly tries to tempt me.
I did. It's not purposeful. I'm just trying to hang
You gave that man
bro.
3 Whataburger coupons.
Yeah, yesterday he offered me Whataburger
What are you
coupons.
doing?
I wasn't thinking about it. I was just trying to make sure they got used.
And then today, I come out from a grueling gym workout. By the way, I was fantastic. I competed against this young lady in a tire flip contest. Whoever lost had to do these, and I beat the hell out of her.
Attaboy.
I thought you were going to say you lost, but you kicked the heck out of those burpees.
I don't care. No, I don't care. I thought she was going to give me the business. I came out. When I say I beat her, it's very similar to Georgia TCU in a national championship game.
Oh, convincing.
Yeah, she quit. She didn't finish.
Attaboy.
She didn't get to the end.
Attaboy.
So you're happy that you beat a woman?
Yes.
All right.
And a tire flipping.
Trying to see where we're at.
Yeah. Am I upset? Did I have the smaller tire? Yes. Do I care? Nope.
You had the smaller tire,
She wanted to be a hard ass.
It's not your fault.
She did. She said, "You were like, hey, you want the?" She goes, "Oh, he was like, oh, this bigger tire is easy to grip." Okay. And I worked her ass.
Is she one of those like CrossFit hardos?
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I thought I was going. Like I thought I had to get out of the gate. My game plan was get out the gates really quick. It was about 20 yards. Get out the gates really quick, and I did. I lapped her ass. I had
he
about
said, this thing ain't gonna be close.
She said, God, what is wrong with you? Anyway,
just win, baby.
But Tyler, as soon as I come out from my gym workout, Tyler, I get a text from Tyler that says, "Hey, guys want to meet up for lunch at Twin Peaks today?"
Yeah.
I obviously wasn't with you at the gym. I'm not thinking about it. I got to be
not
better.
Thinking about anything.
I got to be better, but I'm not intentionally trying to cause you to stumble off of your work here.
No, Tyler's just being a nice guy. I mean that's for sure. But you're gonna have to change your mentality here.
2 days in a row is it not nice? At what point does it feel like he's trying to? Because he knows I had my order.
Look,
he knows I knew what I was going to get. I was going to kick this thing off with queso. She was going to ask me, "Do you want chili in it?" Please, ma'am, don't even ask that question. You know I want chili in it. And then I was going to get my wings and my dry rub. Give me a little fries on there.
I'd get my tenders.
I was going to have me a couple of beers.
You know Tyler.
And he knows it.
You know Tyler far better than I do. But I know this much. Tyler is one of the nicest, most considerate human beings, but also one of the most absent-minded people.
Like, hey, man. Like,
and the reason why I say this is you personally experienced this past weekend. I heard the story that you told the other day about Tyler leaving you hanging at the bar for an hour.
Man, he 5 minutes
on his damn birthday that he invited you to, but he also tried to buy you a drink and make nice and make it better. That's Tyler.
He also did come late. We do need to add that in.
I came late?
To the shindig, yeah.
No, I didn't.
I mean, it started at 2.
Hold on. You calling Ron out for something he was late to that you were an hour late to?
No, it was my bad. I'm kidding.
He knew I wasn't coming at the 2.
I'm kidding. It was my bad. I was wasted. I didn't text you enough. That was my fault. I got to be better.
There's like new details that come out daily on this story.
Yeah.
4 times in 5 minutes.
That's a foggy moment for me that night.
Tyler was on CP time. Some people in our audience will completely get that. But
I'm not trying to tempt you, though, bro. I know you're trying to get your sexy on.
At what point did you think, like, oh, damn, when I texted you back? Is that when it hit you?
Yeah, I didn't think about it until you text back and said, I'm staying. So
text line, Ronnie, you're proud to be the 13-year-old girl. No, this is a fit young lady who is 30. Who looked like she was going to come out of the gates, and I was ready to go.
I think she looked like China.
I mean, she is.
You saw her?
No, I didn't.
She can.
I was going to start to feel a little bit better about it because that might have been the case.
She can squat her ass off, and I thought, ooh.
Which is ironic because normally when you do squats, your ass gets bigger.
No, I'm going to get in trouble. Just completely blew the tees. We'll get to that. We'll get to that at some point.
Baseball.
We'll get to that at some point. We will do.
That's all right. We needed to address
You're
Astros,
an asshat, man, dude. Seriously. All right. 2 strike, 1 strike. All right.
You said boobs and beer, nothing's better.
I know it, but I'm just saying you got 2 strikes now. A third time that's going to be like if you come in here and bring like, oh man, you got to try this cake. You got to try this.
It's going to happen.
Check out these gourmet donuts, bro.
You like them cookies. You ever come if you come in here to bring in them cookies
in 2 weeks? Wait for all the holiday goodies that are going to be up here in the kitchen.
I'll give you 2.
There won't be a third. I got you.
I don't believe you, man.
But I do want to say, asking y'all out to the bar after work for drinks, that doesn't count.
He has.
No, I was just going to reference that. Literally, after we talked about the Whataburger, after we talked about Twin Peaks, you throw out like, oh yeah, speaking of that, you want to go get drinks later?
But that's drinks. That's a social thing. Where I'm not trying to take you out to eat, but drinks is different.
What can I drink? Vodka and water, huh?
Drinks lead to multiple of them, which lead to food.
Vodka and water's low-cal.
Yes, and we're good drinks. And Tyler, at some point, Tyler's going to buy shots.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they're going to be.
That's true.
All right.
There's not that many cows in tequila.
Listen, I think this next conversation, and we're really going to do it. I think this next conversation, because this is something we had going after the show yesterday, myself, Tyler, B. Scott. We talked about it and discussed it before the show. I really cannot wait to get the reaction from folks about this because I think the highest paid player on this team is getting treated unfairly by some members of the fan base. Far too many in the fan base. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well.
today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think Laramie Tunsil is, for this year, being unfairly treated.
Hello.
I do, and we'll get to that just a second. Remember, I want to remind you guys, Houston's biggest college football event returns primetime at NRG on Wednesday, December 27th, as Tyler's Texas A&M Aggies take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Tickets are on sale right now. Check out taxacttexasbowl.com now for the best seats and suites on game day. They also have exciting events that are free before the game and the day before the game as well, as you can have a good time outside of NRG, one of the great events, sport events in this city each year, the Tax Act Texas Bowl. Find more information and get your tickets. Go ahead and get those at taxacttexasbowl.com. All right. I want to do a quick exercise. And the people, YouTube, Twitch, 713-572-4610, text line, you can jump in on this. If I were to say to Texans fans, if we were to do a poll, if I was going to say, hey, Tyler, put out a call to action to Texans fans, and I said, how would you describe Laramie Tunsil's season this year? If we were to do that, how would you describe Laramie Tunsil's season this year? We would put that out to the bulk of Texans fans. Now, I know what I see.
You can't let the other stuff bleed in. It's this season.
Yeah, this season.
Yeah.
But I think the other
stuff for a lot of people.
But I think the other stuff does bleed in, right? I think it does. Yeah. And I'm not gonna. I can understand. If we were to do that, Tyler and Sean, what do you think would be some of the responses that we would get? I know what I see every day on the text line when Laramie is brought up, and I know what I see on social. What do you think some of the
run them off for you. Easy. I mean, this is what I think the consensus would be. At least the haters. Overpaid, lazy, selfish. I mean, those would be the top three.
Text line just rolling through. He has always struck me as lazy when it came to camp and taking days off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I feel like it's, because I've seen this one a lot, Tyler. I know you checked the text line as well. Text line just rolling in here, lazy blocker. He got his money this year, and now he just doesn't care as much. Like, he's about getting paid. He's about the money.
Mm-hmm.
He's not elite, right? Like, I feel like that is what we see a lot. Now, I'm not going to say it's everybody. There's some people who think he is a top tackle in the league. Someone just texted or someone just wrote in on YouTube. Subpar play and inconsistent. And you said it. You said it, Sean. Don't let the other stuff bleed in. But I think the other stuff bleeds in.
It's almost impossible to not let that happen.
And I personally believe, fellas, and you can give your thoughts as well. Drive for this, that is completely unfair. I think Laramie Tunsil is doing the complete opposite of what I believe a lot of people view him as. Lazy, doesn't care, just about the money, just get him his stuff. He is clearly injured. Hurt, injured, whatever. Like, his knee is clearly, he is not right.
No question.
Like, I would
and
not.
He ain't going to be right for the rest of the season.
No, he's going to have that really taken care of. Like, the way it's been described from the couple games that he missed, I think he missed 2. The way it's been described, if you told me, yeah, maybe he went in and got something cleaned up, I wouldn't be surprised. Like some sort of something cleaned up on the knee, I would not be surprised. Like, he's taking a rest day every week, which I think some people have issue with. He's taking a rest day every week because they're trying to monitor that knee. And it's like, to me, yes, he had the year with David Culley where he just said, throwing up the deuces, I'm going to sit this thing down for this thumb injury, which I think bleeds into a lot, and I get that. But this year, Like in some cases, you can look at the injury. Like that dude's been a warrior. He's been out here playing. Now you can clearly see, especially the Jacksonville game against Josh Allen, he has been compromised. He is not like, we know he's not a great run blocker, but he don't just be getting beat like that in the passing game.
Yeah.
Right there in pass pro. So I just find it really interesting that the negativity that he is getting, I think it's just the complete opposite of what you view him. He is showing leadership. He is showing that he wants to be out there, or he wouldn't be. As a highest paid player, man, I'm on this bum knee. No, man, I'm good. Like people, he's a bum. He takes days off. I mean, he's taking days off because he is injured. He's hurt.
There's a lot of other things that I think contribute to the narrative around Tunsil.
Ooh,
what
you got?
Well, he doesn't talk. He doesn't make himself available.
I don't think they want him.
I mean, look, he's visible, very visible on the daily in the locker room.
Tyler, she's got a reality show or something.
Oh, yeah. Tunsil's got a reality show out on YouTube.
What?
You can catch it for free.
Did you know that? Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Oh, it's worth the watch.
I was going to say, and you're probably getting a pretty dang good show. That podcast that he was on earlier this regular season with Ryan Clark, whatever that's called.
The
Pivot. Yeah, there you go. That was probably one of the most eye-opening, and it wasn't like this great expose or anything, but I mean, you don't get to see that personable side of Laremy Tunsil in the locker room. I mean, you have people that go up, dap him up, and talk his ear off, on the daily in the locker room, but he's not holding court, TV guys don't want to go up to him, and nobody wants to go up to him and try to, have a conversation or ask questions because he doesn't want to say anything. You ask him about so-and-so or this, that, and the other thing, you're going to get dog, stuff like that. He ain't trying to talk to you, man, and I don't really blame him. It's just, I think that contributes to the narrative negatively in the perception of Laremy Tunsil, because if he was to talk and show his personality, he would really be a very likable. Came away and watched that Ryan Clark piece on the Pivot as, you know what, that was really good. Like, why can't we get that on the daily from Laremy?
But I do think some of his demeanor is what pushes people like that. I think his demeanor is, like, he's just a laid-back cat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like he is. Like he's a laid-back cat. And would this be fair, Todd? Because you're the real Psycho fan. Sometimes his demeanor gives off that, like, right then and there, football isn't the most important thing in the world to him, which I know fans love that to be from their players.
Yeah, for sure, because you said it perfectly. Laid back is the perfect way you can describe Laremy Tunsil. Now, do I know everything that's going on up top in his dome and in his head and how he values certain things? Of course not. But he's a laid back, chill-ass dude. And sometimes that can come off as, damn, this guy cares as much as he should.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. But
and that right there, like that. But I could even get with some people thinking that. But his actions of this year has shown how much he cares.
That's it.
His actions have shown that he is trying to be out there, and he is being out there. We've seen before when he don't give a damn, he gonna sit, which I get, but that's not what is occurring right now. Like when he got beat by Josh Allen, I came out and said it like, no, man, you can't have the highest paid player in the league doing that. Like he's got to be better. But I certainly didn't. Like we got people rolling in like, see, he doesn't care. No. He's overpaid. He got his money. He doesn't. I understand, man. My man is hurt.
Yeah.
He is not 100%.
He's hurt. Look, I think there's one major piece of evidence that supports your argument, and it should be like a oh yeah moment, and just keep it to football. Let me preface this before, I don't want to be long-winded, but man, careful what you wish for. Like, we want to get to know these guys, and I kind of started to get into that a little bit. I mean, it would help from a public perception, place a little bit if people just thought they knew who Laremy Tunsil was a little bit more, right? But let's be honest, man. All you care about is if this dude does his job on a football field, protects C.J. Stroud, and is at least an average run blocker. That's all you really care about. Just go out there and play. If you got to play hurt, do that. Produce. Do your job, right? That's it. That's all I want as a fan. But Laremy Tunsil, from day one that the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud, threw up that number 1 on IG, said, that's our quarterback, has been in this guy's corner, has talked him up about being one of the smartest, one of the most prepared, one of the most hardest working guys that he has ever played with and been in the presence of. Okay? He's had nothing but full-on support and has talked this guy up as much as you possibly could. And Stroud, congruently, has had his back, had the offensive line's back. I'm going to tell you this right now. Yeah, Tunsil's playing hurt. He's being load managed. He will not be healthy the rest of this season. This might be the very best Jeremy Tunsil that you will see. He had 1 pressure allowed this past weekend. No sacks, and that's what you get 99% of the time. The Josh Allen performance was an anomaly. Really, not just in the season of Laramie Tunsil, but
it's
really
fair to
in
say
career.
that's really the only game where he's just gotten his ass kicked.
Sure, and he gave up, 8 pressures, 6 alone to – no, he gave up 12 pressures, 8 to Josh Allen in that game, and I don't know how many sacks it was, 2 sacks, right?
He gave it to the Bengals Monday, Tuesday.
But
Josh Allen
I think that's just the largest piece of evidence that you need to pay attention to is the fact that, he's – from a football sense, he's going to do whatever he has to do to protect the franchise quarterback because Laramie Tunsil is here through the year 2026, along with the rest of the offensive linemen they gave money to, along with every other offensive lineman they drafted, Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson this past season. They're here, along with C.J. Stroud, protecting his ass. And I just think, yeah, give the guy a little bit of respect for playing through injury. This ain't the BS finger thing under Culley, right? Hell, I don't even fault him for that. I wouldn't have wanted to, wear tread out on my tires playing for an organization that's tanking purposely and trying to stink it up. I don't even kill him for that.
For me, it's like, hey, and then we got to take off here, big 3 coming up. But for me, it's like, hey, you want to criticize him for ball, that's fine. And we did it with the Josh Allen game against the Jags. But you can't say the man is lazy and don't want to be here. He's just collecting a check. Yeah. If that's the case, he just wouldn't be playing.
Yeah, I agree.
We've seen it. So I just think it's unfair that criticism of it this year. Texans injury report, some really, really good news on a starter. We'll let you know the rest of the guys that are out, which is reported right now. A little hardware taken home by one of the top young players, hopefully, on this team. And the end of an era for the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Let we go. Free 3 or 4 hours today.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome in our guy... Bada bing, bada boom. Sean Bajani is in the building as Clint is out with his new baby girl. Him and the family are taking care of that important business. So Sean is in the building here as well. Remember, coming up, C.J. Stroud at 3:40. And, yes, I feel like this man has wanted a piece of me for a long time. He'll probably try to get a piece of you too, Sean. I'm certain he'll probably try to take you out, Tyler. Larry and Stafford, he's going to join us at 4 o'clock.
Hold on, Joe.
He's going to be in studio. I'm going to look him eye to eye in this piece.
That's going to be so cool.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Larry and Stafford's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. So stay tuned with us. The injury report is out, and I think there's a couple of things here, but I think the real big one is Dalton Schultz returns to practice with his hamstring injury, and I'll be honest with you, I wondered how long this would be. Usually the hamstring, is more than 1 week. Hell, we've seen it. The hamstring took out Derek Stingley Jr. for 7 weeks. The hamstring took out
Scruggs for a long time, about 11 or 12 weeks, right?
For a long time. So you didn't wonder. We'll see what happens. We'll see what he's designated as. I'm sure it's probably limited in practice. But for him to get back on the practice field on Tuesday is a great sign, because obviously with the injury to Tank Dell, that they need all of the guys that they can get. They need all of the guys back, all the pass catchers that they can have to be there, because they're all going to have to play a role to pick up the slack there, and Dalton Schultz is definitely one of those guys.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's going to be like great without Tank Dell. Tank Dell is a huge weapon that's not going to be at CJ or Bobby's disposal anymore. But, considering the fact that, for 9 games this season, the Texans have not had their full complement of receivers at any given time, whether it be no Nico Collins, no Tank Dell, who'd already missed 1 game earlier this year with a concussion, or no Noah Brown, for a number of games. Dalton Schultz missing this past weekend. C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick have figured out a way to be explosive without Tank, or without Nico Collins, or without Noah Brown. Brevin Jordan rose to the occasion this past weekend. Various times with no Tank on the field, it's been Nico. With no Nico, it's been Tank, or it's been Noah. There have been ways for them to figure this out. So, not full in Bobby Slowick, I trust, but pretty damn close. And considering the schedule remaining for the Texans, I know there's 3 division games, but it's not a world beater schedule. Let's just leave it at that. I feel pretty solid about what they could do, what they could dial up going forward.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they can do. Just Dalton Schultz is somebody they're definitely going to be big to have back. I did like what we saw from Brevin Jordan last week.
Sure.
But I think with Tank out, they're going to probably have to do several things. Bobby Slowick's going to have to get more creative and do some things.
Yeah.
And maybe there's potentially something to do with both Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz on the field together, doing something, because Brevin Jordan, he's borderline a receiver. He's borderline a big wide receiver. And we kind of saw that, his run after the catch ability. So I'm actually a bit intrigued to see.
Yeah.
Not happy that Tank is out, but I'm intrigued to see what it is that Bobby Slowick is going to do combination-wise, and it'll be big to have Dalton Schultz back.
Yeah, no question. Just one thing on that one, whether it's Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson, maybe Bobby finds a way to mix those guys in a little bit more. We've kind of seen a little play here on 1 or 2 pretty much in every game, the last couple of months, right? But I had to do a double take this past weekend. 0 targets for Robert Woods. He's probably on a rest day today. He was out there, not in cleats, but in flats. Maybe as he gets a little bit more healthy, I think he'd been dealing with like a foot or something like that, for the better part of the last month and a half, something like that. Maybe he kind of reemerges as not a safety blanket. That was supposed to be Dalton at the start of the season. Really became Robert Woods. He was like Mr. Go get us a first down kind of a guy the first month of the season for C.J. Stroud. Maybe he comes back around.
Before he got injured the first time, he was the highest targeted player.
Yeah, it was him and Nico, 1 and 2.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they do with that when he returns. By the way, the rest of the injury report that we see, it's not official, just reports out there. That Fairbairn not designated to return yet, so it looks like it's going to be Amendola kicking again this week. Adrian Amos, the guy they just signed yesterday, he practiced for the first time with the team. Laramie Tunsil, George Fant, Robert Woods, and Jimmy Ward, and this time it's the shoulder for Jimmy Ward. They all were out today, but those feel like rest days. Robert Woods damn sure is. Laramie Tunsil seems like this is what they're doing on Tuesdays. So those feel like rest days with the rest of those guys.
I think Jimmy was out there. He was on the bicycle. I couldn't tell if he was in. I think he was in cleats.
Well, we'll see.
He's probably limited, if anything.
We'll see. Reports out that he did not practice. We'll see the official injury report when the Texans put it out. By the way, congratulations to Derek Stingley Jr. He is named AFC Defensive Player of the Week. I'm not going to lie to you. It was his best game as a Texan. Me and Tyler were talking about it. We talked about it earlier. That second interception was probably one of the best interceptions we'll see all season. Yeah. He showed all of his athletic ability and hands going up to get that. I'm not going to lie to you, though. I thought Will Anderson should have been the guy.
Make an argument.
Right,
you wouldn't have batted an eye, right?
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying Derek doesn't deserve it.
And they say no.
Will Anderson, to me, was the best player on the field.
What did he have? 8 pressures that game, 2 sacks.
2 sacks, 5 tackles, a pass deflection that led to the first interception. I mean, his tip ball led to Stingley's first interception. Yes, and then he got after it on special teams as well.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I would assume he was probably second in the voting.
Yeah,
I think they could have gave them fellas defensive player of the weeks. But congratulations to Derek Stingley as he wins his first AFC defensive player of the week.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Astros, they have we heard it, we said it yesterday. Dana Brown was saying that he felt like they were close on something could happen. He said he felt like something would happen by the time they leave spring the winter meetings there in Nashville, and they do. They make a deal for a backup catcher. What's his cat's name? Victor Caratini. Yeah, Vic Caratini. He's played several years. He played with the Cubs there, the Padres, the Brewers, and a solid backup catcher. 2 years.
He was the Padres starter a couple of years ago.
$12 million. That's right. Was he the starter during that playoff run? I think that was.
Yeah, he had to be.
Yeah, I think that was
2 years ago.
Yeah, that playoff run they had. So he'll be the backup catcher. But what this does mean, as we know, Yainer Diaz will be the starter. There was some talk potentially that Martin Maldonado could be back in a secondary role, but that is obviously over with this signing here. And I just say this, man. I hope he plays a really good role there, and he's able to be a good backup catcher. It'll be good to have a veteran presence potentially with a young catcher who's going to be doing it for the first time every day in Diaz. But I really feel bad for Martin Maldonado. And it's only because I think his Q rating amongst Astros fans is a lot lower than I think it should be. Like I think he should be I'm not saying everybody. I think he should be a guy that is really celebrated. But I don't think that Martin Maldonado is celebrated.
Yeah,
and will be celebrated in the way that I would think he should.
So if the Astros would have won this year, certainly would have been, right? Because
you think so?
all's forgotten kind of a thing. I mean, look, Hughley went out as a World Series champion.
Oh,
right?
no. Yeah. Hughley did. I'm glad you brought him up. Hughley is who I feel like he should be. Hughley was hitting 200 and went,
then came the postseason.
Months without hitting a home run. And Maldonado had a pretty decent postseason. Well, hell, he had a great postseason for him, the way he hits. But Hughley, it never wavered that much, right? Maldonado, man, I feel like there are people who celebrated. Yes, he's out of here.
It was because you could connect the dots with another flaw a lot more easily with Martine's failures at the plate and even a little bit behind the dish this year, because the pitching wasn't what it had been the year prior to.
No,
right?
I get it. It was time to move on. It was time.
I'll say this though,
but it was time to move on from Hughley last year.
Oh, it was. Look, but what Astro fans wanted to have happen in that scenario didn't. Jose Abreu at first base didn't make you say Hughley who. Yeah. Hughley made you say Hughley who, because he wasn't the same guy in Florida this past season that he was even remotely close to being in the postseason for the Astros. Yeah. So it was a little bit easier to kind of let that one go. I think it's going to be very easy, for a lot of people, it's, don't let the door hit you on the way out kind of a thing with Martin Maldonado, which is complete disrespect.
How do you feel?
I honestly wouldn't have hated the idea of him being in a flipped role with Yiner this upcoming season, just because of the value that he brings. Everything that we talked about that you could have gotten from the bench area this past season from Martin if you had let Yiner kind of cook behind the plate, which is what I would have done. Probably so many of you listening would have done as well. I wouldn't have hated the idea, but I like the fact that you get, two younger guys. Yiner, very young. Was he 25, 26, something like that? Caratini just turned 30 not too long ago. You got much younger, much more productive in terms of what you can do at the plate as opposed to being behind it. But I think the hope is that Yiner is that guy, and he can learn a little bit from Caratini, who, by the way, learned under this last year Wilson Contreras, whom the Astros wanted to trade for a couple of years ago, once upon a time when James Click was your GM.
Tuxline, the thing with Maldonado is that it isn't his fault people turned on him. If they hadn't played him every single day with an obvious improvement on the bench, he'd be beloved. It's Dusty's fault.
It's not a bad point.
Maldonado.
It's not a bad point.
But why do you hate him?
It's what the texter's saying is there was indirect hatred. You hated the situation more than you hated the particular guy, right?
Yeah. I guess. All right, man. Would you say it's him? Would you say it was? Do you think it was Maldonado was the reason that they didn't win?
No, absolutely not. Right. That's ridiculous.
All right. So it's not.
Let's go, Rockets.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
People are booing that. People are booing that. All right. It looks like
now
we now know who the Texans are going to play at quarterback on Sunday against the Jets. Robert Saleh, the head coach of the New York Jets, lets the people know that Zach Wilson's going to be his starter. Here's Robert Saleh.
Zach gives us our best chance to win, and giving him another opportunity to go prove that.
How did that conversation go when you told him?
He was good. He's fired up. Like I said on Monday, he came into my office. He wants the ball, and he's excited about getting this opportunity to finish the season strong.
So is he your starter the rest of the year, no matter what?
God willing.
You know what's funny about that to me? There's so much here. I could talk about this for a long time, but what Robert Saleh basically said there is just end it for me now. You could shoot me in the face. I'd rather you shoot me in the face than suffer death by 1,000 paper cuts or having to figure out how to start 2 or 3 other quarterbacks. Like he's already done. That's what he said there. What a vote of confidence for his quarterback.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
Is an NFL team and I like Robert Saleh.
Lord willing, is that what he's?
Yeah, I think so.
God willing.
I feel bad for Zach Wilson. I know he's not a great quarterback. He's not a very good quarterback. He kind of stinks. That's the story of the New York Jets. But can you just stink without having your head coach or your football team botch the situation every single time and create this drama?
They have definitely not helped him. It's very much like
his coach took the Fifth Amendment literally 3 weeks ago.
He said, "I plead the Fifth." I just said, it's him and Mac Jones. They're like the same thing up there. Both of them in New York and in Boston. Like, I don't think Mac Jones and Zach are good and the answers. But damn, boy, we sure didn't see him in anything close to a good situation.
Yeah.
I mean, they brought in a defensive coordinator, tag teaming with the special teams coach to be his coordinator in Mac Jones. And then repeatedly this. And I mean, the team.
Horrible.
Like, the coach allowed the team to wear those Mike White T-shirts last year.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. That's right.
Well, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing here?
That's when I learned who he was.
Put in Tim Boyle. Boy, I bet Zach was over there celebrating on that sideline, just laughing, watching Tim Boyle's ass throw a damn what did he threw a Hail Mary that was intercepted
99-yard pick six. Yeah.
Where is good old Mike White these days, by the way?
I think he's in Miami.
Is he?
I'm just taking a guess.
Oh, boy, living it up.
There are the keys.
I think he's in Miami. All right. I got a question. I got a question about one of the rising stars in sports in this city. He is rising. He is rising. He is rising to be the best player on the team. But is that a good thing? We'll discuss that next.
Let's go, Rockets.
It's Texans game week. Can CJ Stroud and company get one step closer to the playoffs? Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Bada bing, bada boom. Sean Bajani is in the building as Clint is probably getting no sleep at this point. As he's got two little ones and including a newborn. It's a few days old, and yes, if you're scoring at home, she shares the same birthday as Tyler Miller.
Welcome to December 2nd. A bunch of legends born on that day, baby.
Bunch of legends, baby. There you go. Looking for a good birthday present. Tyler got him a good birthday present as he can hold that over Clint for the rest of his life. Another good birthday present for you coming up. You can attend Houston's biggest annual college football event. It returns to primetime at NRG Wednesday, December 27th as Tyler's A&M Aggies, the Texas A&M Aggies. Lopez, I'm sure he'll be there as well.
Gig 'em.
Okay. Take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Tickets are for sale now. Oklahoma State's fresh off just getting their asses demolished by Texas. I mean, that was tough. I mean, the first three drives, I know this is tough for you, Tyler. I mean, the first three drives.
I saw the halftime score, and I said, damn.
I mean, it was like they was getting no less than 5 yards of play. I mean, they just could not stop them at all. But this one should be a good game coming up, and they always do it great there. Check out TaxActTexasBowl.com now for the best seats and suites on game day. Tons of activities, tons of exciting free bowl week events that you can have. They'll be all out there at NRG, including December 26th, the Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside of NRG. So for more information and to get your tickets, head to TaxActTexasBowl.com. CJ Stroud, he'll be up. We'll let you hear from him coming up in about 5 to 10. Oh, and remember, Larry and Stafford, he joins us 4 o'clock. This ought to be fun.
Let's go.
Oh, damn. So
Let's go.
I got on Converse today, so we'll see what the hell he got to say about it.
sidewind-ass tennis shoes.
You and I'm wearing Converse too.
As I wanted to continue to say, they were Nikes and they have the gum bottom. So that's
we'll keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
All right. So the Rockets, they take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight.
Let's go Rockets.
I think it should be a fun game. That's one I would like. Chet Holmgren, they got a hell of a crew there. Shea out there, who was, I think, first-team All-NBA last year and is continuing to pick up where he left off.
He's going to be that this year.
He is a star there. They right there, they have a crew where it's like that's what you hope the Rockets can grow themselves into, where they had a bunch of picks and used those guys and have been able to find really, really good stars to complementary players. That's what you hope the Rockets would look at. But for them, for Oklahoma City, Shea became the top player.
Mm-hmm.
He became the top player, the guard, the one with the ball in his hands. He has been the 30-point per game type player, and now they're filling in with others around him. I'm looking at the Rockets, and it is pretty good. It's pretty clear right now, especially even the young guys. I don't think Fred or Dylan Brooks, any of the new additions, were ever brought to be looked at as being, hey, they're going to be the best players on the team. They're going to be the ones. No, they're complementary pieces, great veteran pieces that you then hope the young guys you've drafted high and have high expectations for are the quote-unquote stars of the team.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear who the best player is of these young guys. And it's not even just the young guys. He is clearly becoming the best player on the team. And that's Alfie.
Yeah.
That's Sengun. It is clear that he is the guy.
I am so happy.
And we know his skill set, and we know everything he brings to the table. Is that a good thing? 713-572-4610 Rockets fans out there, YouTube, Twitch. Is it a good thing that of all the younger players, it is clear that Sengun is the best player?
I hate the way you ask that.
I don't know why you hate it. It's just a simple question.
I hate it because is it a good thing? Yeah, look, you traded for him. I thought we were going to talk a little bit about, too, how the Thunder, they found him. They drafted him at 16th overall a few years ago. Rockets traded for him. I mean, they knew he could be a guy. He was the best player in the Turkish League at the time. You knew he had game, complete player, and I think his defense has taken a big step. But when you ask the question, like, is that a good thing? Like, yeah, I think it's a good thing that the Rockets got a hit. They found a guy, but I know where you're going with this, I think.
I'm not trying to direct you anything. I'm just asking you.
I think I know where you're going with this.
I'm just asking you.
Are you trying to indirectly?
I just want you to answer the question. Is it a good thing? Is it a good thing of all of the guys they have down there?
You want it to be, and I think it's a little. I'll put it this way: maybe it's disappointing. Hell with it. It is disappointing, right? Like you. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not trying to direct you anywhere.
Jabari.
So
I think it's going to be Jalen.
Are you disappointed? Are you disappointed that it is not one of those two?
I mean,
that it is not one of those two guys that have stepped in.
Yeah, I mean a little bit. Yeah, I am. I'm super stoked that Alpi is the badass that he is. And look, I stomached a lot of crap basketball games watching him play for this Rockets team last season.
But he's clearly grown.
Oh, he's grown, no doubt. But I knew that dude was going to be a badass then. You know, what he was doing for that crap team last year, and now doing it with structure, organization, talent, real talent around him. It's not molded there yet. I think it can be, but I think we also expected, Jalen to take a pretty significant step forward with this structured, system that Ime brought in, and with the way that they play offensively. I almost think they're kind of failing him a little bit too. Just they're almost forcing him to kind of be that guy. They want it so bad. You kind of need to let it blossom. You need to let it grow a little bit.
Well, he's 21. Jalen Green's 21. Jabari Smith is 20. And then I think Thompson is hard to get with him. He's just been injured.
Yeah.
He's 20, and it's year one for him.
Yeah.
It's just, for me, it's like, I mean, if he's Jokic. Wait a minute. You know what I mean? But, like, when you look at his skill set, like, he's not going to be a big he's improved, and I think Ime demands defensive play, so he's improved there, but he's never going to be a good
He ain't going to be Jokic.
No, but I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying, like, skill set, and you look at his skill set, and you say, well, what's the ceiling?
Mm-hmm.
It's Jokic. And Jokic is the best player in the world, and he's won a championship being the best player on the team. But it's hard to believe, it's hard to see that Alfie could get to that level. And that's why I can understand.
I don't think he needs to, though. I mean,
if these two don't come,
if he gets to that level, are you saying like he needs to kind of get to that level for him to kind of make up for what Jalen is lacking right now?
Yeah, it's much easier if Jalen Green or Jabari Smith, like those two guys, if they come up and they were the best player with him, it's much easier to kind of get to see yourself get to the Oklahoma City spot. To me.
Yeah, I mean, I can vibe with that argument. I get you. But because of what you just said, these are 21, 22-year-old guys. I think they're going to be given every chance to kind of blossom and get there. Jalen can do it. I'm not out on him by any stretch. But I think it's going to take a pretty sizable investment to get him there.
I'm getting people texting about hit on the race card. It's not the race card. It's just the type of player he is. A center that is not dominant defensively.
I didn't get that vibe from you at all. If you got that vibe, you want that vibe.
Yeah. It's the center that is dominant, that isn't dominant defensively, that type of player. I mean, if he could be Jokic, yeah, they got a chance. But the thought is he's probably going to be a shade under Jokic, which will be great.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can run a guy to
a shade or
a
two.
Championship. All right, coming up, CJ to the meet. We'll have that for you coming up next right here on The Drive.
CJ Strong!
In the Loop.
This was my headline: a breakout and a breakthrough.
means you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Stay with us here as it is Wednesday, which means you get to hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as he met with the media. Here is C.J. Getting ready for this game against the New York Jets.
Yeah, Jets have a great defense. It starts up front with Quinn Williams, he's a problem. He's a really good player. Then on the edge, Johnson is a great player, Jermaine Johnson. Of course, stick out. The safeties do a great job, and then, of course, the two linebackers are playing at a Pro Bowl level and playing really well. So definitely we got to be on our A game, execute at a high level. And there are some similarities. I know that Saleh and D'Amico work together, so our defense runs the same type of style, but some differences in some areas, so we just got to be on our A game.
What is the benefit of that, of having a little bit of intel and familiarity, at least with the concepts and the things that they're trying to accomplish? Are y'all able to kind of use that to y'all advantage?
Yeah, you use it a little bit, but you don't want to get caught up in trying to like perfect something. I feel like there's been times where you do that and then you go out there and they run a whole different defense, so we got to just do what we do best and execute our things, get the looks and the reads and scout team and stuff like that. But we got to do what we do best at a high level, and not really focus on them. Of course, we got to be able to handle everything that they're doing, but don't really want to focus too much on what they have going on.
CJ, I know you're focused on your team and playing well and everything, but did the first Pro Bowl votes came out today, and you have the second most votes in the entire league. What does that mean to you to get that recognition in your first year?
That's cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to get recognition from people on some of the special things that we've done as a team, and it's a blessing to hopefully, of course, that was a goal of mine. To be a Pro Bowler and to be at the top of my game at this point, and I just, like I always tell y'all, 1 week delay, so I gotta just keep going and just stay steadfast, stay my head down, working, and that's what I plan to do. But it's super dope, and I appreciate that. And the biggest thing for me as a player is getting the respect on the other side of the field, other teams. And for now, every game I get after the game, I always get a lot of good feedback and just advice and stuff, and a lot of respect. And I give a lot of respect back out on guys you play in this league. So it's been pretty cool. I appreciate that.
Top 3 in the NFL in most wins in one score game. I'm curious about how freeing it is for the entire team to be confident in those situations when the games are close, because they got them on it straight. So how freeing is that for people to have confidence in general as a team?
Yeah, D'Amico always talks about just being on the details of things, and we put ourselves in bad situations when that happens, and when we're not on details and things like that. So it's been really, our focus now is let's play a 4-quarter game. We haven't played one yet. We played either great in the first half or great in the second half, and it's been switched. Offense does good one half, defense does good, and we flip-flop. It's not good football. It's not championship level football. So we got to be better when it comes to that, and we want to take that next step now. I think it's about time for that. So it starts at practice, and it's cool though. To honestly, it's hard to win as is. We could talk about whatever you want to talk about, close games or not. If you win, it's tough to. So definitely got to be grateful for that and enjoy the wins. But you have to be real with yourself and fix the issues. So that's what we've been doing.
During training camp, complex Bobby's offense is, and I think that David even called it the Bobby. Are you at a point now where you are understanding that? Are you at the point where you may be able to call some of your own plays, maybe auto work to your own plays?
Yeah, mean, Bobby has come in with a system of what the West Coast offense on what he did in San Fran mostly, and put his own twist to things as well. And he's done a great job of communication and installs and things like that to make it really, really learnable and for us to really put into our own game. And it's been a work in progress. And I think, as you've seen, like, we're not the same team we were week 1 or week 2 and week 3. Like, we progressed every week in his offense and stuff like that. And it's not just his, made it ours, our offense as a whole. So, yeah, it's been cool, man. And I've definitely grown where he trusts me more with, like, cans and audibles, whatever y'all want to call it. Like, those are the things I get us out of a bad look into a better play. And we talk before games on things I like, things I don't like, and he does a great job of just opening up conversation with that, and I appreciate him for even doing that. So, and it's been great to get to work with him, and I'm really excited for the future with us.
You talk about growth, and one of the things seems like you're such a young team, but you guys learn from your mistakes. A lot of times it can happen to other teams. And I was asking Will Anderson about that. Will said, it's a mindset we have. Was that the coaches? You guys are just winners? You have that? I mean, that's one of the reasons you guys have grown is you don't make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk for anybody else, but I know for us, me and the Texans, it's not about what the outside world thinks or anything. Like Will says, it's really all it is, a mindset. It's a willing, like unforgivable, accountable, it's a lot of things that kind of make into our culture of what D'Amico calls is like swarm. And for us, that's what we bought into. And, I mean, you look at where we come from, like a lot of the younger players on the team, we come from winning programs in college, and that definitely has to do with that, So, and that's something like for myself, I pride myself in not making a mistake twice, or at least trying not to. And that's something that I'll try to do for the rest of my life, even off the field and on, So it's been cool to kind of see the progress that we've made, being that we're a younger team or whatever you want to call it. So we've been able to put some things together, but some things that we have to clean up for sure. And we have a lot of veterans that help as well, like Sheldon Rankins, Malik, LT, George, Shaq, like a lot of guys in this off in Dalton. Our whole team has played meaningful football before, So it's not just the young guys; it's a lot of older guys holding us under guys accountable, and we're doing the same things with them. So.
You getting ready for last year's Ohio State Pro Day with Garrett and Olave's Pro Day? And correct me if I'm wrong, was there a little bit of nerves for you being in front of the NFL guys, and then that day wasn't necessarily about you, it was about kind of making those guys look really good? Can you walk me through kind of what that was being in front of NFL scouts, before you were headed to the NFL, and having sort of you be relied upon for those guys on their Pro Day?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I mean, I wasn't really nervous. I was like, because I've thrown with Chris and Garrett so many times. I don't know if I said that. I don't remember, but I remember kind of just like don't mess us up for them. Kind of like show the teams what they can do. Also show them what you can do. It's kind of how I approached it. Coach Day had that same mindset. He put us through the workout, put me through the workout, and helped me with the footwork and timing things up. So he did a great job with that. But for me, I just really wanted to not only showcase Garrett and Chris, but me, myself, Jackson was also doing the pro day, I think, that day. We had a couple tight ends, like Kay was there, I think. But, you want to just show off for your brothers and also for myself. I don't really remember totally, but, yeah, I tried to do my best. But I wasn't really nervous, I don't think.
DJ,
a little bit, maybe, I don't know. I don't remember.
You get a lot of praise to the Jets defense. You've been able to play the on script, off script. The Jets defense, they're really good at forcing quarterback to make mistakes when they do a lot of the quarterback to get off the script. Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, etc. So obviously you be good in both aspects. So there's kind of that balance of knowing that, okay, this team is really good at forcing quarterback to make mistakes when they get off script, but I'm really good at playing off script and on script. So what's kind of that balance of just trying to not do too much in that instance?
Yeah, mean, I think that's a great question. Once you turn on the film, like you can see the mistakes being made from, like you said, off schedule, like kind of just doing too much in a sense of not playing within the system. And for us, like that's the beauty of our offense is like playing on timing and stuff. So that's been like today, that was a big focus for us and things like that. And also like, when there, like you said, when there is times to extend things, that's what I'll have to do, you know, and be smart with the football, keep two hands on the ball. Those guys rush really well. They rush as a unit. And then they also, like, they take away the first read a lot. So I got to be good on getting to 2, 3, 4, 5, checking the ball down when I need to really fast because that rush, they'll get there, you know. So that's something that I have to be on my A game when it comes to those type of timing and progressions and, like, escaping when I need to, only when I need to, just to make the game make sense, you know. I think sometimes as quarterbacks we, like, think about stuff too much or we try to make somebody miss when you shouldn't. And there's a lot of things that you can do to make, like, self-inflicted wounds, and I'll try my best not to do that on Sunday.
Chance and coach.
TJ, in general, it's pretty rare for a rookie QB-led team to be in the playoff hunt. For you, what is it like that the team is right there in every play, every game matters at this point? And how much pride do you take knowing that that kind of rests on the QB shoulder just in general?
Yeah, I think it's amazing the games we've been able to win. Down, especially in the stretch of those 4-quarter games, and that kind of just shows how tough of a team we can be and who we are. We're resilient, and we're going to keep proving that. And for me, like, it's not just focused on me, you know. And I take full responsibility of being the leader. But like the first thing I remember coming in the building, I was talking to a couple of vets. I was talking to Jerry and JG, and the first thing they were like, "Man, you're not in this on your own. Like, we're right there with you. We hold ourselves to the same standard you do. We're right there." So that's something, like, takes a lot of pressure off my back, you know. And even though I put that pressure right back on, just like me being my hardest critic, it also, like, helps me relax, understand I can go be aggressive, and, like Bobby says, have controlled aggression whenever I need to be smart, you know. So knowing that the defense is going to go out there and get a stop, like, regardless of the situation on offense is a really good feeling. So got to keep going with that, and really these are the most meaningful games of the year after Thanksgiving and going into December and January, you know. So we've gone off to a good start, and we got to keep that rolling.
What do you remember about some of your first impressions of Nico Collins, and what has it been like just working with him throughout this whole entire season?
Yeah, it's been a blessing, man. Nico is not only a great person, but he's a hard worker. He's somebody who comes in with a like a worker's man mentality, do dirty work. And one thing about him, like, I don't know if it pops up on film. I know it does because we watch it, but he blocks his tail off. Like, he frees our backs up a lot. When other guys have the ball, he blocks really well. And that's something I think they do as a whole in the receiver room. But that just shows you how unselfish it for a number one receiver to have to, like, do the dirty work, you know. And a lot of places in the league, you don't really see that, you know. So Nico is a great route runner, great at the point of catch, and he's stepped into a role that I've challenged him on being a leader and things like that, and done a great job with that. So I'm excited to see his future and be there with him, and I'm really happy for him, and that's my brother, and I love him. All right, y'all. God bless.
All right, that's the quarterback. His weekly visit with the media on Wednesday. We always carry that for you right here on The Drive. C.J. Stroud, a lot of great stuff as usual. The man who was undefeated in press conferences. Coming up, a real treat. Larry and Stafford. Yeah, I got on my fighting shoes. I'm ready to go, baby. I'm ready to go, baby. Larry and Stafford will join us coming up next. You don't want to miss that.
All right, everybody out there, get your holiday shopping done at Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all.
Again, 800-335-1274.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive. And yes, it is 4 o'clock, and we told you Larry and Stafford would join us in studio. And, Larry's here, baby. I tried to give my man some directions to get in here. Larry, oh, man, I've been here before.
He knows.
I said, man, calm down, man. Like, I'm trying to help you out. No, I know where I am. I'm in the building. I'm here.
Not his first rodeo, man. He's been up here about 5 or 6 times, I bet.
My fault, man. Well, good, man. Well, appreciate you joining us, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. So, it's been a long time coming, man.
Just keep calling me.
I meant to ask you, dog, do I have to do this dance with you about Ron and show, man?
You do what you do. I'm just going to keep correcting your ass is what I'm going to do.
Well, your ass going to have to correct me, man.
Sean Bajani's in the building. Clint's out. I want to do it like this, 713-572-4610. Text what you want to text to Larry. I'm going to read some of these puppies at the end. Text what you want to text to Larry. You got a question for Larry? Somebody did. Some people start texting some questions. You could do that on YouTube and Twitch as well. Want to text to Larry. I'm looking at the text line just now. And we just played C.J. Stroud, fellas. And someone saying, how can you not love C.J.? He's a great quarterback and a great guy. I'm wondering from you all, because the three of you all are hardcore Houston fans.
Yes, sir.
Now, Larry, you can go here first. Has CJ surpassed your feel for Deshaun?
What?
I'm talking about as a player. Has CJ Stroud surpassed how you feel about Deshaun?
Yes. He's doing things Deshaun never did his rookie year.
Yeah, 100%. It's not even a question.
It's not.
It's not even a question.
No, it's not a question. And
it's not a question?
I'm a diehard DY fan, man. And but now, dog, the way CJ Stroud playing football in the H, he already wiped that slate clean, man.
I'm not gonna let it take my joy.
Oh man, they're pretty close. I know he's winning more games.
Yes, sir.
They're winning they're winning more games, but
he's on pace to shatter the rookie record.
I get it. All right, I get that. I know that I get it, but still, they were in the same. I mean, they're in the same field.
Yes, sir.
Of things at that time, right? I mean, for me, the thing that surprised me about CJ is the off-schedule stuff. We knew Deshaun had that, and we thought that Deshaun is probably better at that than CJ just making a play when there is no play, although CJ is a lot better at that than we thought. I think where CJ would have the advantage is, he can just make the in-pocket throws. He could just make everything, the easy stuff, as Clint would say, the layups. He can make those easy. But I'm not talking about you, and I people on the text line. How
God
you
bless
feel
you
about
too, C.J. Stroud.
Thanks, Clint. How you feel about him now? I'm talking about at that time. He's already surpassed.
Yeah.
For me, it's the way he's doing it, Larry.
Yeah.
If you remember back, Deshaun was winning games. There were fourth quarter comebacks.
Yes.
His first true rookie year. But to me, the difference is the way CJ's able to manufacture those drives to go win you games. There's a different way he's doing it. Felt like back then, Deshaun, he was either making a play with his legs, running for first downs, or it was the deep bomb, not hitting crossers and just dissecting defenses with the regularity that CJ seemed to have done it.
Here's the difference between those situations, right? CJ Stroud has that pocket presence where he's playing within the tackles and he's dropping balls out of the sky just on a dime, right? Deshaun may have been more of a natural athlete and more of a move around, be able to extend the play a little bit, better. But C.J. Stroud is playing NFL-type quarterback at a high level. And this isn't a disparaging remark against Deshaun because at that time he had Bill O'Brien and Tim Kelly or whoever calling plays or running.
You're going to take the time to take them out right now.
Yeah, we're going to get them out the way because here's the thing. So when you see Slowick and D'Amico over there's a symmetry that you got to have with your head coach where you're playing the game, especially on that level, where that coach is giving you the confidence and the belief in you to let you go out there. And then the fact that first-year players, D'Amico, a first-year head coach, Slowick, a first-year offensive play caller, and CJ, a rookie quarterback, the level he's playing on Deshaun never reached that level because he got injured right there when the Astros was going to the World Series. So we never saw the full fledged of Deshaun for his rookie season.
And the rookie, because someone just texted in, I don't know if I'm – because I'm trying not to just – like someone just texted in, CJ as a rookie is already better than Deshaun.
The veteran.
Yeah. And this Deshaun, yes. But I mean – has CJ reached – do you think CJ has already reached the height of what – like the highest height of Deshaun? You think CJ's already past that? You think so already?
Let me tell you, but again,
remembering the height of Deshaun. Like the height of Deshaun, I remember when he walked into Kansas City and beat Patrick Mahomes and Outlast. Like he was – I'll say this. I think CJ's more sustainable. What CJ is doing is more sustainable. What you're saying in the pocket – I think it's more sustainable, and even more sustainable, Sean. Don't shake your head at me, damn it. Even more sustainable, Sean, because he's got that other part of the game too that I didn't think he had as much. We saw it against Georgia, but like what he was doing against Arizona, what he was doing against Jacksonville, like he's got some of the Deshaun stuff, so it is more sustainable.
It was a good shake of the head, by the way. For two reasons.
I saw that.
For two reasons, right? Because you get me excited about it. Larry,
I don't know your shakes.
There's so much meat on the bone with this kind of conversation. And one, it's about where this had come from with Stroud now in the mix. So you talk about sustainability. That's the impetus for the belief in sustainability there.
I can go with that.
With Deshaun, there was an immense amount of belief and faith and hope in that football team. When he had the ball in his hands, you knew something good was going to happen. The same way you think and believe that with C.J. Stroud. The difference is, as I think, again, because you had so little in these players, in this organization now, like you had almost been beaten up, battered, bruised, just
He's
torn
got the
apart.
more impressive rookie.
You know what I mean? But again, it's in the statistics.
Yeah,
you're
the
talking
numbers don't
about
lie.
right, Larry. You're talking about something that no rookie quarterback has ever done, literally on a weekly basis with this guy.
3,500 yards passing, 20 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Deshaun didn't have them numbers. And the thing about with CJ is that, again, the level of confidence that he's playing with, where you're seeing he's making dudes, Nico Collins, everybody said he wasn't serviceable. Dalton Schultz, when we had Tank, he was making everybody eat on that offense. And Deshaun, had Will Fuller and D-Hop. But the thing that CJ is doing, you don't see him playing like erratic like a rookie. He hasn't done anything to make you think that there's going to be this fall off, because he's playing a pocket-style quarterback, but he has the ability to move around and pick up first downs. And what I truly like about him, man, is that he don't miss when he's talking about his game, because he's always talked about, he learns something even when he makes a mistake. So when you're talking about just a comparison between the two, sure, Deshaun was going into the cafeteria, paying the cafeteria workers and things like that, and picking up their tabs or whatever. But CJ has this aura about him, man, and Deshaun had it too. Where
I was going to say Deshaun had that too.
Yeah,
if we remember that Deshaun and not the other stuff with Deshaun, he had that same feel when he talked. He didn't lose a press conference either until a couple of years ago. So
he had that likability. It was a strong likability factor. It was
and belief. His team believed in him.
There was a relatability factor there with Deshaun in the early years, but not to the level that it is with CJ. And I think the stories in which you can kind of you try to relate yourself, your upbringing, people that with CJ, it's a hell of a lot easier, Larry. And I don't know what it is particularly. Maybe maybe you can weigh in on it. It's easier to do that with CJ. I don't know why.
Because he's flawed. Because here, and Deshaun was too, but, CJ talks about his situation with his dad and things like that. So it makes
personable.
Exactly. So it makes him human, because he carries that out in the open, where he's trying to bring awareness to it or whatever. So it's more authentic, it seemed like. It's not a front to him just trying to, just prove to everybody else to be acceptable. This is the way he is. And the thing about it is, you see it, except for Sunday when everybody's up in armor. We're going to get to Larry Tunsil in a minute. But how everybody, all his teammates, was ready to go down there and do
that
work
pissed you
for
off,
him.
huh? That pissed you off 7-8, didn't get you?
No. Here's the thing about it. Let's get into Tunsil, man. Look, I'm a big fan of Laramie Tunsil, but here's the reason why I think a lot of people have an issue with it. Because at the time that we gave up all those picks for Laramie Tunsil, Trent Williams was down there in Mo City off of Highway 6. And there's a certain amount of dog that Houston sports fans like in they linemen. You got to remember, we had Bruce Matthews, Mike Munchak, Dean Steinkuhler, all them boys.
Yeah, won't you start naming some of these dogs for the Texans for the last 20-something years?
I'm going to tell you something. Exactly. Dwayne Brown. You had Wade. You had, what's big boy with the dreads, man? I can't think of his name that was on the right tackle side. But my point is that we see Laramie Tunsil play high at the pass game and everything else. We don't ever see him pancaking nobody. You want to see him put somebody on their back. And so when you don't see that, you start seeing this little finesse thing that's going on with him. And then all of a sudden, he posts a picture of him in that Gucci stuff, man, them skinny jeans and all that other. So now, I know you don't have, I know you like to look good. So you know, I know you like the flash, man. But you know, it's about the offensive line. It's down and dirty, man. You want to see your dude go in there and just really just ram people, man.
I got no problem with that with Laramie. I just have the issue with, at least this year, saying that Laramie is soft or he's lazy or he got his money hit on one. No, he's out. He's hurt. I mean, he is not 100%, and we know he'll shut it down. He wants to be out there, and he is out there. So that's my thing. I can get all the field criticisms. I understand that. I like he's got his flaws, but I don't think Laramie Tunsil this year is just being lazy. I think he's showing leadership. I think he is. Yeah. I think he's showing leadership.
But I think it's just the past bleeding into the present.
I'll take lazy off the equation because everybody got in their mind about how he shut it down with Cully and Lovey. But I think now, again, this goes back to the culture and everything that D'Amico's bringing over there. Because Laramie got a C on his chest.
Yes.
So the expectations is for him to be a captain and go out there and do it. But if we're just talking physical football.
I get that part.
We know that in November and December, you got to be able to line up and tote that thing behind your left tackle. Yeah. And if he's going to be the leader, let him be the leader.
Derek Newton was the guy you were thinking
of. That's it.
Of.
Yeah, D. Newton.
Because I'm sitting there thinking, I know he ain't talking about Davenport, is he?
No. And not Charles Spencer neither. Not Spence neither.
You mentioned Tank.
Yeah.
And so y'all nervous, right? Y'all nervous without Tank, right?
Nope.
No.
Stop, man.
Come on, man.
No.
Again, I started the conversation. You saw the numbers. Noah Brown 150.
Not at all.
191.
Noah Brown, you think you're going to get this? You ready to depend on Noah Brown for the next 2 weeks?
I saw
cut
Nico,
your eyes at me like that.
I saw Nico get 191.
I got you, Nico. I got you, Nico.
Yeah.
But what do you think the Jets going to do? We know what teams are about. They got the Jets, the Browns. You got Mike Vrabel, who knows what he's doing defensively. They're going to try to take away Nico.
Yeah.
And one of the things that helped is you got Tank on the other side. Like Brandon Scott, and I agree with him. Clint has said this. You can't tell me that Tank Dell is somebody that can do something that no on the team that's a skill set that nobody else could. And you ain't nervous? The connection those two have, CJ and him. CJ has broke up. He's about to cry up there with his best friend on the team, Tank.
Of course.
And there's no concern. Y'all both said nope.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. This is every kind of situation brings an opportunity, right? So now we have all been clamoring for Metchie to get some work, right?
It's got to be him.
Exactly. Or I like the way Xavier Hutchinson looked. Mm-hmm. So there's opportunities out there. But then again, this is what we was talking about. CJ uplifts all of those cats to a level that you don't expect them to play as rookies. I expect big things out of Metchie and Xavier Hutchinson this week because we can see what they all about.
You have no concerns of any kind of drop.
No, and I'm with you. That's part of the reason why I'm not nervous.
None?
Well, look, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most nervous, I'm probably at like a 3, right, at the height.
Yeah.
And here's why. One, great point that Larry made, but then two, it would be one thing if Tank had gotten the hurt in the midst of like a 7-catch, 150-yard performance, right? The dude had played 8 snaps prior to his injury this past Sunday. Wasn't targeted once. Robert Woods wasn't targeted once in that game. I think it has much more to do with what Slowick and Stroud are able to do within the confines of this offense. For you, Noah's shown out a couple of times. Nico's had 3 of the best games of his life in this offense. Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan. It's kind of like, I'm not saying Tank is not an important and Tank is not going to hurt, but I almost feel like it's, okay, he's down. Let's insert because they can thrive in this offense. I think it's much more about that, the system, and who's running the system in Slowick and Stroud than it is anything else.
I'd rather have Tank there with me, but since he's not there, I'm willing to bet money on these other boys, man, because I believe that they're just as hungry and just want to be on the field as well. So it's going to be an opportunity for them to show it.
Texans dialed up 5 explosive plays between Nico Collins and Brevin Jordan without Tank Dell on the field.
1 week. We'll see how it continues. Someone on the text line, damn, Ron, you're always
against
the one who's
arguably one of the best
scared.
secondaries, though.
Listen, all right, I'm just saying, we'll see what happens when we got guys that can game plan. Someone said you're always nervous and scared. You're alone on this one. Forgive me. I'm watching the number one generational quarterback in the game right now struggle because he just can't uplift all of them jokers. I'm just saying to see the rookie C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes cannot uplift MVS. He cannot. It's not uplifting Sky Moore. And I'm just saying we'll see what happens. I hope he can uplift John Mechie, but I mean there ain't no concern, no nerves.
But you are a little scary.
You are a little scary. I'm concerned. You call it scary. I have some concerns.
You turn on all the lights when you walk in the house, man, because you know
hell yeah, I do.
Darkness
You're damn right, I do.
He got the smart home. He flashes. He puts them lights on before he even gets out of the car.
But look, here's the thing. On a serious note, Slowick got and Lopez said this earlier today. It's not just about Slowick got to start stepping his game up to meet CJ's game. Because CJ is playing, I said this before, CJ Stroud is playing calculus level football, and sometimes Slowick gets dialed down to algebra. He got to come up there and scheme these guys for them too. Because look, this past Sunday he ran the ball 3 straight times, man, and it went for nothing. You can't do that, man, especially in November football. Scheme them boys over. Slowick got to step his game up, too, to help CJ out with all these injuries and everything else that's going on, Show.
All right, man, it's Ron. Well, we could do this every day. Larry, we appreciate you jumping on with us, man. Fantastic job. I never expected you wouldn't do so. So this ain't a call. This is Larry jumping on with us. Coming up as we get up out of here. Coming up Larry, you might want to listen when you hear.
You want to see these J's I got on
this nut, Sean Bajani.
Nut.
I thought we were going to have a conversation about something with the Astros that was universally agreed upon, but no, my man here, this man over here is like, no, Jake Myers at center, not that big of a problem. Wow, we got to discuss that coming up.
Putting words in my mouth.
Tell you about these cold Coors Light as I'm tipping one back myself. I got a long neck bottle with Blue Mountains on the side staring at me as we speak, and I want to tip the.
Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Appreciate Larry and Stafford for dropping by. The text line is rolling through. Great segment with Larry and Stafford.
He was great, man.
He was.
Love talking ball with him.
He was really good. Someone texted in, "Quit living in fear, brother. Live in love." I do live in love, but I also live in a healthy amount of concern. I don't like to use the word fear. I like to use the
Scary.
concern. No, I don't like to use the word scary either. I like this kind of concern. All right?
Scary assholes.
Another thing.
What was that?
That day got away from me. And that was me not drunk in that time. There was some could say it got a little hairy a little bit later on as Jose Abreu hit 3-run homer, and me and Brandon decided to take shots to have a little fun with that first game in Minnesota in the ALDS. And
The guy is drunk.
I'll do the Robert Saleh on that one, but yeah, it got away from me. So that was me, the me sober part. No, I concerned. I'm gonna tell you another thing I'm concerned about, and that's Jake Myers getting any kind of opportunity early in the season. Not just any kind of opportunity, but it seems like they're potentially the plan right now is to run with Jake Myers in center field as the option early in the season. And that concerns me.
I don't get the vibe that that's the plan to roll with him.
You don't?
No.
You don't. I mean, they
look. You put words in my mouth before to tease into this segment. Okay, you said I'd be good with Jake Myers in center field.
Man, you seem like that's what it seemed like you were saying pre-show. I don't have a problem with it. I believe that's what you said.
It's not what I was saying pre-show, but I guess ultimately maybe that's the case. If he's good enough to win the job in spring, they're not anointing him like you all, and I'm in that boat too, wanted the Astros to anoint Jake Marisnick, my God, Chas McCormick, these damn center fielders with M names. Chas McCormick, the center field job last spring.
Years ago, man.
Yeah, it is. I love me some Jake Marisnick, though. Think he's got a couple of guys that could potentially be in his way. One guy who had a whale of a spring training in Durden last year. I think he's going to be competing with him. I think Pedro Leon's very much going to be a part of that this year. These are two guys that are projected to kind of show up this year, you know? Loper Fido's a couple of years away. Jacob Melton's a couple of years away maybe from breaking into this big club.
Now, who are these names again you're saying he's potentially competing against?
Astros minor league prospects, some of the very best prospects that the farm system has to offer. That's what I think this is about more so than it is with him. Just listen back, read again what Dana Brown said in regard to Jake Myers.
This is what Brian McTaggart said. Dana said yesterday. Astros GM Dana Brown said that the team is committed to Jake Myers. So much so, he'll get the bulk of time in center field to start the season. They love his elite defense. They love his elite defense and want to see where he is offensively. Chas McCormick will play every day, splitting time between left and center field. But as I said, he's going to get the bulk of the time in center field to start the season.
Yeah, well, that's what McTaggart thinks, but I thought you were going to read the part what Dana Brown said, who did say, yes, he's an elite center fielder, but the bat needs to come around. They're going to give him every opportunity to get the bat right.
You see elite center fielder?
Defensively, yeah.
With the arm, too? That's got to be a part of it, right?
Yeah, but I don't think the arm's, the arm is pretty average. The way he tracks balls, the catches, I mean, it's highlight reel, man. It's highlight reel stuff.
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know, man. I'm not comfortable. All right, with if I'm an Astros fan, I'm not comfortable with Jake Myers in center field when you look at, especially to me, I just look at what the Rangers are rolling out. I think you can do better than that. And I'm not even saying crazy, but I'm not even saying Cody Bellinger. I think you can do better. Like, I'd rather have somebody who is actually shown to be an elite center field. Like, hell, I'd feel better with Michael A. Taylor, who hit himself 21 home runs for the Twins last year and is an elite Gold Glove level defender.
Love that dude.
Arm
Yes.
and everything, and that's not going to cost you a ton. But hell, they're talking about we compete. It's him and Pedro Leon.
Yeah,
and you just chilling with it.
You have a problem ultimately with more of the, I think, level of importance placed on certain positions of need. And they've taken care of backup catcher. Dana's had no qualms about saying that Yiner is the guy. He said it repeatedly this offseason, and that's the case. But in terms of, like, getting a corner outfielder, to me, in my mind, coming into this offseason, I wanted a corner outfielder, and you leave Chaz in center field. That's what I ultimately wanted.
I'm good with, because I think Chaz probably could be a potentially elite corner outfielder.
He could
get a real center fielder, an everyday center fielder. I'm good with those, but not Jake. But
I'm fine with him competing and winning the job. Were you here a couple of years ago whenever he first broke in with the club?
Yeah.
Sure you were.
3 years ago.
And it was pre-shoulder injury in the postseason against the White Sox.
He had a fun time.
Yeah, that guy looked like the part. He looked like the future, and he's not been the same guy since. And I think, again, the Astros, I have no problem with having faith in a guy that they've helped develop, of letting him compete and win the job. But I think, again, it says more about the guys that he's going to be competing with. Pedro Leon, very much the real deal, right? Can it be this year for him?
Who do you think right now is the better center fielder offensively and defensively, him or Dubon?
Defensively?
All of it, combining it all. Because Dubon made the club.
Man.
He was the defensive guy. He's got a better arm. We know that. To me, that would make more sense.
Going Dubon in center
that would make more sense. I hear what you're saying. He had a hot moment, but then the rest of the years, including that time he got struck out by the second baseman of the Chicago White Sox with that 57-mile-an-hour fastball.
But Dubon had a career year in that role.
Yes. We ain't seen nothing close to that.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? You think Jake's is about to break out this year potentially? You think there's still I think
there's real strong potential for him to be an above average, and I'm talking about in totality a center fielder for a Major League Baseball team that is competing for a World Series. That's what I believe.
Brandon got Texans practice report coming up.
Segue right into that. Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
All right, the future of joint pain relief is here, folks. It's QC Kinetics, man, advanced regenerative medicine. And I'm telling you, man, it is absolutely amazing. If you've been told that if you're dealing with chronic joint pain and
Subject to credit approval. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is Wednesday. That means at 4:40 we have our tech as a major day during the week. Wednesdays we hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. We hear from C.J. Stroud, which of course you could have heard right here on Sports Radio 610, and also a big practice day as well. So we always like to talk to Brandon on that important day to get his thoughts on things. I think the number one thing that jumps out to me, at least from the practice part, is Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz is on the practice field, which I was kind of surprised to see if he'd be back in a couple, in a week with a hamstring issue.
Give a damn about no Dalton Schultz, man. Before we get into anything about the Texans, man, we got to get to this issue that you guys were discussing on the other side here, man, with this Astros center field situation. Because look,
it happens when you get people who cover
Scott coming in hot.
Hey, man, we can talk about the Texans at some point.
I haven't had a
Scott takeover.
I mean, I've not been a hijacker here on a segment like this.
Let me just. I'm just gonna put it like this. I don't know which one is worse. I do not know which one is worse. The idea that the Astros might actually be considering Jake Myers as their everyday center fielder, or that my man, Sean Bajani over here, instead just rattled off the list of center field prospects that might compete with Jake Myers for center field
or championship.
Like I don't know which one is worse.
What you mean? What'd you want him to do?
I stopped listening after he said Pedro Leon.
What did you want them to do this offseason?
Is this a serious baseball team? Like we went over it yesterday. There's not a whole lot of center fielders that are great that are in the market right now. Cody Bellinger's the best one.
He's going to cost you $250 million.
And I'm not interested in Cody Bellinger anyway. Obviously, Michael A. Taylor's another name that's out there.
Sounds great to me.
We've bandied about the names. And look, there's Ron telling you he prefer that guy over any of the options that are either unproven that you listed or Jake Myers, who we feel like we've seen enough of. The idea that I'm getting at here, Sean, is that none of that makes me feel good. And maybe that's not the objective here. Maybe you're just trying to be realistic and just call it like you see it.
Yeah.
But the options of Jake Myers is like the devil that you know versus the devil that you don't know. And you're talking about a team that fell short of a World Series, the team within your division, and right up 45 is the one that beat you, knocked you out, and went and won the World Series. And you're coming back talking about how you want to reload, and your plan at a position of weakness is either Jake Myers or Pedro Leon, somebody that's been playing out at Constellation Field in Sugar Land. Like that,
beautiful ballpark.
Beautiful ballpark. But man, I mean
great.
That is just like, oh man, sobering, going in the wrong direction. But man, I did not feel good coming into this studio listening to y'all talk about that. Like we were talking about Jake Myers yesterday.
See, Sean's good.
Sean didn't went in the other direction.
Do you want to
talking about prospects?
I'm not trying to operate in a vacuum, though. I mean, you can only operate in which you're seeing this organization operate under Dana Brown.
You did say
this is his baby now. He's not naming Jake Myers a center fielder, but he's giving him, and I think this is the last opportunity to win that job against the likes of a Pedro Leon or a Justin Durden.
But do you get what I'm saying, Sean?
I understand. It's not encouraging, but that is what it is.
He's got to win the job against Durden and Leon.
Can we please do the Texans report? It's killing me. I can't. I just don't even know why we're even discussing it.
This is
big boy.
It made me feel bad. That's why.
This is big boy baseball and then Pedro Leon.
Yeah.
That's our options. That's what we got.
Yeah, I thought
they're not going to go buy anybody for the price tags that are out there this offseason when they've got two other guys.
What did I tell you?
How much is Michael A. Taylor going to cost?
What did I tell you, Ron?
How much is Michael?
It doesn't matter. What did I tell you, Ron?
No.
What did I tell you yesterday?
I'm not listening to this.
Hold on. What did I tell you yesterday?
No. I'm not doing this anymore.
Let me repeat myself.
I want to talk. I've never want to talk about Dalton Schultz so bad in my life.
We can get to Dalton Schultz, but what did I tell y'all yesterday? The Astros got food at the house.
Yeah, that's when you're right. That's what they're acting like. And Sean is willing to sit down with a knife and a fork and eat that government cheese,
that Durden cheese,
with that hard ass bread.
He want a Pedro Leon sandwich.
Dalton Schultz, is there a thought that he's trending towards playing?
I feel like he is, man.
Really?
And
Yeah,
Sean, you were out there at practice, Sean. You saw him out there. And then I was there for the locker room. And, I didn't talk to him. I talked to some other guys in the locker room. But before I left, he was standing up at Noah Brown's locker, which I think is closer to his.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's right there next to his. But they were standing there talking. He seemed just fine. Like, I mean, obviously he's just standing there. We watched him at practice. I don't believe that.
He didn't look.
He didn't look limited in a way that would have me concerned. I'd put it that way.
We talked about it before practice started. It'd be a surprise if you saw Dalton Schultz out there. He was out there,
he was
full dressed. Not all hamstring injuries are created equal,
right?
Right? He was limited, but the fact that he was just out there, if he has a good week of practice, in my mind, there's absolutely every possibility that he's able to contribute on Sunday.
He's one to monitor because he's one that we talked about right before we got into practice. But I think based off of what we saw today and based off of what we know right now, it's fair to say that he's trending upward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's because I think there's a lot with him potentially because we understand the injury they suffered with Tank Dell and in receiving. They need everybody, all hands on deck because I don't think they got to replace Tank in a lot of different ways.
There's this idea that they might run more two tight end sets.
Yeah.
All of that. Yeah.
While you two were out there watching practice, did you guys get any kind of a feel on how they may go about in terms of replacing Tank? Who was getting more? Was there a show of who was getting more of the reps? Who was getting more?
No, so these practices are normally you'll see the quarterbacks, right, Sean, to the side, maybe working with a particular receiver. And that guy is normally Robert Woods, who does not practice otherwise, right?
Not a lot of team.
Right. Not a lot of team and not a lot of sense for exactly how they're going to do that. Now, that's exactly why when I went into the locker room, I did talk to guys, the names that we've mentioned, right? John Mechie, Noah Brown, and Xavier Pacific. Now, obviously, Nico Collins is going to factor into things as like the main guy, probably more than likely the focal point, perhaps even somebody that the defense has tried to take away or give more attention to, right? But to a man, you hear from John Mechie, Noah Brown, Xavier Hutchinson. They're all ready. They all talk like they're absolutely ready, but also that they're not necessarily doing anything different to be ready. Like their whole party line, if you will, is – hey, we prepare the exact same way as if we're going to get the opportunities that we either are or are not getting, right? So whether we get 10 targets, 2 targets, whatever it is, we prepare the same way. And if you prepare the same way, you will be ready no matter how many times your name gets called. So that's kind of the approach. It sounds pretty cliche, but it is a sensible approach to things, to not be like, oh, Tank's out, I'm going to be the star this week. Even if that's how we over here talking on the radio, like for them from a mental standpoint, from an approach standpoint, it is good to just be like, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing that I've been doing and just be ready.
But it would be interesting to see, if you could hang around and be in practice.
Telling you, that's what I want to see.
Who's getting those reps? Is it Mechie? Is it Hutchinson? Is it Davion Davis, who they just signed on the practice squad? Is it Sims?
No, Sam Houston State. It could be Davion Davis because he's a proud Bearcat and he comes from good stock. No, I wouldn't.
You're not being objective.
No, I'm just saying I would not dismiss that the way that you just did because I don't appreciate it. But no, seriously,
I'm dismissing Steve Sims, a Kansas Jayhawk. I will dismiss.
See, I wouldn't dismiss Sims. Steve Sims, a Kansas Jayhawk, who's also a local product here from the Houston.
He probably
area.
will get some.
Come on now. Nah, but look,
Sims had a really good training.
The thing about Mechie, though, on a serious note,
it's got to be Mechie.
When I talk to him, he does speak in terms of, hey, when that opportunity comes. Like, he's not shying away from the idea or the concept of, hey, more is going to be perhaps asked or required of you. You know what I mean? Like, he's not like they've got a party line of, hey, I'm going to prepare the same way, but there's an understanding. Okay, so when we're trying to figure out who's it going to be, to a man, Mechie, Hutch, Noah Brown, they're all like, yeah, no, we get it. We get that we could get the ball more or see more targets than we have in previous weeks. They all understand that. So, yeah, the question still needs to be answered, though. Who's going to be that guy? Is it going to be more of a committee than necessarily one specific guy? Are they going to make it happen with Chuck plays? Who's going to be that guy? We'll see how it pans out.
CV vibe with me on this. I said, Ron was asking, how much is this going to hurt going forward, being without Tank? And I said, yeah, it's going to hurt a little bit, but I'm not necessarily as concerned about it because He played 9 snaps on Sunday when he'd gotten hurt, not targeted one time. The fact that the Texans still did what they did in the past game, had all the explosives, and won that game in the fashion that they did, B. Scott, is they did it without Tank.
Yeah.
Nico still had a big day. Brevin, infused himself in the offense, and it was almost, seamless between what we've kind of come to expect from Dalton, whereas times Dalton's a part of the game plan. Not up to the game plan. He's very much an afterthought, it seems, in this offense on a week-to-week basis. So for those reasons, I'm not necessarily concerned by an absence of, the most explosive player the Texans have had this season.
Yeah, I would actually be with you on this one from the standpoint I think that two things can be true. And I made this point yesterday about Tank Dell, and I don't want to move off of it just because of not being concerned per se, right? There's nobody else on this team like Tank Dell. He's special.
You can't say that and then not have like.
But I do think you can. I think he is a unique talent, and he is unlike anybody else on the team, or nobody on the team is quite like him. But that being said, I think also can be true that they can survive not having that special talent because we have seen them do it. To Sean's point, so is it a concern to not have a unique talent? Yes. But have you seen this team do things without said unique talent? Are there characteristics of what they do with their offense, how CJ spreads the ball around, how Bobby has at times done a good job of scheming guys up, how all of that comes together? Yes, you can feel good about that too. So both things are true. Ain't nobody on this team quite like Tank, but they got a good enough offense to kind of survive it.
We'll see what some of these really good defensive minds do when they have a full week and they understand how they're going to go through things and who they're going to cover. So that we'll see how that happens. And the Jets is a perfectly good example of we'll see what a good defense does and how they try to take away a Nico Collins, because clearly we see that is the top threat. Brandon, even though you hijacked the hell out of the segment, we always appreciate.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here. That's right. I'm going to go leave and figure out.
You want to talk about Jake Myers?
No. I'm going to leave and go try to figure out a solution for the Astros at center field.
Yeah.
Because I don't like the things.
I think you should write about it. I think you guys should have dualing
articles on the website
out on. Yeah, man. I think the center field situation is just. I want to see it. I want to see what it looks like. Let's see what it is. Jake's going to break out.
113 more days till opening day.
My man said in the break, we didn't know that Dupont was capable of doing that either. All right, we'll give you the rest of the injury report coming up.
When I get in the car.
I know you. The rest of the injury report when we get back. Big game tonight for the Rockets as they host the Thunder. We'll get into that. And the latest on Cartgate in Jacksonville. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair. Congratulations.
SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, bada bing, bada boom. Sean Pajani, the DILF. The big DILF. That's me, and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is we just talked a little bit about the injury report with the Texans. I think the big one was that there was at least a limited practice from Dalton Schultz. And you know, I tell you, we talked about it a little bit with Brandon, and I'll go over the others too because there were a few that weren't out, several starters. I don't think those are big deals, but of course we'll keep an eye on them. But with Dalton Schultz, I'm leaning towards being confident that he would play because that's just the type of injury that like you don't put on the practice field if they're not like if you got a hamstring issue, it's like, hey, we feel like you're good enough to go run.
Yeah.
You're good enough to push it that way because if they don't feel like you're good enough to push it that way in other places to push it.
Sure.
They got him, you know, even through stretches or anything, they feel comfortable with him doing that. So to me, it feels like a lean that he would go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember if he was actually doing stretches or not. He was off to the side kind of tossing the ball around and limited. Who's to say what limited really means? Because, you know, we don't really know the structure of their practices. Limited could mean, you know, out there in walkthroughs and just kind of being out there and present. That kind of limited. So if he doesn't go, though, Ron, I mean, don't you still kind of feel okay about it just given the performance by Brevin Jordan this past weekend? I mean, I do. I mean, I'm not saying hang your hat on it, but hell, he was very much a part of what they wanted to do offensively this past weekend. Gave you 2 explosives, really 3 if you go 15 yards or more. I think he had an 18-yard catch, a 24, and a 27, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty damn good.
Yeah, we'll see how consistent he can be with it.
The biggest surprise for me that I'm a little worried about, but not so much, just because Jimmy Ward talked about it, you know, at his locker. What is today, Wednesday? Was it? Can't remember when I got a chance to talk to him last.
Probably Mondays. They were.
No, it was after the game. It was literally right after the game. He even mentioned, he was like, you know, I hurt my shoulder, and we were talking about the illegal hit that he was called for on Russell Wilson. He said, you know, one, he disagreed with the call because he said my shoulder hit his shoulder. That's why my shoulder hurts. He even said it. So the fact that he was even out there dressed on the bike, kind of taking it easy today, keep an eye on that. But it's super important that he's out there on the field on Sunday because it'll be more than one game in a row in which this starting secondary is actually together on a football field.
And obviously, it helped with everybody out there, especially Jalen Petrie. To go along with the rest of that, Jimmy did not practice, at least on the injury report from the Texans. He did not practice, along with George Fant with the hip, Neville Hewitt, Laramie Tunsil, which is becoming a normal thing, and then Robert Woods, who they flat out just have listed as rest. Will Anderson, Noah Brown, Sheldon Rankins, and Dalton Schultz were limited with their issues. Denzel Perryman shows up with the knee, but he was a full participant today. So those are ones to watch. I to the point you said, all those that didn't practice, I mean, really, everybody on this list now, especially with Dalton Schultz coming in as limited, I would imagine most of the real important ones will probably be ready to go.
Yeah, I agree. All the DNPs are pretty typical. It's just you worry a little bit about Jimmy Ward because of the shoulder. Is that going to be an issue? I don't. Yeah. To me, as long as it's nothing in his lower half, right? Anything soft tissue or a foot, you know, I feel like Jimmy's probably going to be able to give it a go on Sunday.
Yeah. So that is the injury report. By the way, the Pro Bowl voting started up, and here is the top 5. Number 5, Travis Kelce. So the Swifties are out. Tyreek Hill, who is having a hell of a season. Christian McCaffrey also as well. Number 2, C.J. Stroud.
Come sling it, 7.
And pretty far out in front is leading the charge, which is okay. Is leading the charge there. So Pro Bowl voting is out, and C.J. Stroud is it looks like the top five, one of the top five with the fans there.
Second most votes behind Tua Tagovailoa. That is awesome.
He's having a hell of a year. More than Kelsey with the Swifties, more than Tyreek Hill, and
yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, the best part about it, he's getting love from outside of the city.
Yeah,
he is a national thing. Yeah. This is going to be interesting to kind of follow the type of votes and attention he continues to get this season.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, speaking of this game that is important coming up on Sunday, hell, the Texans didn't know who they were going to face. D'Amico had to answer a question on, hey, how you handle not knowing who you're going to face.
When I came out of the darkness,
and then D'Amico clearly apparently came out of the darkness there, and now he can see, and we understand that it will be Zach Wilson. Here's Robert Saleh, the head coach of the Jets, addressing his starting quarterback.
Zach gives us our best chance to win, and giving him another opportunity to go prove that.
How did that conversation go when you told him?
He was good. He's fired up. Like I said on Monday, he came into my office. He wants the ball, and he's excited about getting this opportunity to finish the season strong.
So is he your starter the rest of the year, no matter what?
God willing.
All right, so Zach Wilson, who clearly the Jets have all kinds of confidence behind him, is going to be the starter. I know it feels like this is going to go into the way of disaster. Mm-hmm. The way that the Texans played defensively last week, the way that Zach has played this year, and now he's sitting in the lack of confidence they have. Is that how are you pretty confident that that's how it will go? Or do you get another feel?
I mean, not really. I'm not. It's been a minute since the Texans blew the brakes off of a team.
I'm having a hard time shaking that Bryce Young type of performance off. When the last I think Bryce Young is the last time I thought they're about to give somebody hell.
Was that coming off of the back-to-back 30-plus point victories against the Steelers and Jags? Was that next game?
Yeah, they were.
I can't remember. But that's part of the reason. Look, it's 8 straight games of a game being decided in the final 30 seconds the Texans have played in. There's that, and there's the fact that, look, the Jets' defense is really good, too. They're going to try to figure out a way to muck the game up. But they've played, 6? I think it's 6 games this season decided by 6 or fewer points themselves. So they know a thing or two about playing in some close games. And they got the brakes blown off of themselves the last couple of games, right? 2 out of the last 3. Yeah. But I think 3 out of the last 4 have been decided by fewer than 5 points it is for the Jets. So
it just feels
for that reason, I just get nervous about it. And Saleh knows D'Amico's defense. D'Amico knows Saleh's defense. The familiarity there. It's just things have a way of evening themselves out, and I just anticipate a much closer game than I think a lot of people would expect.
It feels like Zach comes out 1 out of every 12 starts, 10 starts. You just wonder, is this going to be one of the ones where he is halfway decent? Yeah. Because sometimes with their defense, I mean, and we're honest, with him at the quarterback spot, they've beaten Josh Allen and the Bills. They beat the Eagles, who had 1 loss until last week, and that was their loss.
That was early Bills, though, because the Bills just beat the hell out of them.
That was the first game of the year.
Yeah. They weren't right.
Yeah, the first game of the year. But, I mean, that was when we thought the Bills were more than 6-6, right, to start. And they gave the Chiefs and Mahomes a fit. So it's weird. They have had some success in games you didn't think they would. So it'll be one to watch. I would probably, if I were somebody like Tyler, I would bet that Zach's probably going to self-destruct. And
so you're not in the scary camp on this one.
I'm not.
I flipped. I'm in the scary camp.
I'm not in the scary camp. I can see it though.
Yeah,
I can see like Zach having a 2-quarter period in which those are the throws he made that got them going.
Yeah,
but then probably eventually goes back to being Zach and the team being Zach and the offensive line sucks ass, which is really going to be problematic for him. So that is the latest there. But we do know who will be playing quarterback for the Jets, and it's Zach Wilson. All right, a big one for the Rockets tonight. They try to get back to 500 in the West, and they're going to take on one of the best teams in the West, the number 2 seed currently, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They've been playing really, really well. Chet's been playing really, really well. Their young pieces are coming together. Feels like this is who the Rockets hope they can be. They have not been great, obviously, on the road to the tune of not winning a game on the road.
That's the key part, is that they're at home tonight, so you feel good about it.
So they're at home tonight. But this will be a fun watch. To me, this will be a really good game. This feels like a game that these young cats will get up for as well with other young players. So this will be one of the Rockets to watch for, and they really need to get a W here.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like it could be, a chip on the shoulder kind of a game for Alpi, right? He's drafted by the Thunder. They traded him away a few years ago. He's obviously thriving and playing great basketball himself. And look, they're home. The Rockets play so many close games, themselves, and I think it's just a mark of a young team not knowing how to close games out in the fourth quarter, meandering their way through that process. They're home. They've got a little bit of taste of, adversity on the road. They're playing against a good team, but they played against a really good Nuggets team, a few weeks back, and they won at home.
At home, yeah.
So
they beat the brakes off the Lakers at home.
The best thing about this team right now is they're very likable. They're very watchable. Set up them in the last 3 years. They play competitive basketball, good, gritty basketball, and I'm looking for that tonight.
I would just love to see Jalen Green show some sort of consistency, with the exception of just being inconsistent. That's the only thing that he does consistently, is that he's inconsistent. Because sometimes you look at him and it's like, he's going to have one of them games.
Don't you get the feel?
And then it's just...
Don't you get the feel, though, especially late in tighter ball games, that even he knows it's coming, he's going to have an opportunity to do something to help close this game out. But, I think he feels the pressure, an uber amount of pressure to just overperform late in games instead of doing what he'd done throughout the course of the ball game and trusting his teammates to make plays. Because to me, that's the best part about this. I kind of got faith about everybody on this Rockets team. They can go get you a bucket. If you just give them an opportunity, run your offense, they'll get you a bucket. And I don't know that he believes that about himself.
Well, the thing is, to me, for Jalen Green, it starts early. In games early, if he's not feeling himself, if he's not hitting shots, it then affects everything the rest of the way. And I've not really seen many times where he's able to recover from a tough start.
Yeah.
You've been able to see, he's feeling it early, and then you get the Jalen Green, and that makes you start thinking, oh, God, all right, that's it. But if he starts, we'll see it. It never recovers. He's got several 1 for 12s in there, or 2 for whatever, that is just not recovered. It seems like it is a thing that needs to get hit early. So hopefully they can get a W tonight, but it should be an entertaining game. 2 of the better young teams in the West.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Tyler, we've got more of an update here on Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence in the game Monday, which has potentially made this AFC South closer. If you remember, he didn't have a cart. He never had a cart. He just slow walked. Everywhere. Off the field, up the sideline, up the tunnel.
A lot of yards.
That poor security guard was if you go rewatch it, was in full stress mode because he's crossing his feet, having to walk his feet crossing.
Yeah.
Not naturally, so because he was scared he was going to touch his foot. And everyone sitting there said, would somebody just get this dude a cart?
Where's the damn cart?
But Trevor Lawrence said, the Jaguars had a cart available. I just refused it. And my thing is, somebody. No, I mean, listen. I can understand Trevor feeling himself being hard. There's got to be somebody over there, whether it's Doug Peterson needs to take his headsets off, or whoever it is, or Shad Khan needs to come down there, or whatever. I think Balky is the GM. Whoever's over there, somebody's got to get over there. Hey, man, I understand a bit, but you're going to get your ass on this cart.
And they say,
do you
no.
Probably starts nicely, man. I got you, man. But let's just be smart about this and get you on the cart.
Do you believe he refused the cart?
Yes.
Or do you believe that there's a possibility they forgot to charge the batteries in the cart or put gas?
Man, Johnny is all over the conspiracy theories today.
Well, I only thought about that because he was literally like in defense mode of the medical staff. Oh, we have one of the best medical staffs ever. You know, they do whatever they can to take care of us.
I go for a walk, okay?
Like, I'm just trying to figure out how many people has he refused. Well, I guess. All right. Like the thought is, where are we heading right now? Like, as we do this slow walk, where are we?
Very slow.
Where are we heading though? To the X-ray room. So why don't you get in the cart so we can? We're not walking you to the back to retape it up.
The cart was dead.
We're going to the X-ray room.
Get out.
It's not, like they were going to the sideline to the bench. They were going to go see if it's broken. So let's keep walking on it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, hell no.
And the reason why we won't is because he is refusing it. Trevor, with all due respect, you can kiss my arse. You're going to get on this damn cart. All right? Or we're going to really embarrass you, and I'm going to have two of these offensive linemen who aren't going to play pick your ass up on their shoulders and have you walk up.
What would you have thought if the cop was one of the ones, like he, along with the head trainers, like picking him up and carrying him off?
I feel so bad. He's crossing his leg, crossing his feet because he's nervous as hell. Coming up, have a conversation about Laramie Tunsil because I just feel like there are some fair criticisms of Laramie Tunsil, but there are a couple that just flat out aren't fair. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, you've heard me talk about this many times. You've heard me tell you about life as a big fella. Life as a time where I could just be sitting still and sweating just because I'm just heavy.
every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Hey, guys, remember, we're out tomorrow. The Drive will be live out tomorrow. Thanks to our good friends at Bud Light and at Buffalo Wild Wings. The Thirsty Thursday will be at the Buffalo Wild Wings off I-45 and Ritchie Road. So come hang out with us tomorrow. Please get out there and have a good time with us. We always have a good time there. Grab some good food, some wings, some cold beer, some Bud Light, and have a chance to win some prizes tomorrow. Once again, we're at the Buffalo Wild Wings, I-45 and Ritchie Road. So come on out for this little Thirsty Thursday that we will have coming up. All right. Listen, I listen and I see this each and every week. And one of the prominent conversations that we've been hearing about all year long, and it's just real because it's been one of the weaknesses, is the running game and the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the offensive line has had a revolving door of starters, of centers and guards, and we've seen a lot of injuries there. But usually, and which is not surprising, you hear, when you have the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL, you're going to hear about him. And I feel like most of the times when we have games like the Texans had against the Jags, you had games, really, to be honest with you, CJ struggled to stay protected, especially in the second half against the Broncos. All right, and had they lost, that would have been a huge talking point. Still even is. But a lot of it goes to Laramie Tunsil, which is, you get it. And he has not played great this year, and I think there are some reasons for it. And there are criticisms I think are very fair. Not good in the run game. Fair. Not physical enough. Very fair. Struggled against Josh Allen against the Jags and gave up all of those pressures. And the guy who was last week the AFC Defensive Player of the Week went head up for the most part and dominated that matchup. You got the highest paid offensive lineman. He should not be dominated by anybody. I don't care if it's Myles Garrett or not.
Yeah.
Especially not Josh Allen. Those are all very fair criticism. Now, it's not a game in and game out thing. He's not getting dominated like that. It's not game in and game out.
Wasn't that kind of anomalous, too, in his matchup against Josh Allen?
Yeah.
I'd feel like that's been a pretty even battle. In fact, maybe even more favored towards Laramie, from a historical standpoint, right?
He worked him over. But I can get all those. Those are all fair. But I think this year Laramie Tunsil is being treated unfairly in a lot of situations. Because when he has, or the offensive line has a bad game, it is now pushed to not just those criticisms that we laid out, but it moves towards, for some, he doesn't want it. He's lazy. He's overpaid. He got his money, and now he doesn't care. I saw somebody earlier say he is just giving the bare minimum of what he has to. That's what it feels like from Laramie Tunsil. All those other criticisms I just laid out, God, it's cool, but we can have a conversation about that. That stuff, though, that other stuff of he's lazy, he doesn't want to be out there, he's not a leader. I think what Laramie Tunsil is doing this year is absolutely the opposite of all of that. Mm-hmm. And I feel good about people who have that feel. This dude is clearly injured to me with his knee, all right? And he is gutting it out and pushing it. He is, you said it earlier, he's going to probably have work done on that as soon as the season ends.
Yeah.
Like, he is hurt, gutting it out, and we've seen before where you wonder if he would do that.
I'd venture to guess, just the load management type schedule that he's on right now with the Texans. I don't know how this stuff works, But I would not be surprised, I'll put it to you that way, that this guy is having fluid or something drained from his knee on a weekly basis or a monthly basis.
Be surprised at all.
It's obviously an issue, and I'm not going to be surprised the day after that the Texans season is over, whenever that is, that there's a report, Laramie Tunsil surgery, or Laramie Tunsil has his knee scoped. There's going to be something there. He's going to get something done. It's an issue.
Like, I think most of the time fans will look at it, hey, man, it's our highest paid player. He's hurt, he's injured, or he's hurt and playing and gutting it out. And for the most part, for what it is, we talk about the run blocking. That's not his specialty. But to say that, oh, man, he's lazy. He doesn't really want it. He's just doing whatever he has to do to get paid. No, he could get paid and sit down with that left knee if he wanted to.
There's no way, though.
I think that's unfair.
It is unfair. But before you get all hot and bothered by it, I mean, consider maybe who they're hearing sort of criticism from. Like, my guess is they're not fully digesting all of the information out there that's been made available to them in regards to.
I think they have a feel of what Laramie is to them, and they're.
Eyeballs,
I'm not going to say some of the stuff in
eyeballs on a TV screen on Sunday afternoon. Yeah, sure, but I mean, we're 2 weeks removed from Laramie Tunsil again singing the praises of C.J. Stroud when he was asked ahead of Thanksgiving, hey, what are you thankful for? I'm thankful for C.J. Stroud. Whether you're down by 7, 14, 21, doesn't matter. You always feel that you're in the game with C.J. Stroud as your quarterback. That guy was the first guy to hit C.J. Stroud up publicly on IG before training camp, I think, even started, maybe in the midst of camp, where he threw up the number one. That's our number one quarterback right there. Right? In the midst of a quote-unquote competition, that's our quarterback. That's the guy we can get down with, who on the Pivot podcast had said, this guy's legit. This guy's the real deal. He's awesome. Nobody works harder. Nobody's smarter in the film, or nobody asks more questions. There's nobody I'd rather have at the quarterback position. I'm paraphrasing. But, I mean, he's had this guy's back since day one. This guy's the lifeblood of all of their careers, like giving them an opportunity to win football games. And let's not make it bigger than that. It's about football. People want to make things personal all the time when they don't like somebody for XYZ reason. But at the end of the day, for football reasons, Laramie Tunsil is doing every damn thing he possibly can to stay out there on Sundays to protect the franchise quarterback of this organization. Because, hell, if he felt like this was going to longevity of his career, he wouldn't be playing. If that's all that he was worried about, he wouldn't be playing. He pulled his thumb crap that he did a few years ago with
Laramie.
He's done that before.
Shut it down.
This team is still very much in play to win the AFC South. Still very much in play to get into the postseason somehow this season. And so he's doing everything he can to play.
He played every single snap last year. And to me, he is gutting it out. There are a lot of fair criticisms you can have. But the criticism of he doesn't want it. He doesn't want to be out there. He's overpaid. He's just doing the bare minimum. He's not working hard. I just think that's absolutely unfair in every single sense. Every single sense. Because he's doing the absolute opposite. I'm not saying you got to praise him or anything like that, but a guy who's making as much money he is, that could probably shut it down with that knee, for him to gut it out to be out there, that narrative that's being created by some, and it feels like way too many. Is just unfair.
I agree. I just keep it football, man. And the guy is being a football player, doing what you would expect a football player to do. He's playing hurt, playing through injury. And you know what? He's still pretty damn good. Point to one game out of, let's see, he missed 3, and they've played 12. So you're pointing to one game out of 9 where the guy, had a rough day at the office against one of the very best, maybe the best across from him to do his job in Josh Allen. I'll take that.
Yeah. It's just rough. All right, coming up, the Texans continue to get a little hardware, continue to take home some hardware, but we got to discuss that guy, Derek Stingley Jr. He had a big week, but what does that mean big picture-wise? We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
In the Loop.
This was my headline.
investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Sean Bajin, the building, Tyler Milner as well. Had a great show, fun show thus far today. We were just talking about Laremy Tunsil, and I feel like there are some very, very valid criticisms of him, but the off the field stuff of basically questioning his commitment to the team, questioning his commitment to football, his integrity to football, I think is completely unfair. Someone texted in, I remember when Laremy Tunsil first came on, and he talked about his brand, and I said to myself, WTF brand, you're an offensive lineman. That's fine.
Whatever he did worked. He became the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL, not once, but twice.
But also there are a lot of people, like some of your favorite athletes probably out there that you really feel are all about it. They care about their brand. Mm-hmm. They talk about their brand.
Yeah.
So I don't think, him coming into the brand because he's an offensive lineman should kind of, like, to me, kick you out to, I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
But you know what, dude? This goes back a long time. It goes back a long time. Draft night. People remember that. Probably some of his biggest
we've
detractors.
had multiple people text in about, he's a pothead. Like,
yeah, but I mean, that's it, Ron. Like, honestly, you're not going to convince them otherwise.
I mean, how many people?
Laramie's not going to convince them otherwise, no matter if he doesn't give up another sack for the rest of his career. You're just not going to convince them otherwise. That negative narrative started literally night one for him, draft night, and people will never forget it. And nobody's asking him to. Like, hey, think what you think, believe what you want to believe, but if you just keep it football,
that's what we're talking. Yeah, the football. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say Laremy has been the perfect player, team, and he's made it like he hadn't made it. I'm just saying that's this year.
But I ain't going to kick him out of bed. I ain't going to kick him out of bed this year.
I mean, this year, I'm just.
I don't want him in my bed.
I was waiting for something, Tyler.
That's a big body, man.
I was just seeing if you awake on your toes over there.
It's a lot of heat. A lot of heat under the sheets with a big man like that.
A lot of body heat going on.
A lot of heat and gold chains, huh?
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna cuddle with Laramie.
Not a cuddler?
Oh, I'm a cuddler. Yeah. Don't say that now.
That's not what LT.
One of the best cuddlers you'll ever find, but I'm not sure I want to be cuddling with Laramie.
What makes a person one of the best cuddlers you'll ever find?
I can show you a few things.
I'd rather you just.
Well, not like it on you.
Okay,
but
I'm just looking for a description.
I'll display it with like a chair or something.
You are more visual shower. I got you. You can't explain it.
Oh yeah, whenever as far as
I bet my guy right here in front of you. I bet he's a hell of a cuddler.
What makes you say that?
I don't think I'm a good cuddler. I'll be honest with you.
I don't think you probably are either.
I sweat, so I mean, I get hot quick.
I sweat too.
I don't like to be confined.
Yeah, man.
It's cool to cuddle up on you, but I don't want to cuddle up on you all the time.
See, and I'm good going either way, man. And I'm referencing Big Spoon and Little Spoon here. I'll be Big Spoon all night if you want me to, Little Spoon if you want me to. I love both of them.
He said, I'm fine with going either way.
I am. I'll flip around. You can cuddle me, and then after a little bit, we'll flip back over. I'll cuddle you, and we'll all get some.
Yeah, how about that?
No. I'm good.
I'm a professional, man.
Professional cuddler?
Yep.
Okay.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access GM Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio coming up next.
Right off the jump, another terrific cuddler. Actually, I don't know if Nick's a good one.
No, I would not peg him as a cuddler.
I don't think he wants to. I think that's where it is for me. I don't have the effort. My effort's not great.
Dude, cuddling is so nice. Get all snuggled up, warm. You feel that physical love, that touch from whoever you're cuddling with.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
That feels very much like a honeymoon phase, right? Like, you've been married for a little bit. You kind of just want to go to bed.
Yeah, I just want to go to bed, dog.
I don't want to play that game.
I don't, man.
Damn.
If I need something,
there you go.
It's nice.
I'm gonna go get it. If I don't need it, I ain't gonna go get it.
Go tap for it, and then
yeah.
My pups are great cuddlers. Yeah. Talk about a cuddle puddle involving the pups here.
What was that sitcom back in the day? It was probably a Seinfeld or a Friends, right? The whole art of getting out of the cuddle, the spooning the girlfriend. You do the arm roll. No, it was Everybody Loves Raymond. That's what it was.
Great show.
Great show.
Yeah, it was a great show. Forgotten about.
Best character on the show on 3. 1, 2, 3.
His brother.
Oh, yeah, you said Robert?
Did you say his brother?
Yeah, I couldn't think of his name.
Hey, that's good. I like that.
That's kind of easy, though, because I feel
I don't know, man. Marie is pretty good. She's strong. Frank, too.
Yeah, Marie did. But Robert's just kind of the crazy, quirky one. Without Robert, Everybody Loves Raymond's not really the same. Without Kramer, Seinfeld's not the same. Without Phoebe, Friends isn't the same. It's the crazy, quirky one.
The evolution of Robert Barone. You remember how weird he was at first? Like the first couple of seasons?
Yeah,
he was so strange and weird.
He's like Frankenstein.
But they evolved his character.
Yeah.
Going forward. All right. Nick Caserio,
what are we talking about?
Another huge fan of Everybody Loves Raymond. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take it off the tracks again too. Listen, I'm watching this, and I don't know why this irks me or gets to me. What is Arby's? What are they doing? What are they?
Arby's?
I'm so
slinging that meat.
I'm so frustrated by Arby's, man. But what meats? They're slinging everything.
I don't know. I don't even know. They got all the meats.
We have the meats.
Like when they sit together and say, "All right, man. Who are we? Hey, we're everything." Like I just look up here, man. Arby's
usually never works.
Slinging burgers. They got a bacon burger up here.
Is that were just like roast beef and stuff?
No.
I don't know. I don't go there because it's nasty as hell.
Pull up the menu and look at everything they have. I mean, when you see everything that they have on that menu, they have got to be wasting money on just useless things that they have in their fridge or they have in their walk-ins, whatever it is. They sell euros.
I mean, Bajani's been the conspiracy theorist all day. Maybe Arby's is just a cover-up for, like, money laundering or something.
Dude, it's so funny you say that.
In the last month.
Nothing to do with Arby's, though. I got another theory on an establishment or establishments that do that.
I've looked up. You can look at a commercial. Arby's one week will have these hamburgers as if they're McDonald's or Burger King, and then the next week they'll have wings, like they're Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well,
yes,
that's the shtick.
You're not exaggerating there. They sell wings.
No, they have wings. Listen,
I guess it's a meat.
What you said, Arby's curly fries and roast beef sandwich. Give me a hot.
That's your jam.
Like that was Arby's. Give me a little of that. Give me their honey mustard. It was fantastic.
I have never once eaten Arby's in my life.
You can Arby's.
You're better for it.
Arby's has. They got euros. They can go euros. They can go Subway on you. They can go Buffalo Wild Wings on you. They
got any fried rice?
It is just ridiculous.
That's the thing, though. It's not like Burger King competing with McDonald's or Taco Bell.
But McDonald's, you know what they're going to get.
Yeah, but that's their shtick, right? They compete with everybody. So when you're going to go to Arby's because you can get something like everything, right? No, is that the thing?
I guess. I guess they're going to have hot dogs soon.
Get a gyro and a bacon cheeseburger.
Like, come on, man. You're in the same spot. Gyro and a bacon cheeseburger. What the hell are they doing? Every time I look up there, what are they doing? Who comes in here and says, you know what? I want to sit in that meat, man. What do we got missing? Let's do a euro. How many euros are they selling at Arby's? Who is in their right mind driving around saying, you know what? I want a euro.
I can't relate. Not me.
Let me go to that thing with the hat.
I'm putting myself in danger here, but let me go ahead and do it. I don't know what you keep referencing.
You don't know what a euro is?
No.
You don't know what a euro is?
I have no clue.
Oh, dude, it's a Greek sandwich.
No idea.
Pita bread.
See, this is why I wasn't going to bring it up, because now you're going to be an ass to me.
I appreciate you. I really do.
That's crazy.
I appreciate that about you, that you have no issues, when you don't know something about asking about it.
Got to educate yourself.
You have.
All right, well, let's go to Nico's, and you can educate yourself on.
Get them there. I saw that on Triple
I'm open to it.
Yeah.
I don't want whatever Arby's Euro is.
You do not let that be your first experience.
God, he's been sitting back there talking about what the hell is a Euro.
Yeah, I was gonna let it go, but kept bringing it up. I had no idea what you were talking about.
Sorry, I just read a texter. Definitely money laundering.
Something, man. Something.
Them and another company. I shouldn't say.
Don't read the text below that. But that's exactly who I was thinking, and I have that is my theory.
I was about to say, and I was like, I think they spend money.
Has to, because there's nobody ever there.
Ever.
You think the same thing?
Yes. And I would like to say to that group that I am here. If you need an endorser, I can be that guy.
Me too. Since I decided not to out you,
you know who you are. I could be that guy.
Yeah, just be on the lookout for the next live read that Ron has.
That's right.
Then you're gonna know.
I will sell that thing to you. Nick Caserio behind us. All right, real quick, guys. Y'all believers of Derek Stingley Jr. Derek Stingley Jr. is just the latest winner of the AFC Defensive Player of the Week award. Are you a believer? Like we talked about it, C.J. Stroud. I think we can look, and there is real belief that this guy has a chance to be one of the top quarterbacks in football moving forward. Tank Dell, I think there's a look when Tank Dell gets healthy, there's a chance that he is a playmaker in this league consistently. Derek Stingley Jr., when you look at him, are you a believer in that guy can be a special defensive player?
I look at him in the same light, I guess, since you mentioned Tank Dell, as Tank Dell. Okay, small sample size, sure, but it's been a pretty damn dominant sample size. And I say dominant, look over a 3-game stretch. Derek Stingley's been perennial Pro Bowl type talent. I mean, he's been fantastic to watch, a game changer.
The last 3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, the last 3 weeks for sure. But I mean, hell, he'd missed, he's only been back for 4.
I know it.
Right, after being out for 6, and I think he's thriving in a great defense.
Hello. I need a little bit. I need to see some more. I'm
here for it. Show me.
Now, I don't know if he's going to be how many quarterbacks down the stretch he's about to face. Any quarterback and receiver combinations that he's about to face. I mean, Garrett Wilson's a good receiver, but he's got Zach throwing to him. He's got Hopkins potentially he'll run into, but they've got Will Levis throwing to him. So I mean, we'll see what happens coming up, but
just keep throwing to him. He'll keep plucking them out of the air.
Let's see if he can keep picking them off. Like right now, he has been fantastic. The best stretch of his career. The first time he has shown, that's why they took him where they took him. Shout out to Larry and Stafford who joined us earlier. Also to Brandon Scott with the Texans report / I want to get at Sean about Jake Myers, and appreciate everybody, all of you, for helping us out and joining us. Sean, great job today.
Thanks, man.
Tyler, great job. We'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings, I-45 Ritchie Road. Come hang out with us tomorrow on Thursday. I'm Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, baby.
You saw her?
No, I didn't.
She can.
I was going to start to feel a little bit better about it because that might have been the case.
She can squat her ass off, and I thought, ooh.
Which is ironic because normally when you do squat, your ass gets bigger.
No, I'm going to get in trouble. And the world's all right with me.
Join